that race, nation, nationality, right? Mulatto, masculine, the son of a blackamoor in one of another nation. See what I'm saying? Y'all with me so far? What's that, Big Rico? Peace, peace. Y'all with me? Mulatta, daughter of a Moor in one of another nation. Mulatto, the son of a Moor and of another nation. All right. All right. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the gifts. Thank y'all for the gifts, the taps, the reposts, and everything. Let's go to another dictionary. This is called the Glossographia, or a dictionary interpreting all such hard words, right? Hard words, right? This book was also published in 1661. So the last book that I read to you was in 1622. This one is in 1661, right? 1600s. What did they mean by mulatto? Some of y'all ancestors classified as a mulatto, 1700s, right? Mulatto, right? Let's go to this one. Let's go to the MUs. Let's drop to the middle. A mulatto, right? The son of a woman Moor, right? Mulatto, the son of a woman Moor and a man of another nation. The son of a woman Moor and a man of another nation. Or one that is of a mongrel complexion. All right. Now, when they say a mongrel complexion, all they just saying is yellow bones, red bones, light skin, right? Just like we got in our community indigenously anyways, right? We got red bones, yellow bones, light skin, right? So that's what they mean by so-called mongrel complexion, right? You know, lighter than the so-called Negro, right? So a mulatto is the son of a woman Moor and a man of another nation, or it could just be a light-skinned person, right? Red bone, yellow bone, light skin. It could be a full-blown Indian and it's just light skin, or he or she just light skin, red bone, yellow bone. They'll be listed as a mulatto. A Moor can be red bone, yellow bone, or light skin, and they will be listed as a mulatto as well too, right? So we got to think about that. That tells me that the Moors came in contact with a lot of other nations. Yeah. They came in contact with a lot of other specific nations, right? A woman Moor, right? Let's go to the next dictionary. We're doing the dictionaries before we jump into the books, right? Because some of y'all probably never seen these definitions of a mulatto before in colonial times. Let's go here to New English Dictionary, a complete collection of the most proper and significant words in terms of art, commonly used in the language. This was also published in 1667. Okay, so all three of these dictionaries I'm showing y'all, 1623, 1621, 1667, all colonial times, right? All colonial times. All right, let's go to MUs. It's dropped down to the bottom. And it says a mulatto, one whose father is a Moor or an Indian. See what I'm saying? A mulatto, one whose father is a Moor or an Indian. What's that inside? Right? Mulatto, one whose father is a Moor or an Indian. Okay? Or an Indian. Or an Indian. Right? Or an Indian. Or a mulatto, right? whose mother is a Moor and father of another country, or father of an Indian, right? The father can be an Indian, mother could be a Moor, mulatto. Father can be an Indian or Moor, mother be an Indian, mulatto, right? Okay. Talking about keep reading the definition, I already read it. He'll tell me keep reading the definition, I already read it. All right. Said not necessarily a black parent. We're not talking about black or white. Nobody's crayon colors, and they're not biological. Okay. We're dealing with nations. These dictionaries is from the 1600s. Okay. We're dealing with nations, not statuses, not black or white. There's no such thing as a black person or a white person. Those are statuses. Right. Yep. These dictionaries are online. That's why I tell y'all to get the screenshot of the cover. So in your own time, you can go download the dictionaries to your phone, read them as well too. So I go back to the cover if anybody need to. You said what type of Indian? The ones with the red dot? Those are Hindustan people. Those are Hindus. The ones with the dots on their heads are Hindus, Bharats. Mm-hmm. We're in the 1600s. The only place that was called India was America. In the 1600s, all the way up to 1947. Okay. So a Moor and an Indian was saying in Lola Peace. Now, all these dictionaries told you that a Moor, right? A Moor, either the father or mother and of another country or nationality. Now, this definition right here, we're going to hang on to because this is going to go with the book that we about to crack open and read, right? We're going to keep this in mind, right? This term of mulatto, right? One whose mother or father is a Moor and whose mother or father is an Indian, all right? The father can be a Moor, mother be an Indian, or mother be a Moor, father be an Indian. They have babies and have so-called mulattoes, right? This is why I got this cover right here. Boom. The true meaning of a mulatto. Because this is what a mulatto was for a long time. All that white and black and all that shit came in the 1800s. Coincidentally, what's that in E-Flow? Coincidentally, white and black makes a mulatto came in the 1800s, right? Coincidentally. Now, here's how you can dodge the hijack in the 1800s. Because if you go to the 1800 Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, a free white person is either a Sephardic Jew, Moorish inhabitant, or other so-called people of color, right? Free white persons can also be dark-skinned people. Moors, Sephardic Jews go under free white person. So in the 1800s, a so-called free white person and a colored or so-called Negro, which we know a lot of Indians was called Negroes at that time as well too. Read between the lines. All right, read between the lines. All right, Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, free whites, Sephardics or Moors, colors of Negroes, Indians, so-called white-black mixture make a mulatto. You understand that a little bit now? I read between the lines. You said, what about their hair types? Hair types don't mean nothing, bro. Hair types don't mean nothing. North and South India superior. Mm-hmm. We classifying people off of hair types now? Is that too gracious? That shit crazy. We classify people off hair types now. That shit wild. Oh, well, hair don't have nothing to do with it, nor skin. Cause my people know that we come in every shade and every hair texture. But since a lot of people don't touch Black Americans' hair, y'all will never know our hair texture unless we tell you. All right, but hair texture don't mean nothing. My sister got naturally straight hair. I got loose curly hair. You know what I'm saying? So hair texture don't really mean nothing for real. Nor do skin complexion. You feel me? Yeah. So you don't want to classify nobody out their hair texture. That's a little ethnocidey. You said no natives in the 1600s, only copper color? Nah, there was natives in the 1600s. The natives was here. The natives was here. The natives was definitely here in the 1600s. They just migrated to the south around, when you talk about the Navajo and Apache migrated to the south around 1400, 1600. They just got down here. But they was here. Now let me ask y'all something before we continue reading. Were Asians ever classified as Negroes? What's happening? 45? 45 mag in the building. Was Asians ever classified as Negroes? Huh. Hopefully we'll find out today if they was. So let's go ahead and start our read though, man. Shout out to everybody that's in here. We diving back into this book right here. Africans and Native Americans, blowing dust off of old gems for everybody who's new and for my OGs. You said, what is a mulatto? In the 1600s, a mulatto was a Moor and an Indian, or a Moor or an Indian that was mixed with other nations of so-called melanated people. The people on my cover are so-called mulattoes. And these were Incan chiefs. These were so-called mulattoes. Why? Because they was mixed with Moors and Indians down there in the Esmeraldas, right? They was mixed with Moors and Indians down there. So the cover is mulattoes. Your first mulattoes was dark-skinned people still. And your first mestizos was dark-skinned people still. All that so-called white European mixed with dark-skinned people makes them that ain't come until the 1800s. Mid 1800s at that. So from when we talk about America colonial times, from the 1400s, 1500s, 16 and 1700s, for like 400 years, so-called mulatto and mestizo was a person who was mixed with Sephardic or Moor and American Indian ancestry. For 400 years, that's what it was. Now, if we go beyond America in colonial times, then we have to go back to where the word first came from, which is going to take you back to Arabic. All right, it's going to take you back overseas with the Arabics and the Moors. Because then in the 1300s, all the way back to like 1100s, a so-called mulatto or mulati was a Berber Tuareg who was mixed with an Arab. Your more-ish people, right? Ish mean kind of, but not for real. Your more-ish people are people who are mixed with Berbers, Tuaregs, Mauritanians, real Moors, and Arabs, Muslims. So, and it actually fits with everything that happened, right? So peep game. So when the Moors and Sephardics got kicked out of Spain in 1492 and they was coming to America, Sephardics, Moors, and their so-called mulatto children right? Berbers and Arab mix was coming over here. And when I say Arabs, I'm not talking about the white Arabs inside your liquor store, right? These Arabs are still dark-skinned people as well too, and dark-skinned Arabs still exist still to this day. So their so-called mulatto children was coming over here, right? And when they came over here, copper-colored Indians and copper-colored Moors, Sephardics, their children still dark-skinned or whatever the case may be, whoop-de-whoop-whoop. So now, when you come to America, a mulatto change a little bit because now it's not just a so-called Moor and an Arab mix, but now it's a Moor and an Indian mix, right? Big game. Y'all with me so far? Anybody got any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah, look at the drip. Look at the drip. What's happening, true? Peace, peace. You said wasn't there a sizable Caucasoid population in North Africa? Not during the Caucasoid population came during the Arab conquest when they were spreading Islam, right? Remember the other live? I don't know if you was in here, you probably wasn't, but the other live when I was breaking down the 13th tribe and we was breaking down the real Jewish people and the fake Jewish people. Remember I told you that remember the Turks, who was the Muslims, was enslaving the small hat people and they was warring with each other for a long time. So when they became slaves to the Arab Muslims, El Negros, right? They brought a sizable amount of your small hat Khazarian Caucasoid population with them as slaves to the Middle East, and they was fighting wars for them. All right, so it was a little bit Caucasoid population then, but not for real. All that didn't start happening until about 1800s, when white folks were spreading their ass around everywhere. Like 1800s, there was many immigrations outside of Ellis Island and Port Galveston and all that. Europe had a migration, Africa had a migration, West Indies, Hindustan, Australia. Anywhere you see so-called Caucasian people at, that shit happened fairly recent around the 1800s. So so-called white folks fairly got to a lot of these places in the 1800s, because back then in colonial times, they was broke, poor, hungry, and starving. They didn't have the means to travel or enslave nobody unless they was brought over as servants or slaves. You dig what I'm saying? If that make any type of sense. What's happening, Utopia? Peace, peace. You said, so is native and black mix? No. A mulatto is not a native or black mix. Black is a social construct. There's no such thing as black people, and native is an adjective too. Anybody can be a native. A mulatto is a Moor and American Indian. All right, yeah, just like the Civil War. Yep, facts, facts. Mm-hmm. So P game, P game. All right, so let's go ahead and dive into it. So we into this chapter right here, chapter number 7. Right, the classification of American Indians as mulatto and Anglo North America, right? Anglo North America, right? The classification of American Indians as mulattoes in North America, right? So I don't know what you talking about, official shadow work, Walker. You talking like you having a stroke over there. You all right? All right, so let's get into it. So, American African interactions in North America, right? Dodge the hijack with the African. For those who haven't known by now, every time we come to the word African, I'm gonna substitute it with more because that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Um, so when we come to so-called African, I'm gonna say Sephardic or more every time. My OGs know because that's how you got to read it in colonial times. When we come across the word Negro, that don't automatically mean African in these times. Negro just means dark-skinned people. A Negro could be a so-called Black European, a Moor, Sephardic, an Indian. It could be a Black Irish. it could be anybody of a dark skin tone, right? It could be an Arab as well too, right? Dark skin Negroid looking Arabs as well too, right? So we have to dodge the hijack with the word Negro. But since we talking about Moors and Indians, 9 times out of 10, the Negro is either a Moor or an Indian. And when they say African, we're gonna substitute it for Moor and Sephardic because that's what we're talking about. Okay, just want to make sure everybody with me, right? All right. You said my family has been here since 1515. I highly doubt that, especially if you're a white person. I doubt your family been here since 1515. that's oddly specific. 1515, yeah, oddly specific. I highly doubt that. And if your family did come here in 1515, they were slaves to Negroes. So you might want to, shit ain't nothing to be proud about. You feel me? I'm just being real. If you're a so-called white person being brought to America in 15 or 16, 1700s, you more likely came over here as a Christian slave to Muslim masters. That's all I'm saying. AKA Moors and Arabs. Right? Well, peep game. Said my great grandma and her siblings were classified as mulatto, but they were brown like me. Yeah. Yeah. What's happening, Jag? Peace, peace. Jaguar in the building. All right, so let's get into it real quick, and then we'll dialogue some more. So, contemporary scholarly and popular literature in the United States has largely ignored the significance of widespread American Indian ancestry among so-called Afro-Americans, right? So-called Afro-Americans, right? They largely ignored, and they still do until now, because a lot of us doing what we're supposed to do, drop this information, all right? But it was largely ignored the significance of widespread American Indian ancestry among so-called Afro-Americans, right? Dodge the hijack. You are the Indian, all right? And also of Moorish ancestry among American Indian groups. Listen, history has ignored significant widespread of American Indian ancestry among so-called Afro-Americans and also ignored Moorish ancestry amongst American Indian groups. It goes both ways. And it also goes for those in Mexico and on the reservation, right? That's why they hit you with the, you black? Nah, me no black, papi, me moreno, me morisco, right? But they be like, I'm native, but I'm moreno, I'm morisco, right? Them niggas. All right, peep game. The consequences of this neglect are far-reaching, and this is especially true in relations to studies of the evolution of music, folk tales, social organization, and other aspects of culture. Remember when I be breaking down our culture to you, how I can tie it to Indians and Moors and Sephardics, our music, our folk tales, social organizations, and other aspects of our culture. Peep game, what's happening, Sonny? What's happening, TB? Peace, peace. All right. Peep game. In similar manner, the existence of a large group of so-called red black people, right? Crayon colors, right? Red black people, huh? Crayon colors. Who is these red black people, right? Part American Indian, part Moor, right? Who's these red black people? Remember blackness in Latin America and Caribbeans. Remember so-called black and red relations when we dove into those books about Creoles and Cajuns and shit right there. 9 times out of 10, when they say red black people, they talking about copper-colored American Indians and Moors and Sephardics. Okay. Red black people, right? Quote unquote. And it has been largely overlooked. In fact, such people have been usually classified as black. What they said? It has been largely overlooked. What's happening, Dark Mother? It has largely been overlooked. In fact, such people have been usually classified as black, don't we know, by both scholars and North American statutes, right? Laws, racial integrity acts, and reclassifications and shit, right? Peep game. Still further, the former existence of comparatively large numbers of American Indian slaves have also been ignored generally, and they still ignore it today, right? The reason why they ignore it is because it still comes back to you. American Indian so-called slaves who was reclassified to Negro because they were slaves. Remember, the Native Americans that call you a Waibo, pretendian, and reservation, they was never slaves, right? They brag about owning slaves. So obviously these American Indian slaves ain't them, especially these American Indian slaves in the Caribbeans and Southeast, Yucatan, and South America, you know what I'm saying? Most of these people that call you a Waibo live out west, northwest, Canada, Alaska, and shit like that. They not even from the eastern woodlands. They can't even tell you the first thing about Georgia. If I grab a Native American off the reservation and drop his ass off in Georgia and tell him to find his way, he'll be lost as hell. He'll end up in Florida somewhere. End up in South Carolina going the wrong direction. They don't know shit about Georgia. They don't know nothing about the woodlands. You do, because you are the Indian. And you also the Moor. Shit, you also the Sephardic Jew too. But let's keep going though. Right? So American Indian slavery has also been ignored generally, with great consequence for both early American Indians and so-called Afro-American history. Right? There are, of course, exceptions to this pattern of overlooking the red-black connection. First, there are large numbers of biographies and autobiographies as for an example of musicians and singers, such as Adelaide Hall, Willie the Lion Smith, Paul Robinson, Josephine Baker, Bunk Johnson, Lena Horne, Pop Foster, George Lewis, Pearl Bailey, Lead Belly, Tina Turner, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Yeah, Tina Turner, that Tina Turner, yeah, and others, of all which have specific reference to American Indian ancestry. Secondly, there is Almond W. Lubert's study of, quote, Indian slavery in colonial times, which we have and read plenty of times, right? A work which has been grossly neglected in recent decades. And thirdly, there are several early attempts to document or to note the significance of so-called Black American interactions, right? See, they went from red black to now they got Black dash American. You see how they still call you who you are without calling you who you are, right? Black dash American interactions, right? The so-called Black is the Moor dash American, American Indian. In today's time, they dropped the dash and just called you a Black American. Peep game. I wish to cite some of these works so as to illustrate a trend which have not been continued by and large since 1930s. As early as the late 19th century in the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, which we also got that book too, noted that a considerable portion, flipping the page, hold on, what's happening, Chief J. Koo? Right? It says that a considerable portion of blood of the Southern Negroes of the United States is unquestionably Indian, right? They said that the blood of the Southern Negro, quote unquote Negro, right? You and me, is unquestionably Indian. Unquestionably. We ain't even questioning the fact that you guys are Indian. This is why one reason why you would never see a Black American go to jail for saying he's an Indian, right? A lot of the Native Americans like to say it's illegal to say that you're Indian. That's why we ain't never been to jail. You guys have though. Shit, y'all also being detribalized and deported too. They not questioning our ancestry, they questioning y'all ancestry. You see what I'm saying? And secondly, you can't be deported. Okay, you can't be deported. The only thing close to deportation that Black Americans can go through is extraditing. You catch a crime, they send your ass back to your home state. I'm in Kentucky. If I do something real bad here, they're going to send my ass back to Augusta, Georgia. Maybe Atlanta, Georgia. Right? That's a fact. That's the closest thing to deportation that niggas can get to. You see what I'm saying? This is your land. You are the Indian. Right? These are statuses. These are statuses. right? Remember when we was breaking down religion slavery, right? White meant that you were successfully converted over to Christianity. Black means you're still a pagan, a heathen, rebellious, right? You don't want to convert over, so you black, wicked, slave, right? White means free, pure, Christian, Catholic. Yeah. Hold on, y'all. Hey, give me 1 second. Don't nobody leave nowhere. I gotta run outside real quick and grab something from my sister. All right. Don't go nowhere. We got 93 people in here. Just get 93 reposts, 93 shares, 93 gifts slanging in the air. Let me run out here and grab this from my sister real quick. 7. All right, y'all, we back. My bad. Ooh, shit. All right, I'm back. Ooh. Ooh, my sister went in outside in the front. She was down the damn street. Shit. I had to I had to walk and shit. My bad, y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all know how family is. But anyway, y'all good, y'all straight. Everybody in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. What's happening, city? Raw in the building. What's happening, man? We got 72 people. Let's get 70 reposts going. 70 shares. Just tap back in with this information. Okay. Anybody got any questions before we start? Before we get back started? Any questions? Feel free to ask right now. Because we're going to take off. Get my little Sophia letters together real quick. All right, there we go. Round stats, what's happening? Peace, fam. All right. So let's get back into it, man. Appreciate y'all. So now, I said that the blood of the Southern Negro is unquestionably Indian. The 1937 doctoral dissertation of James Hugo Johnston, right? Huguenot maybe? Huguenot. Peep game. Johnston, son of John, huh? All right. Belated published many years later, and it went further, and it said here, right? They're developed in the colonial period in admixture of so-called Indian and Negro slave. Dodge to hijack what Negro slave, right? Black European, right? Indian, Moor, you know what I'm saying? But in this case, we're going to take it as a Moor, right? The intermixture of an Indian and Moor slave. The class commonly called the mulatto is the result. The class commonly called the mulatto is the result. The result of what? An Indian and a Moor. All right, so-called Negro slave, Indian and Moor. Or it could be an Indian and Indian. That's when knowing your genealogy come into play. Because only your ancestry can decipher it, right? But in layman's terms, this is what we talking about, right? It could be an Indian and an Indian, or it could be an Indian and a Moor, right? Because an Indian slave was also called a Negro, okay? But this class is commonly called the mulatto, is the result. In many instances of the union of the three racial climates, not nationality, not ethnicity, but racial climates, right? Lookership. To the visitor of the South, the physical characteristics of many so-called Negro slaves bore witness to their Indian origin. Many characteristics of the Negro slaves bore witness to their Indian origin. Now we got to take it back up to the first sentence when we said the intermixture of the Indian and the Negro slave, the Negro slave. So who is this Negro slave if the characteristics of many Negro slaves was an Indian origin? Y'all let me know something in the comments. How can a mulatto be an Indian and a Negro slave if the Negro slave has Indian origins? And not a few, but many, right? They said many Negro slaves have Indian origins. So what is this mulatto for real? We got 68 people in here. How many of y'all got at least one ancestor classified as a mulatto on your census records? How many of y'all got at least one ancestor classified as a mulatto on y'all census records? And what was the parents of that mulatto? He said too many. Do y'all know the parents of that mulatto? Like when you hit that mulatto and you go up one more to get to the parents, what was the parents of your mulatto? Was that in Zoe? Zoe Hustles in the building. Either mulatto or black. Okay. A mulatto could be two different tribes as well. Is it? Yeah, it definitely can. That's why I made that clarification right there when they said that a mulatto is a Indian and a Negro slave. But then when you drop down, it said a Negro slave. Many Negro slaves have Indian origins. So from that paragraph, we seeing an Indian mixing with an Indian, maybe of different tribes, maybe different phenotypes. You know what I'm saying? Might be a light skinned Indian and a dark-skinned Indian who is a so-called Negro slave, right? You get a copper color tone, right? Or so on and so forth. Said my big mama was bald and from Alabama. She was listed as a mulatto. It said it kept saying mulatto. Okay. So for your people, it kept saying mulatto with it. Little said black. All right. Cherokee Indian, Kentucky region. Fast. What's happening? Peace, peace. So y'all mulatto ancestors, it just kept saying mulatto when you go to so you got a mulatto ancestors. When you get to their parents, both their parents say mulatto, or do one of them start to say Indian? Or do one say Indian and one say Negro? Because if you get to that mulatto ancestor and you go back to their parents, and if one say an Indian and one say Negro, hello, this passage is for you. One parent say black, aka Negro. One parent say Indian, one parent say black, aka Negro. Okay. So let me tell y'all this. They also had the Moorish lineage, right? They also had the Moorish and Sephardic lineage as well, too. A lot of Moors and Sephardics was reclassified to Negro colors and mulattoes as well, too. American Indians, Sephardics, and Moors oftenly ended up in the same categories with each other. Oftenly ended up in the same categories with each other. Colored, Negro, so-called black, you know what I'm saying, colored, even white sometimes, right? The Moor, the Sephardic, and the Indian always end up in the same category together. That's mighty strange, isn't it? Isn't it mighty strange? What's also mighty strange is that the people who call us Wibos every day, they don't have this ancestry. They don't have this story. They don't. When you hear a native tell their ancestry, they don't tell you shit. They don't tell you nothing. Most of them don't have this. Most of them was never called colored, Negro, black, or slave. That's why they never showed you their genealogy. And if they do show it to you, some of them probably be like ancestor from Japan, landed in the Navajo reservation. That's another reason why they don't want to show you their genealogy or their grandparents. Notice that 6 years on this app, none of these natives who so bravely can tell you that you're wrong won't even show you their grandparents or their genealogical records that prove that they're Indian. They always be like DNA test, DNA test. That's because they don't have the ancestry. Hence why they're being detribalized and deported right now. All right. So let's keep going though. You said yours was listed as white, mulatto, and black on different censuses. Yep. That's how you know yours Big C was more likely an Indian. A Indian Indian was the one that got, white, mulatto, and black, right? The Sephardics and the Moors, they only, they was free white people in the 1800s, right? And late in the 17, but most of them was either mulatto or Negro on census records, all right? You said, where did modern day natives come from? They came from Ellis Island. Well, they came from Angel Island. Some of them came across the land bridge with the Slavic nations, aka Siberian populations. And then most of them came during Angel Island when they was bringing in Asian slaves and indentured servants. A lot of them just got here. That's why they don't know nothing about America outside of what the white man taught them on the reservations. Outside of that, they don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. Let's keep going. What's happening, Kobe? So, and it said that the Negro slave bore witness to their Indian origins, right? Indian origins, meaning you originated from Indians. Indian origin. Who? The so-called Negro slaves of the South. Indian origins. The mixed race in America today is the result of the union of the Indian, the Moor, and the so-called white man, right? You know, white man, right? Lowercase w, adjective, right? We know that Negro is synonymous with Moor, so we could say Moor, or we could say Indian, all right? Peep game. So Johnston also noted that many Indians were enslaved along the eastern seaboard. Who? Many Indians were enslaved along the eastern seaboard, right? The end of Indian slavery came with the final absorption of the blood of the Indian by the more numerous so-called Negro slave, right? What Negro slave? The one that had Indian origins? What do you mean by so-called absorption, right? You don't lose DNA or blood. And then you got to be specific. Who is these so-called Negro slaves? Black Europeans who could be Moors or Sephardics, right? Or was they the Negro slaves that recognized their Indian origin that we just read about? But the blood of the Indian did not become extinct in the slave states, for it continues to flow in the veins of the Negro, so-called Negro. The reason why it continued to flow in the veins of the Negro is because the Negro is the Indian. The Indian is the Negro. You ain't never been extinct. You've been right here the whole time. Every day you wake up and look in the mirror. You've been right here the whole time. The biggest self-hate is not even wanting to be an American Indian. You want to be African. When Africa don't even accept you. Let's keep going. In an article published in the Journal of Negro History, Johnston remarked, quote, where the Negro, right, quote, where the so-called Negro was brought into contact with the American Indian, what Negro? The blood of the two races intermingled. The Indian was not, or the Indian has not disappeared from the land, but is now part of the Negro population of the United States. The Indian has never disappeared. The Indian is part of the so-called Negro population. The Indian is what? The Indian is part of the so-called Negro population, not the so-called Native American reservation population. The Indian is part of the Negro population. And what is this so-called Negro population? A population of a melting pot. Black Europeans, so-called Black Irish, Black Scots, Black Germans, Black British, Blackamoors, Moors, right? Sephardic Jews, aka Black, you know what I'm saying, as they call them, right? Southeast Asians, aka Black, Negro as they call them, you know what I'm saying? So about colored people, right? The American Indian is inside that population, right? Then they taught us straight lies in grade school, of course. Yeah, Rothschild, we all got that Rothschild education indoctrination, right? So the so-called Indian is right here. Every day you walk up and down the street and you look at a so-called Negro, you're looking at an Indian or an Indian descendant. Every day you wake up and look in the mirror to get ready for work, get your kids to work, you looking at an Indian. or Indian descendant. You see what I'm saying? We ain't gonna know we still here. They know we still here too. Oh, trust me, they know we still here. They know we still here. Let's keep going. The latter statement might offend many Indians today. Listen, listen. The Indian has not disappeared from the land, but is now part of the Negro population of the United States. The latter statement might offend many Indians today. What Indians do this offend today? The Indian is in the so-called Negro population. This statement might offend many so-called Indians today. What Indians do this shit offend? Come on, y'all. We've been doing this shit for so long. What so-called Indians do this information offend? Is it because do this information offend them because they're racist and prejudiced? They practice blockio They looking for a white man acceptance from pale face. Or even they know that you have more Indian blood in you than they do. They know that you are closer to the Indian than they are. Them niggas on the reservation like 3%, 10% at best. So-called Indian, Aboriginal, Indigenous. 3% at best, 10% maybe if you lucky. Them niggas 1/32, 1/16. I'm just keeping it real. The real Indians is still enjoying Indian territory that you call society, public property. We still enjoying Indian territory. I just went to the store a few days ago, walking all on Indian territory, nigga. All right. Hmm? Right. Who is these so-called Indians on the reservation? And why do this information make them mad? Right? The Indian, the real Indian, the origines of America, is now part of the so-called Negro population of the United States. The latter statement may offend many so-called Native Americans today who still survive, of course, in great numbers as Native Americans. But nevertheless, the significance of Johnston's thesis as regard the extent of American Indian and Moor intermixture remains before us. Nor was Johnston alone. Frank H. Russell has his book called The Free Negro in Virginia, wrote in 1913 that one of the ways in which the free colored population grew was by the mixture of Indians and so-called Negroes. Who is these Negroes? Black Europeans, other Indians. Two truths can exist. Whether these Negroes are Indians and Black Europeans that other Indians is mixing with. So-called free colors, huh? It's 68 people in here. Let's get 68 reposts. Can y'all tell me who was drinking from colored water fountains? Right? They said colored population, right? Moors, Sephardics, American Indians, colored. Who was drinking from colored water fountains? Who was always known as colored people in America? Was the Native Americans on the reservation called colored? Was they drinking from colored water fountains? Was they free colored people? Mm-hmm. Us, right? Okay, us, right? the free colored population, right? He also said that, quote, there is no doubt that a considerable element in the free colored population of the 19th century, 1800s, was of Indian extraction. He also said that there is no doubt that a considerable element in the free colored population in the 1800s was of an Indian extraction, huh? Okay. One can also cite other authorities whose work calls them to consider the intermixture of Moors and American racial stocks. Helen T. Catterall, in her works on slavery in Virginia, noted that, quote, we have shown that the first slaves were Indians, not Negroes. Excuse me, she said what? She said the first slaves were Indians, not Negroes. Dodge the hijack. Enslaved Indians were called Negroes. Huh? And the enslavement of Americans continued for many years. Right? 400 years, actually. That's why you scream 400 years. Most of our people don't even understand that. Most of our people don't know that when they scream 400 years, that's Indian slavery. 400 years of Indian slavery. African slavery was only 200 and some change. Indian slavery was 400 plus. So the reason why everybody's screaming 400 years and don't even know why or where it come from, and they equate it to Africa, shows the miseducation of our people in school. You see what I'm saying? But your first slaves were Indians, not Negroes. But dodged the hijack because enslaved Indians were classified as Negroes. Okay? Biblical 400-year what, man? P game. And that the enslavement of Americans continued for many years. In 1903, a historian of New Jersey noted that, quote, unions between Indians and Moors were so commonly frequent indeed as to have left permanent impress upon many families of Negroes of present day. E.B. Rauder recognized in 1927 that so-called African American mixture, right? More American, Moorish American, African American, dodge the hijack with the African, right? Moors are Sephardic, right? Moorish American mixture had taken place within slavery, and said, quote, the Indian slaves, the Indian slaves, the Indian slaves, the Indian slaves who were gradually absorbed into the so-called black population, right? AKA Sephardic and Moorish population. All right. Also, during 1920s and 1930s, the Journal of Negro History frequently featured articles on Moorish American relations in Massachusetts with Paul Coffey. An American African, see what they call him? An American African, not African American, but American African, mixed blood. All right. American Indian and Moorish. Right. All right. That's a new one, right? American African, boy, that shit crazy. And on the other examples of so-called red-black interactions. Within anthropology, a few scholars, such as Ashley Montagu in 1944, have recognized the significance of Moorish American contacts. All right. Shout out to everybody that's in here. Thank y'all for the gifts. We got the title gift lit up. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Utopia. Now, just pause it right there because I don't want to confuse nobody on why I keep saying Moors and everything when I come to something about Negroes, right? So we're going to have to refresh our memory, right? All right, we're going to have to refresh our memory, right? We're going to have to refresh our memory. This is why I keep saying Moors instead of Negroes or Africans. And only time I say Negro is when I'm breaking down how an Indian and a Moor can both be considered Negroes. So you really got to be careful with that. Okay. But here's why. For one, Moor is actually synonymous with Negro. We're going to go ahead and start there, right? Moor is synonymous with Negro. Negro is synonymous with Moor. They are interchangeable. Okay. That's one. Two, Moor, M-O-R-E, very moro, right? M-O-R-O, like they are called in the Philippines, right? Moros, right? The Negritos, the Filipinos, right? Moros, right? It means a blackamoor, right? A Moor, okay? Mauritanian, Berber, Tuareg, okay? Morisca, right? Morisca, a woman Moor, M-O-O-R-E, some of y'all last names, right? Morisca, a woman Moor that is become a Christian, right? So a Morisca is a woman Moor who was converted to Christianity. Morisco, which is a Moor, a man Moor, right? A black Moor, a man Moor that has also became a Christian. Morisco, right? Morisca, Morisco, Moors that had converted to Christianity, aka conversos, conquistadors. Okay. Morado, right? Morado, right? Color. Murray, Murrey, which is some of y'all last name, right? Murray, Keith Murray. Peace, peace, mom. Mom Duke's in the building, right? Murray. Or Euron color, dark color, right? Morado, meaning dark color. Okay. Right? Mordell, meaning brown, duskish color. Mordell. A Moor, M-O-O-R-E, some of y'all last name, and Mordro. A blackamoor, very eri negro. So now they telling you that a blackamoor can also mean an Arab, right? An Arab or a so-called Negro, right? Blackamoor, right? Arab, Negro, Arab, Negro. Now they starting to throw that Arab in there, right? Negrello, 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 Negrello. I'm gonna have to start using it. All right, I'm gonna have to start using it when I'm start calling motherfuckers that Negrello. You Negrello. It's like cigarello, you know what I'm saying? But Negrello means little blackmore or somewhat black, right? Somewhat black, right? Kind of light skin, but not for real, like a brownish color, right? A little blackmore, a Negrello. Shut your Negrello ass up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start using that. Yeah, I'm gonna start using that. Which is another term for negrito, right? Negrito also means little black Moor or little black person, right? Negrito. All right. Hold on. You said your question. Let me see your question real quick. Got two questions, Ken. When did Moorish come around? If they say black mean pale back in the day, a black or more means a pale. Nah, a black or more don't mean a pale more. Mm-mm. No. When people say black means pale, they're not talking about skin complexion. Folks used that and ran with it. I'm gonna go ahead and say that now. People took that and ran with it. They didn't continue reading the dictionary or the definition of that word, right? When they use so-called black and they mean pale or bleached, that means like it's like you're washing clothes or you know what I'm saying, or you're bleaching something. That's not. That don't mean white people. That don't mean white people. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean white people. Right. And there's three definitions to so-called black at that term, at that time, like always. So people just seen the first thing and ran with it because, you know, folks is breaking away from black. So they got to find everything to help them disconnect from it, if that makes sense. So I understand why people doing it. But at the same time, if you're not breaking it down all the way, you're going to confuse a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Um, if somebody was whitening themselves up, when you talk about skin complexion, if you are in Spanish or Spain, they would say blanqueamiento, right? There's words for whitening the process, right? So we have to understand that certain things is not about complexion, some things is about complexion. And also during this time of Latin in the 1600s, a lot of this stuff is written by so-called black people themselves, or dark-skinned individuals themselves. So we got to take all of that in consideration. So that's why when they mean, when they talk about black or whatever, they also say Negro to let us know what they mean, right? Okay, black population of Negroes. You know what I'm saying? Okay, we know dark-skinned people, you and I, folks that look like us, right? But if I'm in the 1600s and was like, damn, I dropped too much bleach in the sink and I didn't blackened my blue jeans, I done fucked around and bleached my jeans. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. You said, what about black in the law dictionary? It means non-existent. It means the same way, non-existence. It means you're non-existent. When they call you black, it's because you don't exist no more. You are an Indian that don't exist, so you are called black. That's why we are called black, not because our skin tone, not because of nothing. You are called black in 2026 because of still the same Roman laws. You are still a slave. You still haven't successfully converted over to Christianity and Catholicism. You still rebellious in their minds. You dig what I'm saying? And you are an Indian, Moor, and Sephardic that's been written out of history, so you're non-existent. So you're black people, black population, right? Non-existent population, which is aka Aboriginal people. You dig what I'm saying? Now I wonder why we ain't got no rights. Yeah, facts. Yeah. The reason why ain't shit happening because our people keep calling themselves black without understanding. Right? Everybody want to fight law, but people don't want to study law. And then when you show them law, they have cognitive dissonance. Nah, brother, I'm black because the universe is black and melanin is black. My nigga, you just hate black. I'm like, bro, calm your aggressive extremist ass down. Y'all just anti-black. You damn right I'm anti-black. If it's pertaining to the law and my identity, I am definitely anti-black. There's no such thing as black people or black culture, nigga. And the reason, and then people keep complaining about other motherfuckers tethering on to our culture. Well, that's because you keep calling yourself black. If we be specific and say this is American Indian culture, it'll make it hard for a motherfucker to try and latch on to our culture once we be specific to it. But as long as we keep saying this black shit, you're welcoming all type of motherfuckers into the culture. Black, British, Africans, nigga, because they all, we're black. And then you got to sit here and explain on lives, the Africans ain't black because it meant for, the Americans. Oh, no, the black British, you guys wasn't called black. You got to do all that stupid shit, which a lot of niggas haven't read history because a lot of motherfuckers are called black, especially if you are indigenous or aboriginal, you were definitely called black, But anyway, motherfuckers be doing all that talking shit and and they are the ones that don't understand, which is crazy. And then when you try to enlighten them, they have an ego problem. I just let them people sit down and do their own thing. You know what I'm saying? You said, to be fair, the term FBA seems hard for immigrants to claim. Not really. There's Nigerians claiming to be FBA right now. It ain't really that hard. FBA is not an identity. That's just another reclass of why are y'all so scared to call yourselves an American Indian? That's what I want to ask. Anybody that is claiming FBA or any other 3-letter or 4-letter ADOS or all that, why are y'all just ashamed just to say I'm an American Indian and rock with it? Why y'all gotta come up with a 3-letter name to sound cool and trendy? It's like, fuck all that shit, man. You a fucking Indian. Who cares who laughs? Who cares who disagrees? Who cares who troll? Ain't none of them niggas gonna run up on you in real life. You are what you are. You are an American, which is your nationality, and your ethnicity is an Indian, and you're not black. You just an American Indian who just so happen to be copper colored. If anything, I'd rather us to be called coloreds again than black. At least we had more rights under colored, and it was closer to Indian than anything. Colored, meaning you here, you exist. Black, non-existent, right? So you went from existing coloreds to non-existent black. You see what I'm saying? So if anything, I'd rather niggas be called colored again. If we have to pick a racial term, copper colored races, it'd be colored. But folks don't even want to do that one. But I'm just saying though, because they don't know history and they think the NAs are Indians. I know that, Lex. I know deep down inside the FBAs really still think that the so-called natives on the reservation are the real Indians. I know deep down inside they do. I ain't never seen an FBA go head to head with a native. Feel me? But man, he game. Nah, I'm not saying that you call yourself an FBA. I'm just saying that's just a message. A lot of them be watching my lives in the cut and shit. So, I ain't just, we just American Indians. Everybody know it. They just never thought you'll wake up to claim it so soon. All right. So let's keep going though. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. So now, Negro or Blackie or Black, also Blackmore of Ethiopia. Right? Ethiopia. Which Ethiopia? There's 3 Ethiopias, 3 Indias. Which Ethiopia? South America Ethiopia or Exum or Exum? Which Ethiopia? Exum or South America? Big game. So these translations reveal a great deal of flexibility in that both Moro and Negro are equated with Moor. What they said Moro and Negro are equated with Moor, right? While Moor is equated with Arab, as well as Morisco and Negro and Petio. And Negro are equated with brownie or brown, as well as black. See what I'm saying? All right. In 1617, Merciu equated Latin Morris with Niger or black, right? And in other places stated Moor, Moore, Moor, and nigger equals a Moor, right? Or one of the Martinic tribes of Moors or so-called black. Neger, right? Ger, and Blackmore in Ethiopian are synonymously the same. Negro gradually came to be common term though, especially after extensive contact with the Spanish and Portuguese. What is not clear is the extent to which the term Negro, lowercase n, was consciously translated as black, quote unquote. The automatic association of Negro with black color cannot be assumed for the reasons discussed thus far, since even many quote unquote black Africans are actually of medium and dark brown color. Huh? In any case, another association gradually arose in North America, and that was between Negro and slave. Listen closely, Negro and slave, listen closely. Early legislation commonly referred to Negro and other slaves, or to Negro, mulatto, or Indian slaves. Negro, lowercase n, who is that? Mulatto, lowercase m, adjective, who is that? Indian, proper noun. The Indian could be mulatto or Negro. The Moor can be Negro, mulatto, or Indian. Right? Who is the Negro and mulatto? But Indian slaves. Over the years, so-called Negro and Black both became synonymous with enslavement. Negro and Black both became synonymous with enslavement. You can be called Negro or Black because you are a slave. Indian were slaves. They were also called Negro and Black. Peep game. What is a Negro or a Black person? And since we know that it could be synonymous with enslavement, it would actually make sense why our people is calling themselves Black right now. I mean, technically we are in enslavement. We wake up every day, we go to a 9 to 5, we pay taxes to Rome, and we get up and do it all again. You make money to give it back. You work for free, technically. So it makes sense why they still call you a Negro. Black. And here you go, got other slaves. Black and proud. People say I'm black and proud. I hear I'm a slave and proud. Nigga, that's what I hear. That's what the government hear. I promise you that's what the government hear when I'm black and proud. The government here, I'm a slave and proud. You always marching for black rights. But slaves ain't got no goddamn rights. That's why you ain't ever got no rights. You marching for rights as a black person and the police pull up and pop, pop, pop. And don't shit happen to the cop. And we cry every day in our houses, oh my God, don't nothing happen to the police. None of them gets arrested for unaliving us. This has to be some type of hate crime. The Asians got a hate crime. Yeah, they're Asians. They didn't get it by calling themselves yellow. No Asians got out here and was like, yellow power, nigga. Yellow pride, yellow people. They Asian, nigga, Chinese, nigga, Japanese, Korean, nigga. That's how they came. Oh my God, everybody got reparations. The small hats, the Japanese, the British. What about us black people? Well, blacks ain't get reparations because that's not a nationality that is owed reparations. Now, American Indians and Moors and Sephardics are owed reparations, but not black people. Reparations go to nations, not misnomer. Sovereignty goes to nations, not misnomers. We was getting shit done. Now you under black identity. You don't even want to equate yourself with America anymore. The average so-called black American, when they hear the word America, they think 3Ks. They don't even think them. They think 3Ks and white man. You so far gone. Just off of that, you done gave your power away. You are an American. They know you an American. You can pull up Google and all your celebrities aren't even called African Americans no more. They all called American musicians. And I don't know how old y'all is, but I remember a point in time when you used to pull up the celebrities, they were like African American. He's an African American musician. Now they ain't even African American. You pull up the basketball players, American. They started back calling you American. You the only one fighting from being called an American. But you want to be FBA, ADOS. You want to be Greek fraternities, Greek sororities. Niggas want to be Greek now. American Indian, that's Greek. That's crazy as shit. I'm an American Indian, but let me go pledge Greek and do some weird shit. No hate to my people who pledged. But why are we so happy and celebratory over pledging foreign stuff instead of American stuff? We be so happy. Oh yeah, nigga Pan-African. Oh yeah, nigga Greek. Nigga white man. Hey, what about America? Get that shit away from me, bro. Damn, it's crazy. We should have American fraternities and sororities. Ain't nobody don't nobody want to create one. Nobody don't want to create an American fraternity instead of Alpha Psi Alpha. Why not Shada Psi Yamasi, the Seminole Phi Cherokee, Catawba Phi Arawak, or something? Next rant in 30 minutes. What's that in the Matrix? Peace, y'all. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Y'all hit that repost button. You said they trying to leave right now to Thailand, man. Look, they want to be everything except for an American. That's the real identity crisis. It's crazy because NA says it's illegal to claim to be indigenous, but we don't get persecuted for it. We ain't never been persecuted for saying that we Indians. We never will. I was wondering, how can we separate ourselves from these Africans and others who claim to be us, claim to be an American? Say you're an American. I'm American, American Indian. That's it. That right there is separation enough. You start saying all that black and Negro shit, you are inviting everybody else around the world who so-called identify with black and Negro. You are an American. Just say you're an American. This is American culture. I am an American. I'm not no African. They can't latch on to that. The African saying that he's American, come on, man, ain't nobody gonna believe that shit. But the African saying he black, everybody gonna believe that shit. Big game. Going back to American identity is how you stop all this shit. Because they only latching on because you call yourself black. I promise to you. Let's keep going real quick. All right. So the translations reveal a great deal of flexibility in both Moro, Negro are equated with more, blackamoor, more, right? Let's drop on down. So now, what is not clear is the extent to which the term Negro was consciously translated as black. The automatic association of Negro with so-called black color cannot be assumed for the reasons discussed thus far, since even many black Africans are actually medium or dark brown in color. In any case, another association gradually arose in North America that was between Negro and slave. Early legislation commonly referred to Negro and other slaves, or to Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves. Over the years, Negro and black became both synonymous with enslavement, and it still does. In 1702, an observer wrote that the wealthy or the wealth of Virginia consisted in slaves or Negroes. But 1806, Virginia judges ruled that a person who was of a white appearance was to be presumed free. Of a white appearance, huh? Those who had a white appearance, right? A white passing maybe, was to be presumed free. But in the case of a person visibly appearing to be of a so-called slave race, what the fuck is a slave race, right? They talking about Negroes, right? Those who are visibly Negroes, right? Dark skin. It is incumbent upon him to make out his freedom. In 1819, South Carolina judges stately flatly, quote, the word Negroes has a fixed meaning. It means slaves. South Carolina judges in 1819 said the word Negroes, lowercase n, had a fixed meaning. It meant slaves. So Indian slaves were also called Negroes. Moors who were enslaved were also called Negroes. Sephardics who were enslaved was called Negroes. Black Irish who were enslaved with the Irish slavery were called Negroes. You see what I'm saying? So when we say Negroes, especially with the lowercase n, we have to ask, who are we talking about? Who are we talking about? Oh yeah, they definitely did that, Crimson. You already know. All right. So what the English meant by the term Negro when they first began to use it is not clear. Certainly, it was not then synonymous with slave, as a great many persons so classified were free, both in England and in Virginia. Did it mean an African or a black person or any dark-skinned individual? Question mark. Today, the term is not widely employed in Britain, although the word so-called black, quote unquote, is used to refer to a person of various skin colors. The term black was used to refer to people of various skin colors from all of South Asia. Remember I asked y'all, can an Asian person be considered black? That was a trick question for some of y'all. Some of y'all said no. That was a trick question for y'all. Some of y'all was like, nah, nigga, the fuck? Yes, they can. Negritos, South Asians, little black people. That's what negrito means, little black people. Asians can definitely be Negroes. All right, Papua New Guinea, Melanesians, original Hawaiians. All right. So P gang. So black was used to refer to people with various skin colors from all of South Asia, the Middle East, the West Indies, and so-called Africa, right? What Africa in colonial times they talking about? Most unmixed American Indians, if living in Britain today, would be regarded as being black. Most unmixed American Indians, if living in Britain today, would be regarded as black, especially if their ancestry were not known. So even if your ancestry wasn't known, they were just gonna call you black just for the hell of it. Oh shit, you don't know where you come from? Shit, I don't know where you come from either. We just gonna call you black. Okay, cool. And through that genealogy, you gotta know where you come from. If you don't know where you come from, a motherfucker tell you anything and you gonna go with it. Like how they gave you that damn roots. Let's keep breaking down this more mulatto thing real quick so we can get an understanding. Right? So Americans and Asians were called black or Negro. What's saying, KB? 4D Griff was good. Excuse me, they said what? They said Americans, American Indians, and Asians were called black or Negro in Britain itself in the 17th and 18th century. Americans and Asians were called black or Negro in Britain itself in the 17th and 18th century. What Asians were these? Were these Bruce Lee? Or was these, Negro Buddha? What Asians they talking about? Let's keep going. In 1621, William Bragg claimed composition from the Company of East India and Summer Islands for several expenses, including, quote, for 13 Negroes or Indian people, right? Negroes or Indian people, right? The Indian people are the Negroes, 13 Indians, 6 women, 7 boys and men. And so much the name of God as touching that business and touching the Negroes or Indians, right? The Indians are the Negroes. Bragg hadn't wanted to sell the captives and refused to value them. In 1688, the London Gazette carried an advertisement for the Indians, right? And it said, quote, a black boy, an Indian, about 13 years old, excuse me. They said what about the Indian? They called the Indian a what? A black boy. Somebody else called you black too. Shit, all the natives. You guys aren't Indians. You guys are black. You guys aren't indigenous. You guys are black. And they gotta say it with a hard beat because they mean it in a derogatory term. Like, I don't know if y'all be catching that shit. The way they say it, they mean it in a derogatory term. That's why we be telling people that black also is a derogatory term, right? Because they want to say it's Negro, but they don't want to say Negro, so they say black. All right, you guys are just black people. All right, Joya get his high ass on live every day, tweaking out. You guys aren't Indians, bro. You guys are black. Look, bro, look, black people. You guys are black. You're not Indian. Black. That's all the fuck they know. They sound like a damn tape recorder. You know what I'm saying? But we done went through 10,000 books, 5,000 sources, 3,000 census records and documentations, and racial integrity acts. The Indians, all through history, were always reclassified as Negroes and coloreds and mulattoes. Even Google would tell you that. Since y'all Google scholars, Google even says that shit. The problem is, now one of you niggas was ever reclassified to Negro or colored. Maybe mulatto. But I know for sure that Negro or colored. And I know for sure y'all niggas wasn't drinking with my grandmama at the colored water fountain. You know what I'm saying? So, process of elimination is very simple. One is not like the other. One eats fry bread that the government gave them, which is actually like a Dutch-Danish dish for real. And then the other eats cornbread, which is traditional Indian bread. One eats puppy soup as a ceremony. The others eat barbecue as a ceremony. Very traditional, Indian-like. So one ain't like the other, but the one is the real Indian. The other one is a cosplayer. Okay? Dutch-Danish dish. Yeah, that shit is a tongue twister. All right. Let's keep going, though. So, a black boy, right? An Indian, right? This black boy is an Indian, right? A black boy, an Indian, about 13 years old, ran away the 8th institution from Patney or Putney with a collar about his neck with the inscription, quote, the Lady Broomfield's black, right? He was property. Right? Lady Bloomfield's black. In 1709, the Tatler carried an advertisement for a black Indian boy. A what? A black Indian boy. A who? A black Indian boy. 12 years of age. Excuse me. Similar usage of language is also found in the play Manigora, written by Thomas More, Moore, Moore, Thomas More, in 1718. Who is this More, right? In a scene taking place in Paraguay, an American warrior chant to an American woman, quote, Black beauty, come on. Black beauty, come on. Okay. I must love thee or none. You see my face black. You see my face black, right? The Indian. the American Indian saying to his American Indian woman, right? Black beauty, you see my face, black, right? The term black was also used in a broad manner. In March 1765, English newspapers carried stories about an American Indian preacher discovered and helped by the Reverend George Whitfield. This preacher was a famous Samson Occam, a Mahogan from New England. The newspaper referred to him as a black, right? This Mohegan, right? This Mohegan Indian in New England. The newspapers referred to him as a black who could speak English very well and who had preached to crowd audience. Right? They call him a black, huh? Was that their legacy? Right? They call him a black. Well, who else would they call that? They call you that, right? Who did it? A black did it. Right? They still call you a black, huh? All right, peep game. Ain't shit changed but the name on the mail. So Occam sailed to England that year. Okay. An American did not have to go to England to be called black. However, in Connecticut in 1711, a family of Indian servants consisted of one Rachel and her 7 children. Remember, I read that story about Rachel to y'all? Yeah. One Rachel and her 7 children were distributed by will and were called blacks, right? This Indian servant family were called blacks, right? The British habit of calling yellow, brown, or red people black. Who they calling black? Yellow, brown, red people, right? Yellow bones, brown, red bones, right? Yellow bones, brown, red bones, right? Black. Understand it. Black, right? It's commented upon Wiley Cipher in his Guinea's Captive King book. Some examples will now be cited from the Americas to illustrate the use of Negro and Black in English as applied to people of American ancestry, American Indian ancestry, huh? An example from West Indies is useful. In 1764, William Young was sent to St. Vincent as part of the British occupation of that island. Living on St. Vincent, there were 3,000 so-called black cherubs or black cherubs or free Negroes, right? About 100 red cherubs or Indians, right? And some 4,000 French and their slaves. So you got 3,000 black cherubs, right? So-called free Negroes, right? Then you got red skin, red bone cherubs, right? Or Indians, right? Same people, right? One just darker than the other. And then you got 4,000 French, right? What French? Huguenots and their slaves. What slaves? White Christians. According to Young, the British found it difficult to control the Celts, and war were fought with them in 1771 and 1772, and again during 1795 and 96. During the latter crisis, Young wrote an extremely anti-Celt tract, uh, an anti-Celt tract designed to prove that the Celts of Gufana should be removed from St. Vincent. The latter were eventually defeated, and some 5,000 were shipped to an island near the coast of Honduras. What's happening, Dave? Peace, peace. All right. They got shipped to Honduras. All right. So, is there anything else on that one? All right. So we'll get down to that. I just want to go ahead and break that down a little bit, right? Right, more black Negro. So when we be reading this, we understand that when we come across Negro, depending on the context, that means a more, right? All right. So I think we were right. Mm-hmm. We gotta go back one. All right, there we go. Was any more star piece piece? So when the words Negro, mulatto, etc. are used in statutes, right? Statutes, right? Statuses, right? When Negro, mulatto, etc. are used in statuses or statutes, quote, for the purpose of designating a class, there are to be interpreted by their common exceptions, unquote, which in the case of mulatto meant offspring of a black and white, right? Remember what we learned, what it really means, right? Black and white crayon colors, right? Statuses, okay? There is no legal definition of the term mulatto. In the first of the cases, a judge said that a mulatto was an offspring of parents, one quote unquote white, the other black, right? And that he was disposed to think that there were the white blood predominant. This disqualification of mulatto status ought not to be attached. It is certainly true that every admixture of so-called African or Moorish blood with the European or white is not to be referred to in the degrading class. Now, these are all misnomers to let y'all know, right? Because we know this is colonial times, right? We know so-called African is Sephardics and Moors. And we know that the Sephardics and Moors are also the Europeans, right? Remember, I always told you the African and European is the same person, Sephardics and Moors. White is a status. So when they saying white Europeans, don't automatically think Connor, Bradley, Hunter, and them. Because remember, Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, told you a free white person is all these people of color and not a Caucasian. A Caucasian wasn't considered a white person or free white persons yet. Not yet. So when you look at this, understand, right? This is why we say, like, you gotta be careful and dodge the hijacks and know vocabulary really well. And when you're reading colonial times, you got to use colonial definitions so you won't confuse yourself. This is why I just broke down more and showed you more Negro are synonymous. Also, Negro can also mean a slave. So an Indian who's enslaved can be reclassified as a Negro. So when you get to this Negro term in colonial times, you have to think, okay, so what Negro is it? Is a black European, Sephardic, Moor, Ladino, El Negro, or Indian? What? Right? But this is where your genealogy come into play. So let's keep going. So it is certainly true that every admixture of Moorish blood with so-called European or white, right, still Latinos, huh, is not to be referred to as the degrading class. It would be dangerous and cruel to subject to this disqualification. Persons bearing all the features of a white, right, quote unquote white, on account of some remote admixture of so-called Negro blood, right? Who is these Negroes, right? Indian, Moor, Sephardic, what Negro, right? South Asians, as we just read, right? Asians, South Asians was called Negroes too. So what Negro, all right? Nor has the term mulatto or person of color, I believe, been popularly attributed to such a person. Where there is a distinct invisible admixture of so-called Negro blood, the person is to be denominated a mulatto or a person of color. It is a question very proper for jury. Okay. South Carolina judges, in other words, gradually extended the term to be virtually an equivalent to colored person. All right. South Carolina extended the word Negro to be equivalent to colored person. Okay. And to include persons visibly part Moor, regardless of actual degree of blood. What degree of blood? Niggas ain't got no blood test in 1846. How are y'all deciding this degree of blood, right? Dodge that hijack. In 1846, this was stated even more explicit. The constant tendency of this class, quote unquote, mulattoes to assimilate to the whites and the desire for elevation present frequent cases of embarrassment and difficulty. It would be difficult, if not impolitic, to define by inflexible rules the lines of separation. The question for the recipient of colored person into the class of citizens must partake more of a political than a legal character. So it's more political than legal, huh? And in a great degree, be decided by public opinion. Be decided by public opinion. So they letting the public decide a person's identity. That's crazy. Huh? That's crazy. Yeah, lookership, huh? Lookership 101. 1846, right? What's going on in 1846 anyway with the copper colored Indians? What's going on anyway in 1846 with the copper colored Indians? Black massacres, huh? Paper genocide already. Land grabs, Ellis Island, Fort Galveston. Reclassify you while we bring in the so-called white immigrants, right? Let's keep going. Regardless of the appearance of the Liberty League, the court constantly drew the line at somewhere between 1/8 and 1/16 Moorish ancestry. How are y'all coming up with this? There's no DNA test or nothing for that, right? A line formalized in many other states at that date. Still further, the father of a legient, one Elijah Bass, right? Although showing some unspecified non-European features, had apparently been treated as a white man, right? He'd been treated as a white man, and he don't have non-European features, right? Elijah Bass don't have European features, but he was apparently treated as a white man, and his children had married white people. Thus, the court was in some ways more conservative than the local white community. And it is possible that Bass had American Indian ancestry, since Bass people often had Indian affiliations in the South. It is clear from the decision of 1850, what's going on in 1850? More black massacres, huh? It is clear from the decision of 1850 that persons of American Indian descent, in order to escape American Indian descent, in order to escape persons of American Indian descent, in order to escape 1850, in order to escape from the status of mulatto or colored person, had to prove that they were of free Indian descent. Like how they want you to prove your shit today, right? Unmixed with Moorish blood, unquote. The case is as follows. Amelia Merchant, last name Merchant, huh? Amelia Merchant was challenged as a witness on the grounds that she was a person of color. It was argued on her half that her grandparents were free Indians, and also her father, James Mitchell, was a Portuguese. Moor, right? Portuguese, right? Moor. Sephardic, Morisco, Morisca, huh? Father was a Portuguese, grandparents were Indians, huh? And she was a free colored. I wonder what that looked like, right? Opponent said that Mitchell had associated with colored person and was so considered. The verdict was in Merchant's favor. That is, that she was of free Indian ancestry. That she was of free Indian ancestry, and that she had no Moorish blood. She had no Moorish blood. She was of Indian ancestry. American Indians were sent to Portugal. Don't forget that. So it is possible. Was her father really a Portuguese, or was he an American Indian from Portugal? The Supreme Court reviewed the case and reversed the verdict in spite of the fact that the Mitchells had paid no taxes. So they reversed the verdict because they haven't paid no taxes that was charged to free colored people, and that James Mitchell had apparently married a white woman. Damn, that's crazy. So they know you an Indian, but because you failed to pay your taxes, you still gonna be called a colored person. That's very telling, huh? That's very telling. You have Indians non-taxed, and you have Indians that are taxed. You got two types. You got Indians taxed, Indians non-taxed. Indians taxed are those that are not on the reservation who've been reclassified to Negroes and coloreds. Indians non-taxed are those on the reservations. What's that in Creekside? Peace, peace. Mm-hmm. Yep. Peak game, man. We're gonna let it breathe for a second, y'all. Y'all good, y'all straight. Gotta check in on y'all. Everybody good. Appreciate the gifts, y'all. Shout out to the new supporters tapping in. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Hope y'all enjoying the live. Hope it's making sense. Hope y'all enjoying it. Anybody got any questions, feel free to ask while we take this little quick little break. Let my jaws rest. Let me get some water and stuff. So those Lumbee people are basically NAs too. So I don't know. I can't make that assumption. I don't know their personal ancestry. Are you talking about the real Lumbees, or are you talking about those that look Asian Lumbees and white people? Said the white passing ones. The white passing ones, I can't say. I can't say. The white passing is tricky. Right? The white passing is tricky. They could look like that and still descend from us, or they can look like that and not descend from us. So it all depends on their personal ancestry. So I can't really speak on that to say if they real or not. You know what I'm saying? But if you talking about the ones that look Siberian and Caucasians and shit like that, super racist and all that, then yeah, the niggas is frugazi. But if you talking about the Lumbee and they look like us and shit like that, then 9 times out of 10 those the real ones. Most of the real Indians are regular everyday people that call themselves Black Americans and shit like that. So most of us wouldn't even be federally recognized, honestly. I'm just being real. Like most real Indians aren't even federally recognized. Most real Indians can't get federally recognized, or we gotta fight hard to even be. You know what I'm saying? And even then, they even be trying to throw, oh yeah, you guys are Indian, but you guys are African mix. You know that they still want to throw the hijack on you. So that's just how I look at it. That's saying that we ain't got no real brothers and sisters that's federally recognized, no shit like that. But it's one of those like, if we do got brothers and sisters federally recognized, I can't really trust that. Because how are you around all these, what I'm saying, white pretendians and Siberians and shit, and you cool with it? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. So I just say that most real Indians aren't. on reservations are federally recognized, honestly. History actually proves that too. They kicked all the real Indians out of the tribe, us, and they brought in all the whites and immigrants and Asians inside. Greetings, what's happening? What's happening? So you think they got Melungeon history? The Lumbees and the Melungeon history is very much connected. Lumbee and Melungeon history is very much connected. Some of them are Melungeons, but just because they're Melungeons, you know what I'm saying, they have American Indian ancestry. So most Melungeons, if not all Melungeons, have American Indian ancestry, and a lot of them are part of tribes or detribalized, depending on their phenotype. You know how that shit go. So, and what's crazy, which is gonna hurt people's hearts and feelings, is that Elvis was a Melungeon. It's gonna hurt people's heart. I hurt people's hearts and feelings with that all the time because I know everybody want to believe that Elvis stole his songs and rhythm and shit from so-called black people, but we gotta real. Who are those black people? Those black people are Indians. He was a Melungeon. His cousin is Abraham Lincoln, who is a Melungeon. Well, Abraham Lincoln was described as swarthy and also a Negro, and he had American Indian ancestry. Elvis has American Indian copper colored ancestry. The only way that he was allowed inside those juke joints as a child, and we know that those juke joints was mostly us, the only reason why he was allowed in the first place is because the people in that juke joint know who his people was. That's why he was allowed to go in there. How y'all know his grandfather didn't teach him that shit? Because don't no white man play with no soul. A brother had to teach him that, which was probably his granddaddy, cousins, or some shit. And Elvis was bleaching his skin. Elvis was a nice brown color early on in his years. Right? He was a nice brown color early on in his years. But as he got more famous, they start bleaching and whitening his skin. And then also, and I'm gonna end it on this and continue reading, there's a picture of Elvis that got a whole beard. Like, I know everybody used to seeing clean shaved Elvis, but there's a picture of him with his beard and facial hair grown out. He looked just like a white passing version of us, or a type of Melungeon, more Arab mixture type of person. Like you can see the Negro in him when he got the beard and shit out. hmm Like, yeah, when he got that facial hair grown out and shit, I'll show y'all one day. But yeah, you can see the Negro in him. That would make sense why they had boarding schools. Yeah. hmm And what's crazy, most of if you pull up a map of all the boarding schools, most of them is out southwest, out west. And if you pull up a map of Angel Island, of Asian immigrants landing and shit, it's in the same places where the boarding schools at. That's a little homework for y'all. Go pull up the map of boarding schools and go pull up the map of Angel Island immigrants and Siberian migration patterns. It's in the same areas as the boarding schools. Same places. Same places. J. Edgar Hoover was another one. Yup. I forgot the name of the dude that was behind Elvis. He was a black American. I'll send you the name. Yeah, cool, cool. Same with Little Richard. Yup. Found the ancestor look like Elvis classified black servant. Said Elvis with the beard sound like Drake. Hey, shout out to everybody that's in here. Just keep reading real quick. So they said South Carolina, right? So that many Indians had been enslaved, and that Mitchells came under the status of colored persons, apparently because they could not prove descent from free Indians in amity with South Carolina. If nothing else, this 1850 case illustrates that persons of American blood could still be considered to be mulatto or colored persons in South Carolina. A person of American Indian blood could still be considered mulatto or colored person in South Carolina, especially if a suspicion of Moorish ancestry existed, right? Moorish ancestry, huh? In Georgia, shout out to my Georgia folk. In Georgia, or Georgia, as we say, right? In Georgia, which usually followed the lead of South Carolina, a wealthy Spanish Floridian of alleged mixed Moorish American ancestry was held to be a mulatto, right? Mulatto, right? Moorish American ancestry. Remember the first definition that I showed y'all? Juan was saying it, Lou? Right? They said a Spanish Floridian, right? So-called Moorish American ancestor. How is he a Spanish Floridian if he got so-called African and American ancestry, right? And he was called a mulatto? Well, let's not forget the definition that I showed y'all. Let's not forget the definition. What is a mulatto? A mulatto is the son or daughter whose father is a Moor or an Indian. Or the father could be a Moor, the mother could be an Indian. Or the father could be an Indian and the mother can be a Moor. Mulatto. So when they say that this Floridian, right? When they say that this Floridian was a Moor and American, right? But his people was Spaniards, right? Moors from Spain, right? Moors from Spain and American Indian. Hold on, I lost my spot, y'all. Hold on. Boom, there we go. Right? Spaniard, Floridian, American Indian, so-called Spanish, right? Spaniard, right? So-called African, meaning Moor, right? As I just showed y'all. American Indian. Okay? Who was held to be a mulatto by a lower court. The higher court in 1856 revised this decision and held him to be a white man. What? It's why we be telling y'all white on your census records don't necessarily mean a Caucasian or a so-called pale face and straight hair. This man was a Spanish Floridian, right? So-called mixed Moor in copper-colored American Indian, right? So he was still swarthy. The lower courts called him a mulatto. The higher courts revised that decision in 1856 and held him to the status of a white man. White man, right? Why is that? What's that, Nicolette? Peace. Lou in the building. Why is that? How did that happen? This is a melanated or El Negro. This is a El Negro, right? They say that this Spanish Floridian was of a Moor and an American Indian ancestry in Georgia. But they classify him as a so-called white man. And you want to know what's crazy? Somebody doing their genealogy probably went back to 1856 and seen this man or something that was close to this, and they seen that classification said white or white man. They automatically thought that they was mixed or they have a so-called white ancestor, like Caucasian white man ancestor. Whole time, the so-called white man was really a so-called mulatto who was a Moor and American Indian mixture. Right? On paper, they might be white, but physically they melanated. Because remember, Black's Law Dictionary, 1828 said what? A free white person is what? A Moorish Iberian inhabitant or descendant or Sephardic Jew. Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, 1828 says what? A free white person is a Moorish inhabitant, Iberian Sephardic Jew. By him to be a so-called white man, his father was more likely a Moor, and his mother was an American Indian. And since then, you was what your father was in those times. He was a white man. Not as in skin complexion or Caucasus Mountains, but as in statues. The other English colonies in North America seemingly failed to develop legal definitions for the various racial terms used in their statuses, right? Court cases occasionally shed light on meaning, as in Delaware, where a woman was freed from slavery because she was descendant in the male. My bad. In Delaware, where a woman was freed from slavery because she was descendant in the female line from a native of Asia, huh? In the female line, she descended from a native of Asia, huh? Remember, these Asians were also called Negroes and blacks, huh? What Asians? Her grandmother. Slavery. It was said extended only to so-called Negroes and mulattoes, descended from a female Negro. Her father was a quote-unquote Negro, and she apparently was classified as mulatto. Hmm? Many states adopted legal definitions after 1800s. What's happening, Tarzan? Peace. They adopted legal definitions after the 1800s, huh? They are typified by the following examples. In Indiana, 1817, every person other than a so-called Negro of whose grandfathers or grandmothers anyone is or shall have been a Negro, right? Lowercase n, adjective, huh? Though his other progenitors may have been a white, right? May have been a white, still can be a colored person, shall be deemed a mulatto. And so every person who shall have 1/4 part or more of so-called Negro blood. How are y'all calculating this? So-called Negro blood. Negro is an adjective. What Negro blood? The Indian, the Moor, the Sephardic Jew, the Irish, the Scottish, the Asian, South Asians. What Negro blood? What's that in Aboriginal matriarch? Peace. That's what we got to start asking. What Negro blood are they talking about? Indiana also asserted that no so-called Negro, mulatto, or Indian could be witnessed in case involving a white person, right? California, 1850. A person having 1/8 or more of so-called Negro blood, what Negro blood, right, shall be deemed mulattoes. And persons having 1/2 of Indian blood should be deemed Indians. No black or mulatto person or Indian shall give evidence in a case involving a white person. What's that in the CR the Great? But remember, we just read that also Negro also meant an enslaved person. So a person having 1/2 of Negro blood is just one of your parents was a slave and your other parent was free. So you can have two Indians, one enslaved, black Negro, and you can have one free, which is called an Indian. Still talking about the same person. Dodge the hijack, right? In general, the statutes or statuses define the term quote unquote mulatto always do so in such a way as to include virtually any American African hybrid. What did they say? In general, the statutes or statuses defining the term mulatto always do so in such a way as to include virtually any American African hybrid, aka American Indian and Moorish hybrid, American Indian and Moorish hybrid, American Indian and Moorish hybrid. Okay, provided that the Moorish ancestor is 1/4 or more, 1/8 or more, and so on. Depending on the time period, Alabama, however, tended to classify all part Americans and part Moors in the same colored group. Alabama classified part American Indians and part Moors in the same colored group. All Negroes, mulattoes, Indians, and all persons of mixed blood descended from Moors or enslaved people or Indian ancestors to be third generation inclusive, though one ancestor of each generation only have been a so-called white person, right? Whether bond or free, shall be taken and deemed incapable in law to be a witness, except for or against each other. So they saying the only time you can testify is when you're doing it against each other. That hit hard. That hit hard in a motherfucker. You can't testify against white folks, but you can snitch on each other though. That hit hard in a motherfucker. You can't tell on the white folks, but y'all can tell on each other though. Mm. Start to make sense why people came up with the no snitching. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. That might explain how our ancestors went from full blood to freedmen on the records. One drop of Moorish blood, you can be 99% American Indian and have that one Moorish or Sephardic ancestor, and they'll call you a Negro. All right, my bad. I ain't mean to send that invite. All right, listen to what I'm saying. You could be 99% American Indian and have that 1%, that one drop Ladino or Moorish, and you could be called a Negro. Or you could be a whole Indian and have one grandparent that was enslaved, and now you are a Negro or black. See what I'm saying? See how they did that? Big game. Let's keep going. Shout out to everybody that's in here. So Johnson's attitude may well reflect a change in the usage and also a growing racism, right? A growing racism. So now we're getting into racism, the birth of racism, right? You're dark skinned, I'm pale with straight hair, white supremacy. Okay. Right. So a growing racism. But we must note that the term so-called or the term quote unquote black is not defined. James Buchanan in 1757 continued the trend mulatto, quote, one born of persons who is black and the other white, unquote, right? Crayon colors, huh? Statuses. Buchanan is the first compiler to include a term for other kinds of mixed bloods, right? Mestizo, the breed of Spaniards with Americans. Now, what's the difference between a mestizo and a mulatto? Anybody know? What's the difference between a mestizo and a mulatto? What's the difference between a mestizo and a mulatto? There is nothing different than a mestizo and a mulatto. Not even skin tone. There's no difference. Spaniards are Moors. And mulatto, when they say so-called African, that's a Moor. And an American Indian, mulatto. Mestizo, Spaniard, Moor, and an American Indian. The only difference is that mestizos mostly speak Spanish. Mulattoes mostly speak Ebonics. Colonial territories is the only difference. Our mulattoes are light skinned, their mulattoes are light skinned. There's no difference. Same people. Colonized and mixed with the same people. Exactly. Same shit, different toilet. Same shit, different toilet, right? Spaniards are Moors. Right? So the significance of this will be noted later, but it should be stressed here that terms such as half breed, half blood, and half caste never appear with a racial meaning in any of the above dictionaries. Noah Webster, in his 1828 dictionary, fails to include mestizo, but he does have musty or misty, right? Misty is where you get mestizo from, right? It's the root word. Musty or misty, right, is a person of mixed bred West Indies and mulatto. What? A musty or misty, a person of mixed bred West Indies and mulatto. A person that is the offspring of a negress by a white man or of a white woman by a Negro. Dodge the hijacks. Statuses, huh? Thus, we can see a rather clear pattern. First, the term quote unquote mulatto is the only term available for referring to persons of mixed race until about 1757. Second, until 1756, quote unquote mulatto usually referred to a person half Moor and half something else. But with the half American Indian or half another nation. Remember, I just read that to y'all. Before 1757, a mulatto usually refers to a person that is half Moor and half something else, right? Half Moor, half Irish, right? Half Moor, half Arab, right? Half Moor, half Scottish, right? Half Moor, half German, half Moor, half Asian, right? Half Moor and half something else. But also, it also meant half American Indian and half another nation, right? It could be two Indians from different nations, right? You could be half Choctaw, half Chickasaw. You could be half Cherokee, half Yamasee. See what I'm saying? Nations. Or you could be half American Indian, half Sephardic. Half American Indian, half Irish. Half American Indian, half Scot. Half American Indian, half more Mauritanian. See what I'm saying? Mulatto always referred to two swarthy, aka Negroid looking people. They just start throwing that white shit in late 17, early 1800s. And I wonder why. White folks start coming to America heavily. But let's keep going though. So it should be noted also that from at least 1741, here we go, the term mulatto is used to designate a certain type of land or soil. What? The term mulatto also used to designate a certain type of land or soil, sometimes described as a black mold, like you're molding, sculpting something, right? Like a black mold and red earth. A black mold, like you're shaping something, in a red earth. Is it that you, copper-colored American Indian, antediluvian being, atom, the antediluvian person, right? Atom, red, copper-colored, red clay, folk from Georgia and Florida and shit, right? Black mold and red clay in 1789, or the term being used as a general marker for some shade of color. They also use mulatto for a marker for some shade of color, right? Like we always said, you could be a full-blood Indian or a full-blood Moor or full-blood Sephardic. And if you was a light skin, you would be called a mulatto. Dodge the hijacks. Why they do it like that? To confuse you. Don't ask questions you already know the answer to. In 1933, edition of the Oxford English Dictionary follows the tendency in stating, quote, mulatto equals a young mule, hence one of the mixed race, right? One who is of the offspring of a European and a so-called Negro. What European and what Negro, right? European, right? French Huguenot, Moorish Spaniards, right? Sephardic, Saffordite Iberians, right? Black Europeans, Black Scots. What Europeans are y'all talking about? What Negroes? Indians? Enslaved Indians? Enslaved Moors? Enslaved Sephardics? Enslaved Irish, Scots? Enslaved Asian? What Negro? And what European? All right. Also used loosely for any half-bred resembling a mulatto. What the fuck do a mulatto look like? We still trying to figure out what the mulatto look. Only thing we know is that the original mulatto is either dark skin or light skin, just like anybody else. But what do a mulatto look like? We still trying to figure that shit out. You got copper color Indians as a mulatto. You got dark skin ass Moors as a mulatto. You got Asians. You got light skinned people. There's a lot of motherfuckers in this classification. What do a mulatto look like? Right? This reflects a great deal of early usage cited in the OED, Oxford English Dictionary, as when a British traveler speaks in 1789 of the quote-unquote mulattoes, or as they are called in the East Indies, half-caste. East Indies, huh? Half-caste, huh? Nonetheless, in 1940 dictionary tends to be narrow, the meaning somewhat mulatto, a person who is the offspring of a so-called Negro and a white person. What Negro and what white person? And why is the N capitalized and the W lowercase? Noun and adjective? Gotta ask these questions. Negro with some white blood. What the fuck is white blood? Right? Designating persons of mixed Negro and a white blood. Mixed Negro and white blood. Designating soils of a brownish color. Thus, gradually, the term comes to refer to persons of mixed white European and black Moorish ancestry. Regardless of the exact degree of mixture. This usage is, however, not always one actually used by legislative bodies. So this definition is not really used by legislative bodies in the courts, as will be analyzed below. It should be noted that it is very likely that from the beginning, the English used the term mulatto to refer to a wide range of brown mixed bloods, especially since the presence of the precise ancestry of most such persons could not be known. So they saying that if you looked mixed and brown, and we don't know your ancestor, and that shit is unknown, we're gonna call you a mulatto just because we don't know. Shit. Such usage is reflected in Blunt's 1656 definition above, one that is of a mongrel complexion, right? Remember a mongrel complexion, right? Yellow bone, red bone, mongrel complexion, right? So you can be a full blood and they can think you're mixed, especially if the ancestor is unknown. We're gonna call you a mulatto. See what I'm saying? And also in remarks such at that of Robert Hooke's 1664, we find the relations how much the Negro women do beseemer the offspring of the Spaniard. The Moor, a Negro woman having an offspring of the Spaniard, the Moor? What Negro woman? Irish, Scottish, Indian, Moor, Sephardic, South Asian? What Negro woman? And she's having an offspring with a Spaniard or a Moor. This could be a Moor woman and a Moor man. Moor man, huh? Bringing forth neither white skin nor black, but tawny. Tawny, right? Mulatto, tawny. Negro woman, Spaniard man, both dark skinned, child came out tawny, not white nor black. They called him a mulatto. Father Spaniard, mother Negro, child mulatto. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? One parent Spaniard, other parent Negro, the child is mulatto. That's crazy. All because the baby was light skinned. All because the baby was light skinned. All because the baby was light skinned. Sound like they describing my family, man. Sound like they describing a lot of our families, big dog. For real. Man, shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all for the likes, the love, the gifts. New week, new gems. Before we continue going, appreciate the gifts, y'all. Thank y'all for the gifts. Said my mama would have been a mulatto. Yeah. And here the Creoles thinking they exotic. Oh, no, you didn't, or no, you didn't. Ah, shit. She said, and here the Creoles thinking they exotic, man. Look. Oh, shit. Man. Hell no, the Creoles ain't exotic. I don't know. And that right there is the problem with lost history, is that when you mention Creoles, people only know Louisiana and Haiti, right? And then people don't even know the mixture that creates a Creole, right? Remember we talking about the birth of Creoles and Cajuns, which sparked off this whole thing. But when we talk about the birth of Cajuns and Creoles, I had to bring it back so we can break down what a mulatto is. And a mulatto, by definition, in the 1600s, which is the same time frame that we broke down, right? Cajun, Acadia, right? The Huguenots, the Creole, right? Was what? A Moor, an American Indian. Gave you your first Cajuns, gave you your first Creoles, gave you your first mestizos, gave you your first so-called mulatto. These are all the same people. Same mixture, same people. Only thing different is the colony, the parish, the country, the state that a motherfucker is in. Other than that, we all do the same shit. You can't be, if the Creole is exotic, then all of Black America is exotic. That's how I would say. If the Creoles think that they exotic, then that means we all exotic. Because the Creoles is Black Americans too. I don't know why they be thinking that they different. Y'all niggas just like we niggas. We keep it all the way above 10. Y'all eat gumbo, we eat gumbo. Y'all eat cornbread, we eat cornbread. I know y'all got some soul food down there, motherfucker. I know y'all eat ribs and barbecue and hoop and shoot dice and get grills and tattoos. And y'all do the same shit that everybody else do. Only thing different is y'all French accent. I'm being all the way above 10. The only thing different is the French accent that they held on to. And I can say this because technically I'm Creole, but you know, but we know what a Creole is. All of Black America is technically Creoles. Technically. Technically. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's in here. You do know they think they descend from French colonizers. Some of them did descend from Huguenots. French conversos and French Moriscos who converted to Christian. Some of them did descend from them. Some of them didn't. But, you know, they wouldn't be wrong. Creoles be on Facebook going crazy. I haven't seen none yet. Creoles basically just mulattoes with a fancy name. That's it. That's it. Your first Creoles. So, quick Creole history for those who probably missed it. Your first Creoles, and you can look this up. Your first Creoles were called Crayolas, and they wasn't even Indians. They was the children of Sephardics and Moors born in America. That's what made them Crayola, and they was colored, right? People of color. They was Crayola, right? Creole comes from Creolo or Crayola, which just means people of color or coloreds, right? So Sephardics and Moors were already called Crayolas by the Catholics and all them who was already enslaving them and sending them over here. Their children born on this land, right? Because the parents came over as Ladinos. Remember that? The children born became Creolos or Creolas or Creole later on, right? And then when they start mixing with the Indians, then you start getting Creole Indians. And now the Indians are being so-called Creolized, meaning that these Indians are now speaking Spanish, French, you know, Latinized languages. You know what I'm saying? Because the Latinos were speaking Latinized and Hispanic languages and all of that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So that's all that means. That's all that means. You know, the same Moor, Sephardic, and Indian mixture created the so-called Afro-American diaspora. The so-called Afro-American diaspora is Moor, Sephardic, and Indian mixture, and it gave birth to your Afro-Mexicans, your Afro-Latinas, your Afro-Hispanics. It gave birth to your Creoles. It gave birth to your Cajuns, and then the white people started dipping into the Cajuns, and the Cajuns started, you know, block your mental. You feel me? But the beginning, it was the same thing with the Cajuns. You got the Atlantic Creoles when you're dealing with the Geechee and a lot of folks, you know, a lot of Florida Indians and the Eastern Seaboard Indians and all of that type of shit like that. Like, this shit get deep, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we all the same people, and they put these labels on us to hide our identity or our Indianness. And that's why all these labels came from. So Creole just mean that you colored. It ain't like an exotic ass name. It just means that you're a colored person. You know, it just means it just means you're a colored person. Like, and you can research that. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can research behind me, but in layman's terms, Creole just means colored person. Crayola, Creole. Crayola crowns, right? Crayola crowns, right? Creole. Yeah. So they originally Latinos, not Ladinos. Ladino. Ladinos gave birth to your Latinos. So Creoles are American. Don't confuse yourself with Don't confuse yourself trying to put Creoles in a box. Creoles are Black Americans. That's it. Black Americans, just like you, me, anybody else, you Indian and European. That's it. Don't confuse yourself with these labels. That's the whole purpose of them putting labels on us, to confuse you. Don't do that to yourself. Don't, are they Latinos? Don't do that shit. They Black Americans, or just Americans. You know what I'm saying? I know people understand Black Americans, but so-called Black Americans or Americans, just leave it at that. We all got American Indians and Black Europeans, Irish, Scottish, or French, Huguenot, whatever the case may be. Black Americans, don't do that to yourself. Because I know where it's going to go. And you're going to confuse yourself more than, it is what it is. I found some interesting family names, went from McGuire to Gillian. Those are Irish names, Irish and Scottish names. Shit, some of us descend from European colonists as well too. I mean, a colonizer is not what people think it is. So when we decolonize our mind, we got to decolonize our mind all the way. Colonizers aren't the mainstream terminology that people know. A colonizer and a colonist in a colony is just like a colony of ants, right? It's a bunch of people of the same people, same nation, same tribe, or whatever, working together for a common cause. This common cause was to fight the Catholics and the Christians. So it ain't, the real colonizers are the Catholics and the Christians who signed the Popol Vuh and Doctrines of Discovery, right? So, a lot of them, even though they was building colonies, they wasn't like, I'm gonna steal your land, colonizer type shit. Because a lot of them was fighting alongside the Indians, mixing with the Indians, having a lot of babies and everything like that. And both Indians, Sephardic and Moor, was always fighting the Catholics, Christians, and pale faces all through history. So, colony ain't really a bad thing. It depends on how people use it. It's one of those, depending on how you use it, right? You can come over here as a bad colonist and do that, or you can be a good colonist and protect the land. But a colony is just a bunch of people working together for a common cause. Your grandma on your dad's side is a McNeil, a Black Irish name. He said, I'm good on that $30 extra for my ancestry. Yeah, they basically just flipped it on us. He said, I'm good on that 30 extra for my they do want an extra 30 to unlock some old. And we got these records for you. You just ain't give them to me, man. We already this far. Ain't that what the subscription is for? I was saying, like, ain't that what the subscription for? You gonna charge me to get my family documents? That's crazy. You paying me to get my identity back. I mean, I'm paying you to get my identity back. That's crazy. Keep going though, real quick. So, in fact, virtually all of the early English references to mulatto, 1590s to 1600s, are to individuals whose precise ancestry is unknown. So, in fact, virtually all of early English references to mulattoes from 1590s to the 1600s plus are individuals whose precise ancestry are unknown, and whose origin usually had a Spanish connection or at least a West Indian connection. What? All of early English references to mulattoes are individuals either had a Spanish connection, right? Moors, Latinos, huh? Or at least a West Indian one. There's gonna be a lot of FBA sad. Why they be trying? That's why I don't. Boy, them niggas don't know no history. They always be trying to shit on the West Indians and shit, but Some of them niggas got West Indian ancestors, and they don't even know it because the West Indian Indians came over here classified as Negroes, coloreds as well. But they don't know that. Let's keep going though. So explicit legal definitions of the term mulatto are surprisingly few in the colonial period. General usage will be examined below, but first it is necessary to review these explicit references which do exist. We shall begin with the Virginia, because that colony is thought to have exercised considerable influences on other areas, right? In 1705, Virginia prohibited any Negro, mulatto, or Indian from holding any public office. The act further said, quote, and for the clearing all manner of debts, which hereafter may happen to arise upon the construction of this act, or any other act, who shall be accounted a mulatto, be it that the child of an Indian and the child, grandchild, or great grandchild, or a Negro shall be deemed, accounted, held, and taken to be a mulatto. What? They said the child of an Indian and the child, grandchild, and great grandchild, or a Negro shall be deemed, accounted, held, and taken to be a mulatto? In other words, an American Indian European mixed blood was defined as a mulatto. American European mixed blood. What European? Sephardics, Moors, Black Irish, Black Scots, Black Brits. What European, right? So an American Indian and European or Black European mixed blood was defined as a mulatto, along with all part Moors to the 1/8 degree. The statute apparently remained unmodified until 1785, when it was enacted that all persons with 1/4 or more Negro blood shall be deemed a mulatto. Should be deemed a mulatto. What's this Negro blood that they talking about? Yeah, they started hiding us early in the game fast. They definitely start hiding us in the game early. Early. Right? So the statute or status apparently remained unmodified until 1785, when it was enacted that all persons with 1/4 or more blood or Negro blood shall be deemed a mulatto. This remained the legal definition until 1866. What was going on in 1866, y'all? Right? Cherokee Treaty, Ellis Island. What was going on in 1866? So this remained the legal definition until 1866, when it was modified and it said, quote, every person having 1/4 or more Negro blood shall be deemed a colored person, and every person not a colored person having 1/4 or more Indian blood shall be deemed an Indian. This use of colored person must be considered in relation in the 1860 statute or status using mulatto for persons of 1/4 Moorish descent, in making Negro and mulatto equivalent in all statuses. In 1860, it made Negro and mulatto equivalents in all statuses. Mm-hmm. Yep, Darius. Yep. All right. It would appear then that from 1705 until 1866, the only legal definition applying to mixed American Indians, except in those having one-fourth or more Moorish blood, was that of 1705, right? Thus, we might at first glance construe that a mixed American European was legally a mulatto. American European, legally a mulatto, if of one half or more American Indian blood until that statute of 1866, making such persons Indian, huh? All American Africans, right? American Moors, right? American Indians and Moors, right? Which is crazy because American and European can be American and Moor as well too. All right. But they're talking about white folks right here, though, right? American and white folks, right? Mainly they're talking about white folks. It's 1866. These niggas is coming over on Ellis Island, right? So, you white Europeans, so-called black European, Moors, Sephardics, you know what I'm saying? Just peep game. So now the American and Moor mixed bloods remain mulattoes throughout the period. So the American / European became Indians, and the American Indians with the Moorish and Sephardic blood became mulattoes throughout the period, unless having less than 1/8 Moorish ancestry. Who is calculating this? 1705 and 1785, or less than 1/4 Moorish ancestry. Who is calculating this? How are y'all coming up with these numbers and percentages? All right. After 1910, Virginia reclassified large numbers of people by extending the colored category to include people with minute amounts of Moorish ancestry. Y'all heard that? They extended the colored category to include people with minute amounts, meaning 1%. It's that one drop rule of Moorish ancestry. So you can be 99% white American. If you had 1% Moorish ancestry, you were colored. It works that way as well, too. It should be noted that in actual practice, some Virginia officials seem to have assumed after 1785 that all mulattoes possess 1/4 or more Moorish ancestry. How are they coming up with that 1/4? For an example, a white petition asserted that in 1843 that the American Indian of King Williams County, Pamunkey, and Mattapony reservations, all of whom, by the laws of Virginia, would be deemed and taken to be free mulattoes, as it is believed they all have 1/4 or more so-called Negro blood, right? Negro blood, huh? Peace, peace. Appreciate that repost. Thank y'all for the taps. OGJD was good. So, hold on. See how long we been on here real quick. All right, all right. So, in 1834, a special census was taken of the Choctaw Indian people, or the Shada Indian people. In it, we find the following revealing entries. Jacob O'Hare, a mulatto. He was half Indian, half so-called Negro, right? What Negro? Moor, Sephardic, Indian, enslaved Indian, Irish, Scottish, what Negro, right? But he was a mulatto though, half Indian, half Negro. See how they use a mulatto, right? James Blue, a Negro Indian man, has a Indian wife, okay? William Lightfoot, A mulatto, right? Half Indian, half Negro. See how they use a mulatto, right? Jim Tom, half-breed Negro, right? And has a Indian wife. Jacob Daniel has a Indian and half Negro for a wife. Has a half Indian and half Negro for a wife, right? In the 1840 U.S. Census, the free colored category continued to be used for most non-whites. In the 1850s U.S. Census enumerators were instructed. They were instructed in enumerating colored persons to write B or M in place or in the space on the schedule. The B presumably stood for black and the M for mulatto, although mixed seems to be more correct modern rendering. In both 1850s and 1860s, those racial terms were not defined by the census officials. In Virginia, one finds that all of the Indians of the center tidewater counties were classified as mulatto. All of the Indians, not some, not a few, not a couple, all the Indians of the central tidewater counties were classified as mulatto, including the residents of Pamunkey and Mattapony reservations, with a few exceptions in King William County where one or two were classified as black. The B should be placed in context since early Virginia tax rolls, such as those of 1780s, divide all titleable person between white souls and black souls. Black souls, huh? The term black or B is therefore open to various interpretations. The B is open for various interpretations. Black do not mean African. Once again, that's just your interpretation. That's just your interpretation, aka your opinion, conjecture. All right. The same pattern appears in Norfolk County, Virginia, where many members of the Nassaman Indian group living near Portsmouth were classified as M, mulatto. This is especially significant since the Nasmud or Nasmaun were categorized as I for Indian on the 1860s local tax roll. At various dates, certificates were apparently issued to the Nassaman Indian people, such as the following, quote, William Bass, the bearer, tall, swarthy, dark eyes, is of English and Indian descent. He's tall, swarthy, dark eyes with English ancestry and Indian descent. Where do he get that swarthy from? Where did he get that swarthy complexion from if one of his ancestors are English and the ancestors are Indian? Could this be a black Englishman, black Britishman, and a copper colored Indian? Could that be the reason why he's swarthy? Could he be a blackamoor, since that's what Moors was called in England? Blackamoors, right? And an Indian, since we've been reading about Moors and Indians this whole time. What's happening, Quan? Peace, peace, fam. Hope all is well. All right. Right. Say he was tall and swarthy. Right, tall and swarthy. Is of English and Indian descent with no admixture of Negro blood. No admixture of so-called Negro blood, lowercase n. But he's tall, swarthy, dark eyes, English and Indian descent. No Negro blood, huh? But he's swarthy though. All right. Numbered as a Natsaman, all right, by his own choosing. This was in 1742, but in the following centuries, the Nasaman were harassed as mulattoes, enlisted in the 1850 census as M after their names. Nevertheless, a local county court ruled in 1833 that they were not free Negroes or mulattoes, but of Indian descent. Here we have an unclear indication that some whites were still using the term mulatto for people with no African ancestry, right? No Moorish ancestry, right? Because remember, mulatto, right? Moorish mom or dad, huh? In another nation, right? But they was using mulatto for people with no Moorish ancestry, huh? Even in the 19th century, while the judiciary was holding to the letter of Virginia's 1785 law requiring Moorish ancestry. So, all in all, some 37% of free people of color in 1850 were classified as mulatto, while only about 1/12 of the slaves were so categorized. It seems clear that a good many of free people of color classed M were in fact Indians or Indian descent. Many of the free people of color were classified as mulatto were in fact Indians or of Indian descent. Mm, 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 mm. They were Indians. Indians. Give me something to drink real quick. Man. Whew. Had to hit that water, man. Y'all good? Good, y'all straight? Everybody smooth? I got one more case. We'll wrap it up for part two. Mulatto. Who knew? Who knew that mulatto meant all that? Who knew mulatto meant all that? And who knew these people was classified like that, boy? Most of them was Indians. Most of them was Indians. Even though we talk about, Sephardics and Moors, the mixture, you know what I'm saying? But as we just, most of them was Indians. Most of them was full-blood Indians being classified as mulatto. Some of them was Indians and Moors mixture. But that so-called misnomer black and white is a mulatto. That shit came later in the 1800s, as we just read. That's a new definition that they brainwash everybody to think. Why do they want you to believe or think that a mulatto is a so-called black and white person? Well, it hides and erases the Indian, the Moors, and the Sephardics, and even the Asian. So now when people do census records and genealogy, or they read stories and they hear the word mulatto, they automatically think of, white Caucasian, black person, African. When in reality, in colonial times, it ain't never mean that. Colonial times, mulatto ain't had nothing to do with a so-called black or white person at all. What's saying in Comanche? We'll let it dial off for a little bit. Let my jaws take a break. So, in the beginning, mulatto ain't had nothing to do with a white person. It ain't had nothing to do with a so-called white person or a Caucasian person until 1800s, 1850s, 1860s. It's when they start incorporating that, start brainwashing stuff. Everybody should know what happened around 1860s. It makes sense why they would do that. Before the 1800s, colonial times, census records times, a mulatto in America was a Moorish man and an Indian woman, or Indian man and a Moorish woman having a baby. That's one definition. The second definition of a true mulatto that they were also used in the Americas was skin complexion. You could be a full-blooded Indian and be a red or yellow bone, and they was gonna call you a mulatto. You could be a full-blood Moor or Sephardic, and if you was a yellow or red bone, they was gonna call you a mulatto too. Those are some of the two oldest definitions in colonial America of a so-called mulatto. Going beyond colonial America into the Iberians, the Mediterranean region, the Middle East, and all of that type of shit, mulatto meant a Berber and an Arab mixed, aka your Moorish person. Right? You got a Moor, full blood, and you got Moorish, mixed blood. What is he mixed with? 9 times out of 10, an Arab. And most times it's not a white Arab that you're thinking of. Black Arab. Go look up Tipu Tib. He was an Arab slave, or he was a Negro. Right? Your first Arabs was Negroes. Always. All right. Big gang. You said nobody over here calling ourselves mulattoes. I ain't never said nobody called themselves mulattoes. I can tell you just came into the live. You don't even know what we talking about. I've been live for almost 4 hours. Ain't nobody said shit about calling ourselves mulattoes. We talking about census records and genealogy and here's in historical documents and books. Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Can't come into class just talking if you don't know the subject. You coming into the class talking about calculus and we talking about algebra. Because you late to class. What's happening, Jay? Gat was good. Jen in the building. Peace, peace. Anybody got any questions though? Brad's Prophet was in it. Said would expose the Sephardics and Moors. It would give people an idea of what classification Sephardics and Moors was under when they was here. Because they got reclassified before they even came to America. So, you know, a lot of times, a lot of people is looking for, you know, a lot of times people don't believe that the Moors was here, or you know, or whatever the case may be, or you know, my grandmother never said nothing about Moors or none of that type of shit. You know, that's because the Moors did already been reclassified before they came over here. They was reclassified as Africans. You know what I'm saying? They was reclassified as Africans in 1 AD after Rome conquered them. And they started Romanizing and Latinizing them. And they became your Africa or Africans. You know what I'm saying? Living in the province of Rome. So they already went through a reclassification. So they came over here under the title so-called Africans or Negro, Latino, mulatto, you know, colored, Payola. So they came over here under different names: Huguenot, Protestant, Calvinist. You know, they came on over here as many different titles. You know what I'm saying? Many different titles. When it comes to the census records, a lot of them was reclassified as Negro, mulatto. Some of them was even classified as Indians. We ain't get to that part of the book or story. Well, not this book, but we ain't get to that part of the story yet. But it's gonna hurt a lot of people's hearts when they figure out that a lot of Moors was classified as Indians too. So some of the Moors, or most of the Moors that you're looking for, are already called Indians. They are already called Indians. Remember, they got absorbed, right? We just read that, right? They got absorbed when they got over here, right? But don't nobody get absorbed like that, like they don't exist. But you know, they start marrying into the tribe, start having babies, and you know what I'm saying? Once you have a baby, you get married, you're part of the tribe, you get a whole new identity. So now you're not El Bash Shabay, you're sitting running eagle or some shit like that. You dig what I'm saying? So some of the Moors and Sephardics are already called Indians. By the time you get to the 1800s, they're called Indians. Indians, mulattoes, or free colored people or others. That's where you'll find the Sephardics and Moors or the mixture. So when did they? So when did the so-called dirty Moors come into the picture? There is no dirty Moors. The so-called dirty Moors that people are talking about aren't even Moors. They're Turks. Turks are more Caucasian than Shemitic. So when people talk about so-called dirty Moors, they're not even talking about Moors, and they don't even know it. For one, they're talking about Moor Science Temple niggas who ain't even Moors, for one. And then secondly, they're talking about Turks, Muslims of the Ottoman Empire, and they wasn't dirty. You know, once again, those people who run with a narrative is because they haven't furthered their education and they stopped at a certain point and ran with a narrative. But they wasn't dirty either. The Ottoman Empire and the Turks helped the Indians and the Moors against the Catholics and Christians because the Muslims was already beefing with the Christians and Catholics anyways because of the small head or the Chazars at that time. So they was already beefing with them niggas anyway. You know what I'm saying? So this is why you'll find Creek Confederate flags with an Ottoman or crescent moon and a star on there, or you know what I'm saying? You'll find Barbary Confederate treaty signed with Indians and stuff like that with Ottoman Empire help loosely. Like they loosely helped us, like they supplied us with straps and shit like that, or when it came to like real need, you know, they came over to, you know, they sent some warriors and shit. But outside of that, I mean, unless they talking about conversos, you know what I'm saying? Unless they talking about conversos, those who converted over to Christianity and Catholicism, most of them wasn't even dirty Moors either. Even when you talk about the ones who converted over to Catholic and Christianity, the spook that sat by the door is about a converso. The whole story, the whole spook set by the door, that story came from conversos, because a lot of Moors and Sephardic would pretend to convert over to get the plan and the play, and you know what I'm saying, and get the inside. Okay, I get what they doing. You know what I'm saying? And then they'll run it back and tell the people, you know what I'm saying? Hey man, them folks coming over, you know. Prime example. Prime example. Um, what's that dude name? The British is coming. The British is coming. Yeah. Damn, his name is at the tip of my tongue. I know somebody gonna put it in the comments, but oh, dude, the British is coming. The British is coming. He was a Moor. He was a Moor who pretended to be a Christian and Catholic, right? He got word when them niggas was gonna come. That's when he woke everybody up right on time. Hey man, them niggas is coming. Niggas was already locked and loaded. When they woke up, they already had their straps, right? So-called spook sat by the door. So a lot of conversos were pretending to be Catholics and Christians to, you know what I'm saying, hide from persecution. They, you know, we used them to get the inside information, relay it back, boop, 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 boop. If they got caught, they would be executed. They knew the risk. They took it. And it helped for a long time. It helped for a long time. So it ain't, so, you know, so that's why I say there's no dirty Moors for real. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people that people think are Moors aren't even Moors. Some of them niggas be like black Caucasians, black British people, black German motherfuckers, black Dutch, be melanated Swedes, black Caucasians, you know, the black Chazars exist, you know, black Lil Hat Z Nation niggas exist. You know what I'm saying? Black Catholics, black Christians, you know what I'm saying? And because people aren't really well versed in history or dive even deeper, they just label any motherfucker Moor. And, you know, fuck the Moors, nigga, I'm full blood Indian. And then when you ask them, let me see your genealogy, nigga got European in that motherfucker right along with the Indian. You like, this nigga here. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we just gotta make it make sense. You know? Yeah, Paul Revere. Thank you. Paul Revere, yeah. Yeah, Paul Revere. The British is coming, yeah. Yep. And Benedict Arnold. Benedict Arnold wasn't even a Benedict Arnold betrayed them for us. So they call him Benedict Arnold. That's where you get that from. So yep. So a lot of these people were conversos or spies for us. You know what I'm saying? We had a military. We wasn't just out here in the woods and sticks and logs and shit. Niggas had militaries. We had spies. We had all the same shit that people have today. We just ain't got it now, so it's hard for us to fathom that. But back then, we had the same shit. We had spies. We had goddamn conversos. We had niggas. Yeah, we had some real shit going on back then. You know? But that side of the story is often overlooked, though. That side of the story is often overlooked. We got the Ottoman flag all over South Carolina. Yeah, I wouldn't be I wouldn't really call it an Ottoman flag. It's Muslim, or it comes from America. The crescent moon and star comes from America. Remember, a lot of these people come from America and just left a long time ago, because America is the real old world. Out of one come many nations. So the religious spirituality aspect of Islam comes from America. All that extra shit comes from the Catholic Church, right? Because they took our original religion or spirituality and corrupted it over the years and shit, right? So that shit comes from here. So that crescent moon and star is as much as is as much indigenous as Moors and Sephardics to America. It starts here. And the Moors was the ones who took it with them out of here. The Ottomans adopted the crescent moon and star when the Moors became soldiers of their army. So that's how the Ottoman got it. But before, the Ottoman didn't really fly crescent moon and stars like that. Have you ever heard that South Carolina is really Turkey? Yeah, I don't get into that exotic map because it ain't really authentic. You know, it ain't really authentic. Somebody made that up. Do I know that there's names of places that's here? Yes, I do know that there's names of places that's here that predate those overseas. I do get that. I do understand that. But some of those places ain't real right. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really get down with the exotic map for real. Uh, I stick to maps that explorers use, the Mayans had, you know, and the ancients and shit. So at one point in time, there was no such thing as a country called Turkey. You know what I'm saying? And at one point in time, there was no place called Africa. You know, and some of those places was already here. Right? There's a Roman province called Africa in South America in the 1600s. Real shit. I'm gonna show y'all that one live too. Sometimes the Africans just came from South America because it was a Roman province in South America called African, and those Indians was called what? Africans, because they was colonized by the Romans, and that continent was called Ethiopia at that time. You feel me? So you know, two truths can exist at the same time, and sometimes you just gotta use discernment. Peace, peace. However, I be trying to tell people about castles. They only think it's Europe. Now we got some of the oldest castles in America. Actually, we got the oldest castles in America. They all just covered up by vegetation. Um, History is just told backwards. You know, anything dealing with ancient America is gonna be left out of history. It's a reason why they don't teach you ancient America. You know, all of us went to school for 12 plus years. Some of us took extra years in college. And they never taught us about ancient America. They never taught Americans about America, which should have been fishy in the first place. But man, we got hella pyramids over here. We got castles over here. We got energy healing centers over here. We got caves that's full of crystals and quartz and obsidians and shit in Mexico and in Alabama and Mississippi and shit. And we got all type of stuff over here. All type of, most of your mummies was found over here. You know what I'm saying? It's so much history here that they just not telling people because who it comes back to. Right? They're not telling the history because of who it comes back to. And that ain't to be braggadocious or arrogant, even though, you know, people be saying get arrogant, but it ain't even about that. You know, no arrogant, it's just real truth. It's who it comes back to. And people have this jealousy and envy because they know it come back to you. They just hate it. That's why they hit you with the, oh my God, you niggas is everything. That's because they tired of you winning all the damn time, right? It's the same expression when you playing somebody in 21 basketball and he done whooped your ass 10 times. Fuck, bro. Is it? Man, you keep doing the same jump shot, Nick. Right? You start doing all that type of shit. It's the same thing people doing to us. You niggas think y'all everything. Y'all just think y'all just so great. And God, ain't nobody ever said no shit like that. And then what's wrong with having self-confidence, nigga? Y'all not use. See, the problem is that our self-confidence make other people uncomfortable. See, when you down and thinking you a slave and oh, if we just gangsters and thugs, nigga, fuck it, you know, they gonna arrest us. When you living in a hopeless mindset, nigga, they love that. When you start getting some self-confidence about yourself and start standing 10 toes down on what you know, what you feel, and what you can prove, that shit make everybody uncomfortable. That's because everybody know who you are. They know who you are. Nobody else in the world been reclassified 12 times. Africans went through slavery. Them niggas is still Nigerian and Yoruba. Still got their language, still got their tradition and shit like that, right? Like, just common sense thinking like that, the fucking slave narrative don't even make sense. Well, what happened to our culture if we was Africans? You was enslaved. They beat it out of you. Okay, well, Africa was enslaved too. They still got their tribal names. They still got tribal marks. They still do their shit. Well, uh, shit, well, you know, well,
Well, they grabbed the best of the best out of Africa. Well, the scientists and the warriors and chiefs and shit and
They grabbed the best of the best out of Africa. Huh?
Yeah, and they didn't, and they don't want you guys to know that. So, they just, they hid your history and your identity.
They hid our identity, but still proceed to call us Africans. That don't even make sense. You hiding our identity of so-called being African, but you're still calling us Africans. If I wanted to hide your identity, the last thing, Johnny, I apologize. Oh, you were African. Now, if you was an Indian, and I'm trying to hide your identity of being original to this landmass, I might call you an African. Matter of fact, I'm going to label you a Negro. I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to call you black, nickel. You feel me? You the only people that have been reclassified 12 times. And anybody that's attached to you in history has been reclassified too. There's no such thing as a fucking Negro. That's not even an identity. That is a descriptive term. There's no continent called Negro. There's no landmass called Negro. Everybody else, Australoid, Caucasoid, Africanist, Asian. But what about him? Negroid. Negroid? Negro means black. So you calling me a blackoid? The fuck are you talking about? Negroid, blackoid. Everybody else could Australian niggas are Caucasian, niggas is African, niggas is Asian. When it comes to you though, you're Negro. They start hiding your identity when they came up with Negroid and start throwing motherfuckers in there. They knew who you was before they even came to America. They heard about all the stories about you when you pass the Pillars of Hercules and you enter to the Garden of Eden, which is America, aka Atlantis. They seen you. They seen you building pyramids, constructing castles, building cities, inventing bells that heal you, inventing fountains, aka Fountain of Youth. You had technology, advancedly, might I add. Nothing's new under the sun. Why you think Black American inventors reinvented old Tartarian inventions for everybody? Think about it. You ain't ever thought about that? If ain't nothing new under the sun, and this shit was in Tartaria, and Black indigenous Americans who invented over 15,000 inventions plus, and all these inventions came from Tartaria. Why was that possible for us to do? You smarter than you think. You know more than you think. It's deeper than you being an Indian and a Moor. It's deeper than that. That's surface level. That's physicality. We in a spiritual warfare. It ain't your identity that makes them envy you. It's the one thing that a lot of them don't have that you have. And that's a soul. That's a soul. They know they ain't got no soul. They know you got the soul. And that's what makes people envious of you. You have what they can't never obtain. They can never obtain a soul. They can never obtain it. And because you can't obtain a soul, you're not connected to the divine and the Most High. It's your soul that makes people jealous. No matter how oppressed we make these people, no matter how stressed we make these people, we done took these niggas' land, we done hid their identity. We call them 3/5 human in the Constitution. We fucking mass incarcerate, lock these folks up at a high rate. We do all type of shit to these people, and they can still laugh and enjoy the day. They can still be cheerful. They can still make a joke. They can still see the silver lining through all the bullshit. We can't break them. You might bend, but you don't break. We bend, but we don't break. That's a fact. We are resilient. They hit us with everything, we still here. Niggas like Mike Myers and this bitch. Niggas burnt us. Niggas that shot us. Niggas strange fruited us. Niggas that ate us. It ain't shit that we haven't seen. Nigga put their dogs on us. Niggas done water hosed us. They done flooded our towns. It ain't shit that we haven't seen. Niggas like Mike Myers and this bitch. The thing is, our people still haven't realized how great they are. They still haven't realized how resilient they are. They still thinking that they YNs. They still thinking that they gangsters, they thugs, they rappers. They still thinking hopelessly. Some of them don't even believe in a God. Niggas became atheists. You can't be an Indian if you're an atheist. I'm sorry. That shit don't go together. I say it again. You can't be an Indian if you don't believe in nothing. Nothing, nigga. You don't believe in nothing creating niggas. Niggas just poofed out of nowhere. You don't believe in nothing outside of yourself. Shit. Niggas that became soulless out here. Nigga that lost their soul. Don't lose yours. Don't lose your soul, because those with a soul got the ticket. You see what I'm saying? I said those horror movies are literally about us. Yeah, they is. That's why I love horror movies. I used to be scared of horror movies until I realized that they was us. When you watch the Portuguese movies and the house is being haunted by an Indian and is put on an Indian burial, who's the Indian? Y'all ain't never think about it? I used to be so terrified of horror movies until I realized some shit. This house was put on an Indian burial. The Indian spirit wants you to leave. Oh. I used to be over there like, oh, leave. And then I realized and got some information and realized who I was. I was like, yeah, get this nigga. Real fast. Yeah, get this nigga. This nigga inside our house and shit. Yeah, get that nigga. That's what your ass get, nigga. This ain't your shit. Feel me? You look at shit real different. Yeah. Pet cemetery, Indian burial ground. Yeah. It's always them people fucking over our sacred grounds, and they are always getting hunted by our ancestors. Lake Lanier. That ain't even a movie, nigga. Lake Lanier. Perfect example. Still swimming on top of niggas' ancestors and shit. That your ancestors unalive. And you think it's cool to swim in that water. Alright. They ain't got no soul, so they don't know. They ain't got no soul, so they don't know. And I'm not saying all white folks or whatever have no soul, but y'all know those who don't have a soul and those who do. Right? Understand that some so-called white folks is our people. They just white passing. They've been brainwashed with labels just like we've been brainwashed with labels. right? You got actual white folks, burn in the sun, allergic to the sun, allergic to nature, ain't got no soul, caring, you got all that type of shit. And then you got those who do got a soul, you know what I'm saying? Paul Walkers of the world, the Justin Timberlakes of the world, you feel me? The John B's, you know what I'm saying? The Shia LaBeoufs of the world, you feel me? Like, understand that. And most of those are actually your cousins. Because the only way that you can have a soul is if you come from the soul people. That's the only way you can have a soul, is if you come from the soul people. This is why it's important for us to decolonize our minds from colorism, and racism. The moment you and everybody decolonize their minds from racism and colorism, you can find your cousins who's actually rooting for you to win. A lot of them is rooting for us to win, man. A lot of people is rooting for us. When we win, they win. That's how I go. We soul tribe. We soul people. When we win, they win. When they win, we win. The others lose. Simple as that. That's the whole reason why they separated one big ass family. It ain't 13 families like people think it is. It's two big ass families. It's them and it's us. Those with the soul, those without the soul. Their family versus our family. The problem is they broke up our family, gave us crazy labels, and made us think that we was different motherfuckers. So now you got cousins fighting cousins on some Civil War type shit. Because that's what the American Revolution and Civil War was. Brothers fighting brothers, sisters against mothers, niggas turned the whole family against you. Folk gotta wake up. Not all skin folk is kin folk, and that go for everybody, not just Black Americans. Some white folks gotta step back and start thinking. Y'all got privilege. Use your privilege. We all know, look, we all know to help us out. Slip through the door and bring us in. You know what I'm saying? Look out for your kinfolk. That's all I'm saying. That was the whole reason why we used our white passing siblings. That's the whole reason why they stopped it, because they caught on to the game. Real shit. They caught on to the game that we used to use our white passing siblings to get in. They stopped it. They stopped it by turning niggas against each other. Just being real. Just being real, man. So, about to go ahead and wrap it up, though. We hit our mark. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. We'll do a part 3 Wednesday. I'm gonna hop on live Wednesday. Tomorrow, I'm gonna take a rest day, sit, rest, catch up on some sleep, watch a couple of movies and stuff like that. But y'all will see me Wednesday, 3-4 o'clock East Coast time. So with that being said, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. I just posted a new video on YouTube. Remember, we 600 watch hours away from being monetized and stepping with the big dogs. So if you can, tune in to the YouTube, cut that thing on play, let it run if you want to, while you're cooking, in the shower, cleaning, riding, work, whatever, just let it play. Or if you want to learn and binge watch, check it out. Science for the Conscious Mind. I just uploaded a new video. Upload another one tomorrow. Yeah, I ain't really got no more announcements right now, except for, shout out to everybody who grabbed a copy of my book. I really do appreciate it. If y'all haven't grabbed a copy, make sure you hit that link, grab your copy right now. Reclaiming Our Consciousness 1 and 2, spiritual books, and Eclipses of America, history books about us. the shit that they don't tell you and the stuff that I can't tell you on YouTube. You feel me? Inside of that An Eclipses of America book, I also threw in Hoodoo is an indigenous American spirituality practice, and it breaks down on how it is, what it is in depth as well too. So, you know, very, very good information inside those books. And I appreciate those who grabbed a copy, and I hope y'all enjoying it. Shout out to those who donated to the Cash App to help Mom Dukes out. I really do appreciate that. If anybody feeling generous and you do want to donate to help Mom Dukes out, I appreciate it. You know, she had knee surgery, so, you know, she can't work right now. So I'm just trying to make sure that she good, you know, with groceries and everything like that. Feel free to donate to the Cash App. I really do appreciate it. I also got Chime if you want to do it like that, or PayPal. Outside of that, thank you for the likes, the love, the gifts. Y'all the real MVPs. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. See y'all Wednesday afternoon. Peace, peace, peace. Nah, child of the soul, I gotta talk to you about that. I'm trying to figure out how to turn it into a paperback right now. I'm having a little hard time with it. But I DM you.
Weren't being pushed down people's throats and all that malarkey. Trump was asked at the White House today, and I'll repeat the question. Do you think men should play in women's sports?
They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't? I'll bet you do.
No, I'm here about no tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay.
So the very people who are saying that Trump has saved women and has made women feel like women again, he doesn't know. Like, what the hell is going on? Wasn't this one of the campaigns?
This is the same man that's taking women's right away for their bodies. So,
but really quickly, first of all, really quickly, it's a really asinine point to try to think that because you put a sign on a door, it's going to stop somebody who has some bad intentions for a little girl. There's never been somebody who said, damn, I sure would like to molest this little girl, but that sign on that door says I can't do it. Or, you know, I wish they put a sign that gave me access, because people that have that frame of mind that they're going to do those terrible things, they're not stopped by a sign on the door. It's really, really a silly argument. But it was one that was epic with the small-minded and with the poorly educated. That's why it worked.
Let me ask you a question.
Excuse me.
These evangelicals. Can I ask you a question?
But
are you comfortable with a grown man going in the bathroom with a little girl? I know I'm not.
Well, let me say this. I had 3 daughters. I was a single parent as a father. And yes, I sometimes I brought my little girls in the boys' room so they could go to the bathroom. And sometimes I went in the ladies' room. You know why I went in the ladies' room? Because they have stalls, and because it's much more private than the men's room.
Right.
That's why. So I'm not uncomfortable with that, and depending on the situation and the circumstance.
Okay, so what you said,
you wouldn't let them do it by
themselves. Can I say this?
Children, both bathrooms.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
My children. When I've had my children and I've used both men or women's.
That's
so
exactly
you went
what
in there with them.
But I'm
went in there with them, right?
Absolutely.
At a certain age,
now, see what
at a certain age.
Okay, right.
And can I ask
but my thing is, can I finish?
Truth, wouldn't it have been easier just going into a disabled and handicapped toilet or something?
Well, there weren't always that wasn't always available
there.
In boys' bathrooms and men's bathrooms.
Yeah.
And then what if a handicapped person comes in and then you in the bath? You know, that's not you know.
But let me
if you have a young girl,
I didn't even get to finish answering my question. Can I finish? Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm not comfortable, but see how you said you went in there with her. Okay, I personally think that men shouldn't be in the women's sports. They're stronger. I don't care how little they are, they're stronger.
Do you feel the same way that women shouldn't be in men's sports?
Personally, I don't think that they should use the same bathroom. Now at home, we all use the same bathroom, but in public, just like you said, the name is not going to stop them from going in and doing what they do. But as you said, you were a single parent, like I was. I went in there, whether it's a man or a woman bathroom. I went in there with my kid because I wasn't comfortable. Whether it's a man or a woman, because you don't know what nobody can do to your kids nowadays. I'm not comfortable with that. That's all I'm saying. Some points he had good points, but the rest of the stuff is off the hook. He's a narcissistic. I don't want to say it. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, off the hook. This man does not need to be president at all.
I feel like by us making this bathroom thing,
we got to get to Michael.
Bathroom thing and board, like all this stuff, we're in a situation we in. I think it was,
and it's less than 1%.
Nikki's not finished.
So guys,
there was many issues that America
can I say something, moderator?
We need to fix, and I just feel like a man in the bathroom or a woman in the I don't care. We got homelessness, people hungry. We got so many major issues, and I can't believe that the voters went in there and voted the way they over a man going to the bathroom or a woman playing men's sport or sweat. It's just, it don't make any, or we're basically losing our rights over something just so trivial. It's so trivial when you think about the major problems that we have here in America. That's just how I felt about it. I mean, if you're worried about your child going in the bathroom, you should be going in the bathroom regardless with them anyway. So it's like that. It just don't. It don't make no sense to me. And look at where we're at.
Yeah, can anybody point to real quick? Can anybody point to a one time when a child had something bad happen to them by somebody trans in a ladies' room?
And also, I just want to ask: has any woman on this panel in the comments ever gone into a bathroom and a trans like male woman came in, or the gym change room? Has anybody experienced that? Because
no,
that's
at
my
work
point.
All day, every day.
At work, there's you have a trans woman who works with you and uses the bathroom.
Yeah,
Michael.
Okay, so you know that person. That person's not a stranger, so it's a different situation. I'm talking about like a public bathroom. The person you're working with, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Go on, Anne. Did you finish your point? So, Michael, we're going to come into you. Thanks for the patience. I know you've been sort of waiting patiently.
Thank you. You're welcome. That's fine. I don't know which point to start on. I've been listening for a while. I think the real thing with what has happened to this place that we call America is that what I feel is that we really got to see how much hatred it was in America. When you ask the question, people from other countries, how do we feel when they're looking at us? I think it showed how in depth the hatred was still here in the United States, because the only reason, I say the only reason, that the gentleman that is in the office of the president right now got to even run is because Barack won. And when I say that is because after Barack won, the hatred showed, and how many people just lost their mind the next morning, and like they couldn't believe it happened. And because he won, it opened the door for someone like the person that's in office.
Egyptians was barbers. That's why King Tut had their barbers here. Come on. But these people don't be knowing this stuff. I'm telling you. Yeah. If they knew it like I knew it, I'm telling you, I'll be helping people connect some dots. That's why they call them the Berbers.
Yeah, or barbers, right.
The Berbers.
Right.
Okay.
But the barbers knew the psyche and knew how to basically cleanse you. Like you went to go get a haircut, you thought you finna go get fresh, and they be like, nah, hold on, you sick. you got to go get your iodine is low.
Right.
Yo, this is low. I mean, I could cut you, but you gonna be messed up anyway. It ain't even you ain't healthy. Your hair breaking off right now.
Yeah.
This, you know what I mean? No, you need to go get some iodine.
Yep, but we'll get black seed oil, whatever the case. Yeah, you'll make you a concoction or a shampoo. Yeah. I gotta shampoo your hair right now. So that's conjure.
Yeah, that's conjure.
Everybody different.
Everybody different.
You might got dandruff, so I might need to use more mint with you. Or somebody else might, you know, they might need some moringa because they blood flowing slow. You know what I mean? Something like that. Like so the more knowledgeable you are at being a stylist.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, because you was more than just doing people hair. You was a healer.
Mm-hmm.
People actually came to you when they was broken, and you put them back together. Mm-hmm. Don't y'all go to the hairstylist or the barbershop? I'm telling you, it's more than just the haircut. It bring your self-esteem back.
Yeah, there's nowhere that you can go other than the barber or the beautician shop to where you can feel like crap, feel like terrible. You come out that chair, you feel like $1 million, a whole new person.
Cause they therapists.
Yeah,
they psychologists.
They artists.
Yeah, they artists. Yes, they artists. Skilled craftsmen. Yeah, potage.
They visionaries.
Sure. Yeah, visionaries. They can see.
They can see what you can't see. You want this cut, they tell you now get this cut.
Yep.
You think you know, no, you don't know. They see the cut you need.
Yes. As my sister motion goddess say, crownmatologist. You know, we be crowning people.
Yes, crowning people.
Yes, because this your nervous system.
Yeah, it starts with your crown.
They teach us in hair school how to give scalp massages.
Right.
And these scalp massages help people release stress from their nervous system. Right. Like this is really like healing on a whole nother level.
Right. Well, you gotta understand.
Really like
you can get the correct signals from the ether and from the universe.
Right.
Your hair is your antennas that receive the signals.
That's true.
So if your hair is dirty and you ain't washing your hair and you know it's matted, you ain't taking up your hair, you ain't keeping up your hair, then that affects the signals coming in from the ether.
Yeah, that causes what's it called? That word
I know what you're saying.
I can't think of the word. Yeah, but it mess up the signal.
Yeah,
it's like
what you be trying to do is transmute the signals from the ether and transmute them. But you gonna get them. But if you scatter, it ain't gonna transmute them the right way.
Yeah, it's gonna be scattered.
Yeah, it's gonna be scattered. Message. Yeah, scattered message.
Yeah.
So that's why sometimes you get people that get messages, they got half the message, but it's scattered.
Yeah.
You gotta do it.
Yeah, like transmissions. Yes, like your signal be off if your hair off. You know.
Yeah.
Because you could think about like, let's say your hair, your ends split. Let's talk about split ends. I'm a hairstylist for real. Layers to it. Look at me, y'all, over here in hair school. So the hair literally got 3 layers to it. The layers is called the cortex. That's the help your sister. What is it called? The medulla, the cortex, and the I can't think of what the middle layer is called, y'all. It been 20 years. Forgive me. Look up the 3 strands of the hair. That's what the 3 layers of the hair. But the hair got these 3 layers, right? And inside the very inner strand of hair is where your genetic material is at. Like literally your genetic material. Think about your hair. Somebody could get your hair and identify your body. Think about the cuticle. Think about gratitude, but think about what is in your hair if they can take a piece of your hair and identify your body. Let's talk about how powerful your hair is.
DNA is
The fact they identify your body, do you understand? They could tell if you a man, a woman. They could tell what race you is, what nationality you are. They could tell who your mother and father. They could tell who your mother and father is off your hair. Somebody drop hair in the chat. If you ever seen Rapunzel, you ever seen what's that movie? My favorite, yeah. The Disney movie. Yeah, Rapunzel with her long Rapunzel. Hair. Yeah, she's on the castle. They telling you. They are telling you in these Disney cartoons, aka documentaries, Rapunzel. That it's the medulla. It's the cuticle, the medulla, and the cortex. I know, right? Motion Goddess, he got us getting on our stuff, right? I know. Look, all the hairstylists about to go brush up. We finna go get our books out. I know, right? Look, we remember we learned this stuff, but we ain't know we needed it like this. We would have took hair school a little more serious if somebody told us we were studying the cosmos. Think about it. It's called cosmetology. If you a hairstylist or a barber, drop a 1 in the chat because I want to give you some respect. I mean, you got to think study the cosmos, man. Your hair is like a tree ring. Yeah. Like, it gives the layers and it tells your story of yourself. It tell when it's unhealthy. That's the Holy Trinity right there, the hair. You think, come on. Yes, come on. Barbers and hairstylists, y'all the healers, man. Yeah. Y'all the healers, bro. Think about all them people sitting in your chair, man. This shit don't be about hair. Bruh, people be coming in our shit like I got divorced. People be coming sitting in our chairs talking about they lost their kids, they lost their son, they lost their daughter. Folks sitting in our chair tell us they got cancer. Folks sitting in our chair tell us they done lost their breasts. Folks sitting in our chair. Man, do y'all understand what people sit in our chair and say to us, bruh? We be giving people advice about their home. Yeah, come on now. Do y'all understand who we is? They downplayed us like we just doing somebody hair. Nah, bruh, no. Do you understand who I am? I'm a goddess. I'm out here healing a nation. Every time I lay my hands on somebody's head. Think about it. In the community, where can you go learn all the tea, good and bad? Yeah. At the barbershop or at the beauty salon. Yeah. This control the community. Yeah. If you want to know all the tea. Yeah. Or the beauty, you don't even got to get a cut. Go sit in there. Think about it if you a messy hairstylist. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about if you a messy hairstylist. Because we all been there, done that, got the t-shirt, right? I was a messy hairstylist before, but let's say we a messy hairstylist, right? And we gossiping about people and, we running over here telling Keisha what Tanya said and all this old type of shit. People hair be falling out, bruh. Do y'all understand? When you a messy hairstylist and you ain't living right, you ain't got no clients. You ever thought about that? Nah, let's talk about it. No, I'm dead ass because you a master of energy. Let's talk about when you got a lot of shit going on in your life, you don't have no clients. Why? Because you ain't healing nobody. When you laying hands on them, they can feel that shit. Think about when you at your best. You working out, you eating right, your money up, your skin glowing. Hey, you is in there touching, bro. You in there on some magician shit. You in there laying people out. Think about it. When your stuff is in order, you is in there. You feel beautiful. You feel amazing. You be hugging people. You be happy to see, bro. You booked. You be turning people down. I can't take it. People be like, I got 100 extra. I can't take you. I don't know what. Go over there. Keisha got a spot. I don't know. Am I lying though, y'all? This is about energy, right? Because the hair is energy. The hair is energy. Think about it. When you living right and you doing right and you start touching people's hair, their hair grow, right? People will swear to God they won't let nobody else touch their hair. Why? Because only you can make their hair grow. They will tell you this. You will see their hair growing down their back. If you a real hairstylist, you done grew somebody's hair and they swear that's your hands. They swear that's whatever you concoct in that little concoction you got over there. Because we all done learned our favorite products, right? We done learned how I don't like this need more of this in there. I'm gonna put some of this in there. I'm gonna buy this and put that in there. We all done did it as hairstylists. The vitamin E, we done, what's them little chewy things? I done had people eating the biotin pills, bruh. I done been so on my square. People was coming in, I was giving people zinc, biotin, and seaweeds, bruh. My clients. I'm feeding my clients seaweed, and why? Because I know it's healing their skin and their hair. Why wouldn't I? You know, it's a lot of hairstylists that will feed you. Think about it. These real deal hairstylists, they will feed your shit. Most hairstylists could cook. I don't know if y'all know that. Yeah, most hairstylists can cook. They artists. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about anything we touch, we prosper. Y'all hear? I'm talking about for real. We can make clothes, we could cook. I'm telling you, we be multi-talented for real, but it's something in you. This is because you an Anunnaki, first of all. This your genetics, this your birthright, this was inherited. And think about if this was Rockefeller's neighbor. This was John D. Rockefeller's neighbor. And he knew Madam C.J. Walker had opened up hair schools. He knew that she was teaching women and men how to become millionaires. Mm-hmm. He knew that he could not control people if they start building up these type of empires with laying hands on people with this healing, because these was the people of Jerusalem, right? These was the healers of Jerusalem, the wise women and men, right? And he knew good and doggone well, if he did not formulate a system to control the wealth of these people, because didn't Rockefeller establish the banking system? Mm-hmm. So, like I said, he established a system to keep his foot on these people's neck.
Well, because with money is how you control the wealth.
Yeah.
And the resources through money. That's because you can track it. That's how you pinpoint it. See, but if we didn't have no money, you can't really. If I just got all the resources, I got abundance. But
hairstyle is not allowed to make products.
But that's what I mean, right?
So they took that away from us because Madam C.J. Walker made her own products. Now you got to go get your shit FDA regulated and go through all these hoops.
Well, it's just like medicine.
Yeah.
You got to go through the FDA, Food and Drug.
Well, I can't even diagnose you as a hairstylist, even though if your hair brittle and I could see that your nails are blue, that's low blood circulation. I know that. Right. But I can't diagnose that. Yeah. I got to send you to the doctor so they could tell you got low blood. Medicine. Yeah. But I know you got low blood. I could have gave you a massage and had you put your feet up and gave you a smoothie and got you together. But nah, I got to send you over here so you could go get some medicine and get heavy metals and be even worse. Mm-hmm. You gonna come to me because your hair breaking out, falling out and all that, when all I had to do was just get you together in the first place.
Metals out your body.
Yeah, but they took my ability to heal.
And the best way to get the metals out your body, all you gotta do is eat some greens.
They made my ability to heal illegal because now it's illegal for me to do these things. Mm-hmm. You know? So when I say that they made it illegal for you to be indigenous, because this was a part of our culture. Egyptians was hairstylists. You could go look at the hieroglyphs and see they was doing hair in Egypt.
All right. Well, see, now you talking about becoming American, quote unquote, citizen. And citizenship rights.
Yeah. Because I'm a citizen, so I got to abide by the laws.
By their citizen laws as a citizen.
But if I'm a god,
you can't practice this. Yeah, but as a god,
apply to me.
But laws of the universe.
Come on. But that's when you got to reestablish your sovereignty.
Yep.
So that's where being a Moor come into place.
Because basically, if you got to ask the government for permission for anything, that means you don't.
I'm a minor.
Yeah, you're a minor. You don't know how to govern yourself.
Yeah, I'm not sovereign. I'm telling the government I'm not sovereign.
You're not sovereign. You need some help. So that's why you're a ward of the state, because they feel like you need some help. You don't know who you are.
So really. I gotta have a foster parent.
You gotta have a foster parent, a cosigner. Yeah. You don't know who you is.
Yeah. So that's why I get allowance.
Yeah, you get allowance because you making money every day. You don't know that though. But they control your money every day that you make.
That's on the stock market.
Yeah, that's on the stock market.
But I'm not responsible enough to do that. So that's why they handle my affairs for me.
Because you don't know.
Okay.
See, with that, everybody's born with at least $1 million. That's what the Queen Elizabeth thing is about.
Okay.
She give everybody $1 million to be born, just for being born as an American citizen. But this is where taxes come in. See, when you doing your taxes, you can't work unless you fill out the tax form. So that tax form that you filling out is a part of your $1 million. You're giving them consent to take the money out for giving them labor.
Because that's a contract.
It's a contract.
I just entered in a contract.
Yeah. So now we go back to indentured servitude. You had to do a contract before you started working. I'm going to work on, not take off on Sunday. I'm going to work 40 days a week. I'm going to do that, do this.
So that's how I enter into slavery.
Yes, that's how you entered into slavery.
Okay.
Which is really 7 years of indentured servitude.
Okay.
It wasn't just no slave. They just dogging you out. There's no such thing as that originally. You see what I'm saying? It was servitude, just like a job. So you fill out the W-2. Now when you get paid from your job, right, you getting paid out your own $1 million that you have. That's your money.
Shit.
That's your money, but they taxing the taxes. They taking your money too because you gave them consent.
Oh, wow. So I'm getting extra tax.
Yeah, because they saying he's at my plant for 8 hours a day. I got to take care of this dude. He at my plant for 10 hours a day. He here. Okay, he running my machine. He broke the machine last week. he cut his finger almost off.
I got
to send him to the doctor. Yeah. We got to get him insurance because he cut his finger. He got 4 kids. They getting sick. We got to do all that. That's all in your W-2. You fill out the taxes. So you really working, taking your own money, and then they taking a piece of yours.
But them the terms and conditions of the contract.
Right.
Which be in a bill
and so
that you can't see.
So let's fast forward. When do you retire? Because you're 65, right?
Okay.
Because guess what happens at 65?
What?
You don't have no more money left. They don't need your services no more. That $1 million gone. So what is they taxing? What is they taking for you at the job?
Oh, wow. So that's when they give us Social Security.
Yeah, that's when they give you Social Security. And say, here you go, here go yo. But most people is dead at 65 from working so much.
That's really.
And then if you don't make it, who takes your Social Security? They do. The government.
That's messed up. That's messed up. So messed up.
This is a system.
But the Rockefellers also created the banking system, which is that.
Because they tied to the Rothschilds, and the Rockefellers is the 2 head families of the money system.
Right.
Rockefellers and Rothschild, they like the sister brother.
So they was the ones that was in charge of everybody that was powerful money.
Right, because the Rockefellers was in charge of the banking. The Rockefellers was in charge of the resources.
Okay.
So you like the Caspian Sea, the oil, the gold, you know, all that stuff, you know, that was them. The railroads, you know.
Well, I understand that Marie Laveau, being a hairstylist, she did the powerful elite hair. So she did the wealthy people hair, so she knew all their secrets.
And she did white and black people hair.
Right, but she knew everybody's secrets. Like the royalty, the nobles, everybody. Because when you do people hair, honey, people be spilling the tea.
Yeah, they can't help it.
People be telling you if they cheating, if you be knowing all type of stuff. You feel me?
You the therapist.
People be confiding in you and stuff. So when that happened, Marie Laveau was very powerful because she had all this tea on people, right? Because when we was listening to the video about how they created the banking system, They said they created the banking system with the secrets that they had on people. Like they blackmailed people into getting their money. You know, they knew people's deepest, darkest secrets. So they would show up and make people invest in the system, and they blackmailed them into it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, because money is really, we were born into what they call Egyptian blood magic through the money system. I see the money system is an Anunnaki system. It is.
Okay.
But it's been manipulated. But it was brought here by the Anunnaki.
Okay. But the Anunnaki was all about gold too.
Right.
So I know our money system, Knoxville, that's where all the gold was at, right? In Tennessee.
Knoxville, yeah. Fort Knox.
So that's Egypt, right? Mm-hmm. Didn't the Anunnakis come to Egypt to get gold? Mm-hmm. Even Massa Musa.
Yeah, they went a few places to get gold. They was in South Africa. They was in Khartoum, Africa. Like they found like the relics and what they left. Like they even found like uranium mines where they mined the uranium. Mm. And some of the, like right now, like uranium is at like a certain level, like 215 to 230. But the uranium they found from, like I said, it was over 200,000 years old, was higher than the levels they even have right now. But it'd been sitting for 200,000 years. So at the time, it was even higher than that. Mm. So they never found uranium that high.
But you know the original name for Africa is Alkebulan, right?
Right.
So basically, the Anunnakis came to Alkebulan to look for the minerals.
Right.
Like uranium.
Yes.
Limestone. Mm-hmm. Precious metals.
Precious metals.
Yeah, right. and stones. Mm-hmm. Right? So, but that makes sense because as a hairstylist or a barber, you have to be an alchemist. Mm-hmm. So that makes sense when they say that this culture comes from Africa. Yeah. Because they talking about alchemy.
Yeah, alchemy.
But most people get caught up on the names and they can't comprehend that this is about alchemists and Anunnakis and metals and energies.
Right. You can't get caught up in the names because it's like name, time, place, circumstances. Just like Africa can't get caught up in the name and the landmass. It's just associated with just that. Because African just ain't a landmass. It's a culture. It's a spirit. All our spirituality really comes from Africa.
Facts.
Like you can't have Orishas, you can't have all of that without bringing Africa into the mix. You can't.
Right.
You just can't. It don't equate. You can't talk about like some of the stuff. You got to bring Ethiopia up into it because it got the Ethiopian Bible, which is the true Bible.
They got the book of Enoch.
So how you gonna talk about the Bible and Enoch and you leaving out Africa?
Right. Because a lot of people do that.
You can't.
Where they say we're not from Africa and we gonna throw the Africa knowledge away.
No, we ain't. And even if it is, that's still our brothers and sisters.
But let's talk about African spirituality, like you said.
Right.
Because that's the Yoruba religion, right?
Right.
Yoruba religion is voodoo, and that's what they practice in Louisiana, right?
Right.
Okay, exactly. So that's Ifa. That's Orishas.
Orishas, right.
And they call the head priestess Babalao, which means grandmother.
Right.
So we talking about the matriarch.
When you talking about Big Mama and all this, you got to bring that into it too.
This America.
Yeah.
We talking about Big Mama.
Yeah, Big Mama.
The conjure woman.
Yeah.
Big Mama, the one who was doing people hair. Yes. Big Mama, the one who was organizing the house, making sure everybody eat. Big Mama.
Big Mama.
The OG.
Yeah, the triple OG.
The triple OG.
So taking Africa out of the equation, you got to take voodoo, hoodoo, all spirituality, all the Orishas out. You can't use that if you taking Africa out the equation.
Right, because these the Yoruba people.
Yeah. This is the spirituality, where the spirituality came from.
And this is heavy in Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama. Why is it so rich and saturated in the South if we not those people?
Right.
How did we get the knowledge if we not those people?
Right. But see, Africa is tied to Mu.
Greetings.
Africa is tied to Mu or Lemuria.
Okay.
Or the Moors.
Okay.
See, Moor is really short for Lemuria, Lemur.
Okay.
See, the Moors.
That's the moon land.
This is just where you get the moon from.
The luminaries.
Yeah, the luminaries. Because Lemuria were the moon masters, which were the goddesses.
Ain't Louisiana the moon city?
Yes, they call it the moon city.
Oh.
These were the moon goddesses.
So this another fact that Africa gotta be in America because Louisiana is the moon city.
Yes.
And we talking about Lemuria, which is the moon city. I mean the moon Lemuria.
And when Lemuria fell, it said the moon goddesses fled to North Africa.
That's Morocco.
Yeah, that's where they fled to.
So Morocco is in the North African province.
Right.
When we put the map up of Morocco, where it's Indiana and all these places that's here in America.
Right.
I noticed that Hendrix over here has left. Bye, Hendrix. See you. But Hendrix was spamming the chat because Hendrix probably don't study in some of the things that we were saying. But do y'all following? Drop a 1 in the chat if y'all following, because some of y'all be over here studying and y'all could follow this. Because we done studied Lemuria, we done studied the Anunnakis, we done studied Narnia, we done studied the Haitian Empire, we done studied George Washington's family and how he really melanated. You know, we know a lot of secrets. You know what I'm talking about? We know a lot of hidden things that make this, you know, it make it hit different. It make it hit different. Okay. I don't be wanting to lose people because sometimes people that don't study come over here and they don't be knowing what's going on. And you know, the type of content we got here, you can't just watch one time and be on top of stuff. You have to actually come break some spiritual bread with us. You right?
And if you've been here, you can ask questions.
Yeah.
We got receipts.
For sure.
This ain't a closed discussion.
Okay, so we talking about John D. Rockefeller and how he was neighbors with Madam C.J. Walker and how John D. Rockefeller told her he was going to create an education system because she had schools too.
Mm-hmm.
She had an education system already established because she was French. So she was already teaching people how to heal. She had a herbal school. She had a healing school. She had these schools already established in Illinois, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that the Morocco Providence?
Yeah.
Come on, there go another receipt. So she had schools in Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, up in that region where she was living at, Missouri. Okay, Louisiana.
Yeah.
They keep their hair done down there.
And they were neighbors, right?
So yep.
If they were neighbors, then that means
because Rockefeller live in Ohio.
Right.
Play with that.
But that also means that she knew C.J. Walker knew Rockefeller's wife.
Gratitude, sis. Yeah, because she was doing her hair.
Yeah.
So she knew they secrets at their house.
Right. So let's fast forward.
Okay.
Who is Rockefeller's wife?
I don't know. We need to find out who is John D. Rockefeller's wife. Who is his wife? Who is his wife?
Nah.
Somebody said he lived in Kentucky also. So we got big facts, Regina.
Anybody know who Rockefeller's wife was?
We got big facts. Facts.
I know.
I'm about to look it up. Because who is she? We want to know who is Rockefeller's wife, because that means she was getting her hair done by Madam C.J. Walker. Because you ain't going to tell me Madam C.J. Walker next door doing hair and Rockefeller wife over there looking, her hair over there looking crazy. You ain't going to tell me that. You ain't about to tell me that. Greetings, sis. Yes, you're not about to tell me that. Who is her wife? Who is his wife? What's Spelman? What?
You know, Spelman College is the Atlanta all women's college in Atlanta. Clark, you got Spelman. Okay.
Okay. I never looked his wife up. I never really cared. But her name is Laura Spelman.
Okay.
So John D. Rockefeller wife name is Laura Spelman Rockefeller.
Okay, like I said.
So she the founder of the Spelman College?
Yes, Atlanta, Georgia.
In Atlanta, Georgia. So they got a, okay. Because we talking about.
Know who Spelman College is. It's an all-women's college. Only women. Morehouse is the all-black college.
Okay, Morehouse is the black college in Atlanta. And
all black.
She got the
then you got
Spelman.
Clark College. You got Clark College.
Okay.
And then you got Spelman. These three colleges is like on the same campus, like in the same metropolitan. So you got Morehouse over here, Spelman, the all women. Then you got Clark, which is co-ed.
Okay.
That's all like on one campus. Like
and John D. Rockefeller and them is
created Spelman College
after
his wife. She's the one that made Spelman College. Like you said, they were neighbors with Madam C.J. Walker.
Okay, so John D. Rockefeller education system. The Rockefeller education system refers to the early 20th century influence of John D. Rockefeller and his General Education Board is shaping modern American public education, heavily emphasizing on vocational training, standardization, and efficiencies through massive philanthropy. The GEB aimed to create a compliant, efficient workforce for industrializing society, creating industry. So it's a hair industry now.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a hair industry at first because remember Pocahontas, they lived in the natural and they industrialized her world, and that's how she got sick with smog and stuff, because they made everything an industry and corporation and turned it into a business instead of letting it be natural.
But ain't that what happened to us?
Yeah.
Didn't we used to have natural afros and natural hair?
Yeah, now we got all these chemicals and
relaxers
things that could kill us.
Pressing our perms.
Yeah. Chemical warfare.
Curls. They gave us curls in the 90s.
Yeah. We got cancer.
We got cancer, chemicals.
People putting stuff in their hair they don't need to be.
Remember we talked about earlier, that messes with your antennas.
Right.
Your signals coming in.
Relaxing the antennas.
Yeah, relaxing.
Sodium hydroxide.
Because when you straighten your hair out, that has something to do with messing with the antennas.
Your ethers.
Your ethers. This is the reason why it's curled in a circle and it's coily. Yeah. It's the reason why it's curled.
Because it's connected to the ethers.
It's connected to the ether.
And you distracting your connection. Yeah. Distorting your messages.
If you look at the curl in your hair, the curl is like the Fibonacci sequence, like the infinity sequence, and then the curl. So when you look on straight hair, it's an end line. It's an end. Start in the end. Straight. The more curl, the more energy you can receive.
So you messing up your energy, your energetic fields too.
Energetic fields.
Yeah.
The more you can retain, the more you can, you messing that up.
Yeah.
We don't know that though. They taught us
look cute. Pretty. Look cute. Yes, you look cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we doing things to be cute instead of seeking knowledge of how it's harming us. Greetings, y'all. Can I have y'all help me do me a favor? Can we get the hearts up over here to 40K? Gratitude for helping me get up to 36. Can we get up to 40? And if y'all could tap the daily heart box, can y'all tap the daily heart box? If y'all could share the live, can y'all share the live? I give gratitude to everybody that's been sharing, hearting, liking, all that good stuff. Gratitude, y'all. Appreciate y'all. I do. Gratitude. And can I have somebody throw a rose up there? Or are you learning something? You enjoying the content? Are y'all enjoying this content? Okay, we over here teaching some stuff. We over here teaching some stuff or what? Yeah, okay. We got y'all thinking. Okay, we got y'all thinking about Madam C.J. Walker. That was Rockefeller's neighbor. Yeah, and John D. Rockefeller neighbor, and how he created a system to make efficient workers. Yeah, so they opened up corporations, corporate salons. I used to work at them. Yeah, they were corporate salons, and this shit became a job. This was not a service. This is not a service no more. It's not a healing service no more. It used to be all about you. You know? It would cater to your needs. Now it has become a $1 billion industry. Yeah, chemicals getting put in your head, causing you harm and all type of stuff, right? I'm just saying. Yeah, we put melting the stuff on your forehead and all that. It's an industry now. Yeah, this is about the industry now. This ain't about healing you. This about making you look cute. Even if you got to die to look cute, you know what I'm saying?
You be dead cute. I'm trying to look cute.
I'm just saying. Yeah, we spraying shit on you. You can't breathe. The hairspray messing up the ozone layer and shit. I'm just saying, we over here. This ain't about you no more. This is about making you cute. Dying to be cute. You know what I'm talking about? I'm just saying. Even if the products we putting in you making you have genetic defects on your babies, and I'm just saying, this is what we doing now. Because we lack knowledge. You know what I'm saying? We the healers, right? Yeah, come on now. They done got this misconstrued it here. So, something that I found out about Marie Antoinette, because I'm on her helmet, aka Marie Laveau, Madame Marie Laveau. Hey, what's the lady name we was talking about that do hair? Her name Madam
C.J. Walker.
Oh, because her and Madam Marie Laveau got a lot in common.
They do.
They both of their names Madam. Interesting. So what, did they call all the French hairstylists Madam or something? Trying to make it make sense. What's up with the Madam? But anyway, back to Marie Laveau, Marie Antoinette. Marie Antoinette was a French queen of France. Isn't that something? Her name Madam, and she's Queen of France. I happen to know that did y'all know that Illinois was a French word? Anybody? Did anybody know Illinois was a French word? What about Missouri? Did anybody know Missouri was a French word? Because, yeah, Missouri, because she lived up there in St. Louis. Ain't St. Louis connected to old boy? King Louis. the 16th? Ain't that his city? Oh. So Madam C.J. Walker had lived in St. Louis. Because Marie Laveau lived in St. Louis too. You know that? I mean, did you know Marie Laveau was buried in St. Louis #1 cemetery?
No. Oh, yeah, St. Louis Cemetery.
Yeah, it's in New Orleans though, but it's called St. Louis. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. Why is it called St. Louis? They ain't have no other names for it?
Right.
Oh, okay. So we talking about St. Louis, okay, because that's St. Louis the 16th, right? Okay, so because King Louis the 16th is King of New Orleans, right? Okay, that's Louis Vuitton, right? Okay. So he also is the Sun King, right? Because we was talking about how these Egyptians and they do hair and you know they the melanated people and stuff like that. So this the Sun King, right? Okay, so you know her husband's name was C.J. Walker. His name was Walker.
His name,
Walker. Let's talk about Walker. Okay, so like Luke Skywalker or somebody? What about Jesus walking on water? I'm just saying I'll be thinking about shit with the Walker. You know what I'm talking about? I need to find out who is the Walker family because I'm nosy. What about y'all? Y'all nosy? So what kind of walker was he? A day walker? Like what kind of walker was he? I got questions. I'm just saying, I be thinking. I don't know if you be thinking, but the Walker surname originates from medieval England and Scotland. Ain't that Texas? And England is Arkansas. Okay. So that's Louisiana for the people in the back. As an occupational name for a fuller. A person who thickened raw cloth by trampling or walking on it in water. Derived from Old English, to walk or tread, is closely associated with the textile industry in northern England and Scotland. A walker was a filler of cloth, especially one who cleaned and thickened cloth by stepping on it. It is a synonymous with the surnames Fuller, South England, and Tucker, West County. The name has Anglo-Saxon roots, appearing as early as 13th century, with significant concentrations in Yorkshire, Durham, and Scottish lowlands. In Scotland, it is often derived from the Gaelic Mac, meaning son of Fuller. Okay, so we know this go back to Scotland, which is Texas. Scotland, Texas, that's over there close to where Paris, Texas at. And that's where Marie Laveau, we could trace Marie Laveau back to Paris, Texas, because they used to call her Madame Paris. Yeah, because she was living in Louisiana, aka France, and her husband was the king of France, and she was living when her husband just disappeared off the record. They called her Widow Paris. She wore a black veil. They called her Widow Paris. Okay. And then they got American Horror Stories about Marie Laveau. You know, American Horror Stories is true events. Because down in Louisiana, did you know they had a serial killer that was on the loose in Louisiana? And what they would do is the serial unaliver would unalive people who wasn't playing jazz music. You had to play jazz music so he wouldn't unalive you. So that's why jazz music is so heavy down in Louisiana. So they would tell you in Louisiana that jazz music wards off evil spirits. Go look it up. Go look it up. Matter of fact, let me see if my Google will tell you, because people be thinking I just be saying anything to be on TikTok. I promise you. I promise you, I do not just be saying anything to be on TikTok. I promise you. Does jazz music ward away evil spirits in Louisiana?
In Louisiana, music is seen as our ancestors and ward off negative energy through celebration, rather than literally removing evil spirits. It's a cultural tradition that brings joy and acts as a protective ritual, encouraging people to enjoy themselves.
So it's saying in Louisiana, particularly New Orleans, jazz and second line music are seen as powerful festive forces that honors ancestors and chases away negativity, rather than watering away spirits literally. Music is a key part of the culture that transforms, celebrates, and brings joy, often acting as a protective ritual that encourages the living to let the good times roll. So they will play jazz music to connect with the ancestors. Now, how many of y'all seen Sinners? How many of y'all seen Sinners? Yeah, this is where sinners come in. This is where sinners come into play. Because if you ever seen Sinners, when Sammy get to playing that guitar, honey. Sammy get to playing that guitar and that portal opens up. And the portal opens up. And when the portal opens up, that's when the ancestors there. It's the ancestor realm open, the future is open, and the past is open, and all of them connecting at once. So that is opening up the dimensions, right? They said music can transform. So music was opening up the portals, right? Yeah. Music was bringing the portals together, right? The ancestral realm, the ethers, the ethereal realms. It was bringing forth the different dimensions, right? Especially if your antennas can grasp it. You know, your antennas, your crown, right? Because the ancestors recognize you as royalty and as divinity by your crown. Right? Remember we talked about your hair supposed to be spiraling up to catch the frequency. Remember we talked about that? Remember we talked about what we put in our bodies affects the frequencies. It affects how we get the messages. Remember we talked about that? So that music gives us messages. That music is activating memories. Think about if I cut on a flashlight right now, y'all gonna remember the barbecue. We wasn't even at the same barbecue. But if you lived during the 80s, you was at somebody's barbecue and they had flashlight on. You was at somebody's barbecue and they had Keith Sweat on How Deep Is Your Love in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying I could play 80s music and this can bring back your memories from the 80s. I'm just saying you will start remembering the 80s. If I play music from the 90s, you will start remembering the 90s. I will open up a portal and you will be back in the 90s. You will have flashbacks. You remember how you was dressed. You remember where you was at when this song came out. You remember what you had on the day this song came out. You can remember stuff. Because that's a portal, right? Music is opening up portals. Remember, we come from the land of Mu. Somebody drop MU in the chat. I'm just saying, when you know that you come from the land of Mu, ain't that muscle? It's muscle memory. What my cousin said today, we come from muscle shows where the muscles came up on land. Mm-hmm. And he said they spelt it muscle. Right. But it was supposed to be muscle. But these about muscles. Muscles is memory, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, because we understood that music, that's why the ancient Egyptians was musicians, right? Yeah, they was hairstylists and musicians. Think about hairstylists as musicians. You had barbers that would sing to you. They called themselves barber hairstylist quartets. They would sing to you. You get your hair cut. They sing. People doing it right now. Do your barber sing? Yeah, most barbers and hairstylists be singing. Hey, motion goddess, you be singing? Do you to your clients? I'm asking motion goddess because I know she is a hairstylist, right? But if I know you a hairstylist, I would ask you too. But I'm just saying, people, yeah. She said I be humming. I'm just saying we be singing to the people. We be singing to them that our voice is healing them, right? That's serenading them, right? I'm just saying, most hairstylists be singing to you. Your song, when you go get your hair done, the number one thing when you go in the hair salon, they got music on. Am I right or wrong? Somebody drop music in the chat. Because these folks be having music on, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Folk be having music on.
You can't go in there without them.
Yeah, they be having music on. You go in the hair salon, you gonna hear some music. You are going to hear some music. I don't know what kind of music your hairstylist listen to, but you gonna hear some music. When you come in my salon, you might hear some Cokes Marie or something like that. You gonna mess around and heal in my chair. But you gonna hear some music. They gonna have a screen up. They might got a game up or something. They might got something, a movie up or something like that. But they got music in there. You best believe, because that's our best work. When we get our music on and get to singing our little song, honey, we will lay your hair out. Am I lying? Am I lying, y'all? That be your best hairstyle when they get their song come on. They get to dancing and stuff. They will lay your hair out. Am I lying? Your barber ever bust out in the dance? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm just saying, cause your song might come on. You know, this magic. I'm just saying, cause if you watch the Enchantment little movie, they be singing and dancing. You watch the little Shrek cartoon, they singing and dancing. I don't care what little cartoon you watch, they singing and dancing. This is magic. I'm just saying, these people be some singing, dancing people, bro. I'm just saying. Cause this is magic. Cause it takes soul to sing and dance. Y'all realize that? Somebody drop soul in the chat. If you realize it takes soul to sing and dance. You can't sing and dance without soul. Am I lying? Somebody tell these people I'm not lying. Can you sing and dance without soul? No. That's animation, right? You can't do nothing without animation. You can't sing and dance without no animation. You need your soul to sing and dance. And some people can't sing and dance. I'm telling you what I know. Some people cannot sing. They not on tune. They sound horrible. They just can't. They can't get with the harmony. They off beat, just can't. Something they soul ain't right. Some people cannot dance. They got 2 left feet. They just cannot get the groove. They just cannot get the beat. But you got to understand, this is soul. Because soul is rhythm. Am I right or wrong? Soul is rhythm and it's blues. Because they called us the blue people, right? Avatar people got souls, right? Come on, they called us the blue people now. Gratitude and greetings. They called us blue people, y'all. Somebody dropped blue in the chat. Didn't they call us the blue people? Because we had souls. Yeah, blue black people. We had souls, the dark people. That's the melanin right there. That blue ink. Come on. What in the father name? Inky? The blue ink. Somebody drop blue ink in the chat. You know the soul is blue ink. I'm just telling you the truth. You know the soul is blue ink?
Okay.
But you remember in Georgia, they had to go to Georgia because that's where the Aztec warriors was at. And the Aztec warriors would create this blue ink in Stone Mountain. From the granite stones that's in Stone Mountain. And they would create this blue ink. It was blue ink. But they covered themselves in this blue ink. Y'all seen the movie Apocalypto? Mel Gibson. Remember the people had the blue ink on them? Mm-hmm. They was covered in the blue. That's what I'm talking about. Them people that they had the blue and they had the tattoos and they was covered in the blue ink. Now they covered themselves in this blue for protection because they was warriors. It was like a ceremonial, cultural, tribal type of situation. But they had their blue ink, the blue people. Okay, so that's where the whole Smurfs come from. Remember they showed you the Smurfs, the people that live in the mushroom houses? Remember we watched 607 yesterday, and he talked about how they would lived in the land of Oregon. Because Oregon got mushrooms. That's the mushroom land, right? That's Alice in Wonderland. And that's Mario Land, right? Mm-hmm. In that realm, right? Mm-hmm. And they got the magic mushrooms there. So these magic mushrooms was because they lived in a magical land. Where California at? Queen Califia magical land. Okay, so when they was living over here in this magical land, they had access to these magical mushrooms and enchanted apples, right? Mm-hmm. So it was a lot of different things you could eat over there that was magical, right? Mm-hmm. You know, the Bible talk about fruit that grow on trees that's healing. Like they say every season a different fruit grow off the tree. And you could eat the fruit off the tree to heal you from any ailment that you suffer from. So that's like the Garden of Eden, right? Mm-hmm. Where the vineyards at and where the grapes grow and things like that, the magical land. So they had these shrooms though, magical mushrooms. And they would take these magical mushrooms and go to other realms. Now, we all seen it in Mario Brothers. Do y'all remember Mario Brothers? Anybody here remember Mario Brothers? And Mario would eat the mushroom and then go down the portal to another realm? Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying, cousin. Cousin. Tell me I'm lying. Somebody drop a 1 in the chat if Mario was eating mushrooms going to other dimensions. Because I need somebody to know what I'm talking about. I don't want y'all to think I'm just rambling on and on over here. Gratitude, gratitude. Yes. Okay. Okay. So can I have y'all help me get up to 50? Can we get up to 50K? Can we get up to 50K, y'all? Can y'all help me get up to 50K? I give gratitude. Y'all can tap that screen. Help me get up to 50K. Now, if y'all could tap the daily heart box, tap the daily heart box. And if you could share the live, can you share the live? I give gratitude. Let me share the live. I'm going to share the live too. How about that? So if I share it with you, I thought about you. Okay. There we go. Okay. And can I have somebody throw a rose up on the screen? Are we learning something? It's the content. Are we learning something? We have talked about being hairstylists, being barbers. We have talked about being cosmetologists, studying the cosmos. We have talked about being healers of Jerusalem. We have talked about New Orleans. Greetings and gratitude, sissy. We talked about New Orleans, right? We talked about Louisiana. We talked about Madam C.J. Walker. Also, this lady that's up on the screen, this is George Washington's mother. I mean, not George Washington's mother. Oh my goodness. I'm jacking up. This is Black Mozart mother. That's George Washington. Y'all know what I meant. Y'all know what I meant though. So this is George Washington. So y'all know about George Washington. I mean, Black Mozart, right? Black Mozart. Greetings and gratitude. We know about Black Mozart, right? Okay. So now we got to learn about Black Mozart right quick, okay? I got to get y'all up on Black Mozart right quick because y'all got to know what's going on. Greetings. So we got to know what's going on with this Black Mozart cat. Let's look at his mama right quick. So his mama name is Nana, okay? Nana. What's Inky daughter name? Ainana. Like this. Ainana. Oh, okay. I'm just saying because Inky got a daughter named Ainana. But okay, everybody see her name is Nana, okay? We all see her name is Nana, right? Now, her name translates to Ann, okay? Somebody drop Ann in the chat. Somebody, anybody, I don't care who do it, just somebody. Because I want to know who understands that her name translates to Ann. Okay, gratitude. Okay, so y'all comprehend that's Ann over there, okay? So let's go look at this. Okay, so here we go with St. Anne Street. You forgot something? So St. Anne Street, right? So this is St. Anne Street. You forgot something. So this St. Anne Street, right? Does that make sense? Is this making sense? Is Saint Anne making sense? Is Saint Anne making sense to anybody? Because now y'all know who Saint Anne is, right? Is Saint Anne making any sense to anybody? Okay, so now we know who Saint Anne is, right? We that's Saint Anne right there. Okay. And Saint Anne is Nana. And Nana got a son. Okay. Because y'all know this the French Empire, and they said that they was inbred and they was, they was doing too much because they were trying to keep it in the family, right? They really was. But anyway, so check this out. So this her son. Okay. Now, her son name is Saint George. Okay. Now, Saint George is King of France. Okay. Because his mama King of France, right? So we talking about Louisiana. Louisiana. Like Louisiana. Louisiana. I'm just saying, we talking about Louisiana, right? Louisiana. That's what they used to call it, Louisiana. We talking about a French, right? Louisiana. Okay, so now we're talking about Louisiana. And us talking about Louisiana, that's what make him king, right? Okay. So if she was queen of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas, that make him king of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas, right? Okay, so his name's Saint George. Okay, so remember I talked about in New Orleans, they said that music warded off negative spirits. They also said that music connected them to their ancestors. Remember we just learned that? Drop a 1 in the chat if you was just on the live when we just learned that. About how in Louisiana, they use jazz music and second line music to ward off negative energy and to connect with ancestors. Okay, so music is a weapon. Music is technology. Music is everything to these people. These people take this music very, very seriously. So look at this. Wait a minute, hold on. Not this. That ain't what I want you to look at. I wanted you to know that he's Black Mozart, right? So, yeah, he's Black Mozart. So Black Mozart, he performs at operas. Somebody drop opera in the chat, because, hey, this is where shit get real at. I don't know if this getting real for you, but when I thought about the opera, I thought about The Godfather. I did. I had thought about The Godfather. Because, I love The Godfather. I've been obsessed with The Godfather since I was little. Don Corleone. I watched The Godfather because The Godfather connected to the Roman Emperor. I mean, the Vatican, the Vatican, the Pope. That's the Roman Emperor, right? So the Godfather talk about Rome. It talk about the Vatican. It talk about, because Michael on Godfather Part 2, he had gave the Vatican like $6.5 million. I said, that's a lot of damn money. And the Cardinals down there at the Vatican, them the people that wear the red hats, the Cardinals. Yeah, so they was down there at the Vatican, and they had lost the money. So Michael had to get him some more money. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Michael, which is a biblical name, got to keep giving the Vatican all this money and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because he was the godfather. I say, Michael the godfather, like the archangel Michael, the godfather. But okay, anywho. So my man be thinking. So I'm up here watching The Godfather because on The Godfather Part 3, they is at an opera. I said that's kind of interesting that they at an opera out of all places. Yeah, and somebody actually get unalive and they dangling, from a rope out there. I said, damn, is this connected to this stuff here? Because this is crazy. This was about bloodlines and blood rights. Because in the Godfather, it started off in Godfather 1. It started off with a funeral, right? And the brother name, okay, so I think they had unalived the daddy, right? And so they had got Pablo when the movie first came on. They had got Pablo. We didn't even know who Pablo was, and they had got him before the credits came on and shit. We ain't even know who was all in the movie yet, and they had took Pablo ass out. And I was like, damn, Pablo must have did some shit because he ain't even make the credits. Like, he got took out in the first scene. Like, so Pablo is the brother from The Godfather. Remember The Godfather, Don Corleone? The Godfather. In the first Godfather, it show you where he came from. And they show you old Italy. And they got the little donkeys and shit out there. And, they at the little funeral, they playing the little music like, dun, dun, dun. And they took Pablo out. And so that's when Don Corleone mama had took him over to the other Don. Was like, hey, you done took my husband out. You done took my other son out. This is all I got left. She was crying and pleading and begging the man, just let my son live. She even told the man the little boy was slow and shit. Like, he's slow. He ain't even right in the head. He ain't nobody. She tried to downplay him and stuff. The man was like, bruh, he gotta go too, because your whole bloodline gotta go. Like, I don't care. All y'all gotta go. So dude smoked the damn lady on the porch. So the little boy got up through. That was Don Corleone. So he ran. He was like, not today. So Don Corleone got on the boat. He wasn't that damn slow because he got on the boat and he had left his father's land, some biblical shit, and came over here because he was like, they trying to unalive my shit. You would have came here too if people take your ass. They done unalived your mama, your daddy, your brother. You gonna get your ass on the ship and get up out of there too, right? Okay, so that's how Don Corleone got here. And he ain't had no name and shit, so he had made up a name. That's where Don Corleone come from. And he was living in Harlem and all of that kind of stuff. So that lets you know that that's wrong for real. You know what I'm talking about? Where New York and all that stuff at, that's wrong. Why? Because what's the capital of Rome? Italy. And he was the Italian mobster. Think about it. New York, think about it. Come on. Don't be slow. So, yeah, they up there in New York, Harlem world, because ain't that where Bumpy Johnson, the Johnsons is the Israelites. Come on, you know what's going on. So, wasn't Bumpy Johnson up there serving the Italians in the movie? Y'all know what's going on. This shit happened up there in New York, right? Like sis said earlier, this some Napoleon, because that's Naples, right? Napoleon, Naples, King of France, all this shit jumping off up here in New York. It's some political shit jumping off though. You know what I'm talking about? For real, if you really know what's going on, because you got the House of York up here, the Yorkshires. I'm talking about real life Jews, right? Yeah, real life Jews. Okay, so when we talk about Jews, we talking about the tribe of Judah. Okay, and then so we got these Germans too, right? But nobody ain't telling you they Moors, right? They done whitewash the Germans and shit. You think the Germans is, Anne Frank and them. Now you know who the real Anne Frank is, because I showed you, right? Let me put the real Anne Frank back up here for you, because maybe you was confused about some shit. But you know what's going on, right? They done watered the shit down and told us the girl was a Caucasian little girl. We done felt bad for her and shit. Like, damn, she got put out her castle and now she live in the ghetto and shit. We ain't, come on. The people that look like this in the ghetto right now. Shit, I'm one of them in the ghetto right now looking like this. It was about controlling your narrative. Because your narrative is your character. Your character is your soul. You got me? That's what it's always been about, controlling the narrative. So the narrative is your soul, your essence, your countenance, your behavior. That's what it's always been about, controlling you, your emotions. Think about it. You live in a world that controls your emotions. You don't even know how you feel sometimes. Why? Because your emotions being pulled in every which way. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because it's about control of your emotions, control of your very soul, control of your essence. Why would somebody outside of you want to control your soul? They don't get one. Only a soulless person would control your soul. Think about it. They talk about vampires, right? They be like, vampires don't got no soul, right? That's somebody that want to control your soul. Somebody that don't got one. Think about it. Somebody that don't got no soul want your soul. Because your soul is gold. What they came here looking for, gold. What do people steal? Gold. What do people want the most? Gold. This shit been about gold. It's been about gold. Then we used to walk around with gold breastplates that let you know your soul is gold. Your breastplate is gold. That's symbology. Let me show you the picture. Now have somebody throw a rose up on the screen. We're going to take a look at the gold in breastplate that the Roman soldiers, aka Amazons, Spartans, was wearing. Now, during this time, gratitude, during this time, they were wearing these gold breastplates. Even when you saw the Amazon, Shira, things like that, they had on these gold breastplates. This was symbolic for the soul. Yes, this is symbolic for the soul. Where is the soul at? In the solar plexus, in the digestive system, in the solar system. That's your core, right? That's your center, right? That's your universe, right? Yeah. So that's where your soul lives at, right? So that is gold. That is supposed to be, that's your armor. That's your protection. That has a force field around it that can ward off evil. That can attract evil too. Yeah, that could you think, come on now. That's going to attract all type of pirates. That pirates looking for gold and shit. I'm just saying, people that steal gold, people that's hunting for gold, people that's, I'm just saying it's going to attract different type of people, right? So think about some of the people that you dealt with in your life. They wanted that gold, didn't they? What was in there, they wanted that, right? And some people took that for granted. Some people stole that. Some people ain't appreciate that. I'm just saying because it was golden. But everybody didn't see it like that. You know what I mean? But that's your essence. That's who you is, right? That's what make you you, right? That's your plasma. That's your energy. That's your diaphragm. That's your breathing system. That's your circulatory system. Right? Yeah. Look at that. The soul. Look at the soul. So when we said we was Roman warriors, we wasn't just Roman warriors. Like, we was the defenders of the soul. Like, we was the defenders of the universe because we understood that. We understood the souls of men. We understood that we was the protectors of that. Look at the blood. The blood is the spirit, right? Tell me it ain't. Tell me it ain't. Tell me your blood ain't your spirit. If something wrong with your blood, something wrong with your spirit. Am I right or wrong? Let you be sick. Your spirit be low, don't it? You don't be yourself. People be like, what's wrong with you? You answer the phone, people be like, what's wrong with you? You don't sound like yourself. What you mean? Your spirit, your blood. It don't sound the same. What's wrong with it? You know what I'm saying? Gratitude. Like, what's wrong with your spirit? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with your spirit, though? You know, like, so your spirit is your blood. That's your alchemy, right? Because you can alchemize your blood. Am I right or wrong? You could be in tune with your blood and find out what's wrong with your blood, right? Because sometimes it's something you ate, right? Sometimes you could eat something and it can make you feel sluggish, right? Sometimes you could eat something and it can make you feel dizzy, right? Sometimes you could eat something and it throws off your chemistry, right? It throw off your pH, it throw off your balance, all of that. Am I right or wrong? They got this little saying, and it's true. It say you are what you eat. It's a true statement. You really are what you eat, but we don't know that until, you know, we hard-headed and stuff. So some of us don't know that until we like at the hospital hooked up to an IV, you know, fighting for our life. Now we, you know, now we want to listen. You know, my bad, y'all. Now we want to listen. I ain't mean to put that up. Okay, now we want to listen, right? Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? Some of us got to actually go to the hospital and be hooked up to machines and be in critical condition for us to take care of ourselves. It is sad, but some of us, that's real. Somebody drop a heart in the chat if you those people. Because I know I ain't the only one that got to go to the hospital and be half-ass dead to know to take care of myself. Like, that's crazy. I got to do better. I'm just saying, cousin, I got to do better. I ain't coming for you. I'm coming for me. I got to do better because I got to take better care of myself because, you know, that's crazy. I have to go be in critical condition for me to realize how precious my life is. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that crazy? You gotta damn near be in critical condition for you to start living your life. Most people that start living their life to the fullest, they don't really do it until they have a life-altering experience like that. That's just some human shit, I guess. But back to Ann, because we done got to talking about the spirit and the soul and the blood. But back to Ann. So we got Ann over here, who is also Hannah. Hannah translate, Ann and Hannah is one of the same. So the Virgin Mary out the Bible, her mama name is Ann. Do y'all understand me? I'm going to say it again for the people in the back. The Virgin Mary, her mother name is Ann. And Ann was married to Joachim. Joachim is the king of Sweden. Can I have somebody throw a rose up on the screen? We need to take a look at one of them maps I got, because if we talking about Anne right here on the picture, and we talking about her husband, Joachim name also would translate to Jean. Okay. We talking about a Jean and we're talking about Anne. Okay. And we're talking about them coming from this Naples Empire and this Swedish Empire. Now, if we use our public food system education, this is going to completely go over our head. But because we are at spiritual situation, gratitude, cousin, because we are at spiritual situation, I am going to put the map up so we can see where these people are really from and what's really going on. Okay. Wait a minute. Here we go. Let me get the map. We supposed to be listening to an audio book, by the way. I got up here and got to talking, honey. I'm not mad about it, though. I ain't mad about it. Talking about the enchanted castles and the Castellane, and talking about the royal monarchy. Something I learned about this royal monarchy too is they definitely was incest, y'all. Because we talking about this, the woman on the screen is Rome, you know, the Roman Empire, right? Romania. So we talking about Rome and Greece. So with us talking about Rome and Greece, we are definitely talking about Zeus and what's her name? Hera, his sister, Athena, his other sister. Like, even if we call them by their other name, Isis and Osiris, they was brother and sister. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I need for y'all to understand that too. Because when we start really getting into this, but I already told y'all this stuff like this in the family. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's why people got genetic defects and people got curses and, you know, stuff like that. But that's why in the Bible we got those rules and laws too. Like, mothers can't be with mothers can't be with their sons, and you know, you can't be with your uncle, and you know, it got laws in there actually to stop you know what I'm saying? That, because that wasn't right. And us being Anunnakis, they said we were splicing genes and doing too much, and that's doing too much if you ask me. Okay. Okay, so So I give gratitude, y'all. I give a gratitude. Okay, can I have somebody throw a rose up on the screen, honey? It's the content. I give gratitude. Gratitude. Okay, gratitude. Remember I just said Joachim, which was Anne's husband, was king of Sweden. Remember I just said that? He was king of Sweden. Does that hit different for anybody right now? Somebody drop a 1 in the chat if that hit different for you right now. Because the king of Sweden should definitely hit different for you right now. Yeah. Wait a minute. Who is that, Tink? So you got the king of Sweden. Okay. Greetings, sis. So yes, you got the king of Sweden right here. So where is Sweden at? Is that Pennsylvania? Wait a minute, because that put a whole nother hit on this. Because Pennsylvania at the time, that's Greece, right? Because it say New York is Greece, right? So Greece and Rome is one and the same, right? So we talking about this, the Roman Empire right here. Okay, so the Roman Empire was the head of the government. Am I right or wrong? Yeah, somebody drop a 1 in the chat. Am I right or wrong? Is this the head of the government? The Roman Empire. Rome. Where the council was at. Where the Council of Nicaea was at. Where the United Nations was at. Come on. Am I making sense to anybody? Yeah, am I talking to anybody here? Yeah, so you got Sweden, right? So you got Sweden, you got Naples, you got Greece, right? So Greece is what? New York? Do those buildings in New York make sense? That's Greece? Those giant buildings make sense in New York right now? Or the giant buildings in New York making sense right now, knowing that's Greece, right? Does that change things? Okay. So what about over here? We got Sweden, right? So if Joachim, which is Anne's husband, is the king of Sweden, then he is also Caesar. Am I right or wrong? Because if this the Roman Empire and he the king of it, then that means he's the Roman emperor. Am I right or wrong? Am I talking to somebody? He got to be a Roman emperor because, for one, Isn't Pennsylvania? Wait a minute. Isn't this where they wrote like Philadelphia, right? Ain't that where they wrote the Constitution at? Was the Constitution signed? Greetings. Was the Constitution signed in Philadelphia? I mean, because Jesus had wrote 7 letters to the churches of Philadelphia. So Philadelphia definitely had something going on. Philadelphia definitely had something going on. I'm telling you what I know. They said that was the city of brotherly love. The city of love. Rome mean love, because Rome also is Aurora. Aurora is Maleficent's daughter name, which means love. Do everybody understand that Philadelphia was the city of love? Drop love in the chat if you understand, and it's the Moorish Empire over here. Because Aurora was the queen of the Moors. Aurora. She was queen of the Moors. Maleficent made her queen of the Moors. Yeah, so this is the Moorish Empire. This is how this got established. This is how this originated. It was always a Moorish Empire. Understand that? They had the fezzes on, which was the red. They had the feathers on to represent the mother dragon, the phoenix. Come on. Am I right or wrong? They was paying homage. Yeah, they was called Moors because they came from the Moor land. Wasn't George Washington born in Westmoreland? Yeah. Yeah. The Moors. Yep. The Moormen. Yep. Uh-huh. In West Virginia, right here, Lubeck, where the shipyard at. He's his ship, Lubeck. Yeah. Right next to Kentucky. Yeah, Krypton. Uh-huh. The land of Oz. The blue land. Yeah, they call it bluegrass. The bluegrass land. Kentucky. Yeah, with the turkey feathers, yes, because it's connected to Turkey down here, which is in South Carolina. Yeah, you see it. Well, North Carolina, my bad. North Carolina, which is connected to Tennessee, which is Memphis, the center of it all, the capital. Right. That's Nubia. Yeah, according to this map, yeah. Okay, because that makes sense that all of this is wrong because Italy is in South Carolina, right? That makes sense, right? Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, Italy. Over here where Sparta at, because these are the Spartans. Yeah, these are Spartans, right? Yeah, the Greco-Roman Spartans, the gods, the Anunnakis. Yep, that's them. The Romans. This is before the fall of Rome, because Rome fell 250 years ago, right? Because America will be 250 years old in July. So we talking about the fall of Rome 250 years ago. You see the Roman Empire? Somebody drop Rome in the chat. You see the Roman Empire. It's on the screen. Can you see? Somebody drop Rome in the chat. Because we talking about the princess. I just had her up here. Her name was Romana, right? Come on. Nana, and Louisiana. But do you understand she had different names? Phoenicia, Califia, Virginia, Georgina. These become titles, regions. and the territories was named after the goddesses, right? But do we understand how this can become confusing if you don't know this? I mean, look up here in Michigan. Ain't that Pompeo? That's a part of Rome, right? They said Pompeo fell. Was it a war in Michigan? Yep. Was it destruction in Michigan? Yep. Is it remnants of the fall of Rome there? Yep. Is it remnants of buildings falling in Ohio? Yes. What about Indiana? Yes. What about Pennsylvania? Yes. New York? Yes. Can we walk past structures that are ancient that have been destroyed? Yes, we can. Do we know that that's the fall of Rome? No, we don't. Why? Because nobody didn't tell us that. We not taught that. We taught Rome is, I don't know what we taught no at this point. I done unlearned so much, I don't remember. And somebody throw a rose up there. Is the content, and are y'all still with me? Or y'all learning? Or what's going on here? Somebody send me some energy or something, because I don't know what's going on. I don't. Gratitude. Okay, you with me? You understand? And I'm not losing y'all. I need to know what's going on. I don't want to just be up here talking and people don't know what I'm talking about. Gratitude. Okay. Now I'm gonna put this audio book on. The reason I'm putting this audio book on because once they set up this government in this land, this the Roman Empire though, right? So, because the Roman Empire is connected to the French Empire, which is connected to the Austrian Empire, right? So the Austrian is connected to the Jews and the Germans, and this is like the fall of Israel, right? The fall of Jerusalem, right? All this is connected to this, right? Okay, so this the bloodlines that these people were operating through their monarchies, right? Because we realize we are the royals and we realize we these bloodlines, but we lack knowledge on what these houses was that we came out of and what these monarchies was called and how they are connected to the land and how they connected to our ancestry right now. So, I've been on George Washington's helmet because I realized that he's our father and all this old kind of stuff, right? And I found out he was melanated and he was the king and he was King Louis XVI. He was married to Marie Antoinette and, they was royals and all this good stuff, right? So now I'm a little interested in his bloodline, the house that he come out of. And they got a lot of scandal attached to their bloodline. So I'm going to listen to this and get this tea. And you're welcome to listen to it with me. But yeah, that's what I'm about to do. So I'm just showing you how it's connected and why I'm listening to it, right? We have everything you need to unlock your best workout for 1 cent down. So you can give every. Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, the Low Countries, and parts of Italy.
as well as a growing empire around the world on which the sun rarely set. It was a long way to have come for a family which started out in medieval times as minor aristocrats near the Swiss Alps. Habsburg rule over large parts of Europe would continue unabated until the end of the First World War in 1918. This is the remarkable story of the House of Habsburg and how they came to rule large parts of the world. It all started very humbly. Strangely, it didn't start either in Austria or Spain or the Low Countries. Instead, the story of the Habsburgs broadly began in the north of what we now call Switzerland, in the early 11th century, though in those days there weren't even the beginnings of a Swiss confederacy, and this was considered a part of wider Germania. Around 1025, a West German lord by the name of Radbot, Count of Klettgau, decided to build a new castle in what is now the canton of Aargau, in the north of Switzerland. He named it Habsburg Castle. There are two possible meanings for this. The Burg part of the name is a generic German term for a settlement or fortified site. Hence we find many large German cities called Hamburg, Nuremberg, and so forth. The Habs might refer to either a hawk or a ford. If it refers to a ford, the name effectively means the settlement by the ford of the river. Or if it references a hawk, it was alluding to the altitude at which the castle was built. At the time Radbot built the castle, surnames were not common in most of Europe. People began adopting surnames in the 12th and 13th centuries. Some of these were patronymic surnames, which indicated a line of descent. Others were occupational, such as Smith, indicating one was a blacksmith, while others still indicated where a person or family hailed from. Radbot's ancestors, who continued to live at Habsburg Castle, adopted the name of their family seat or ancestral home as their surname. Hence born the House of Habsburg. The early history of the House of Habsburg set the tone for how they advanced as a great royal house for centuries to come. They grew more powerful through marriage alliances. Through these, the heads of the house, who were officially styling themselves as Count von Habsburg or Count of Habsburg by the middle of the 12th century, acquired additional lands in Western Germany and around the Alps.
So how did they become a powerful family? Through marriage. Somebody drop marriage in the chat, because do we get married anymore? No. The Bible talk about marriage, don't it? But they got us thinking we gonna go to hell if we don't get married. No. Marriage is about unifying clans and families. Marriage is about military, political. This is like government type shit. You know what I'm saying? For real, because we talking about creating people. We talking about creating a clan, a tribe. So we coming together as a tribe, right? Come on, we understood this though, so we understanding this now, right? Marriage. How was they united? Through marriage. I get my son marry your daughter. My family already powerful. Your family powerful. We become a mighty clan when we unify. Now we, like, let's say your family 100 deep. My family 100 deep. When my son marry your daughter, we just became 200 deep. We gonna go establish a clan, and we gonna go apply for some land so we can live as a village because we are unified. So now we got a village, it's 200 deep. We all done built us a little house on the land. We all family. We got a garden. You know, we got the hairstylist. We got the barber shop. We got herbalists, we got seamstress, like we got a little village over here. Like we good, we straight, and we all family. We eating, we breaking bread. Ain't nobody about to come over here and mess with us. We got Rico and them, that's our cousins. They ain't blue, black and them, they ain't going. You feel me? Yeah. You know how blue and black be outside all night anyway. They outside protecting the village. Like, ain't nobody coming over here. I'm just saying we a unit. It's 200 of us. Like, you feel me? You think the movie 300. Like, we ain't coming over here. No, we be over here practicing and stuff. They ain't coming over here. We got our boots on the ground. We ain't, you know what I mean? But do you understand how we moved as a clan? You feel me? We had clans and villages, and this is how we established government. So we would go up here and get the paperwork and become sovereign and get the land and establish the chiefs, yada, 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 so forth, and become a sovereign nation. And then they'll give us some land. And then your family be living there, and they'll call it your name. Maybe y'all the Jacksons, they'll call that shit Jacksonville. Maybe y'all the Johnsons, they call it Johnsonville. I'm just saying some of y'all live in y'all ancestral lands right now, but because we lack knowledge of who we are, because they said the surnames ain't even exist till the 13th century. Well, let's go.
An important pivot occurred in the 13th century as they began focusing on extending their dominions into what we now call Austria, although this was considered a southern extension of Germania at the time. The key figure in this process was Rudolf von Habsburg. In 1250, the office of Holy Roman Emperor, which was a kind of loose elective overseer of the Holy Roman Empire, a conglomeration of hundreds of independent principalities across Germany and surrounding lands, had fallen into abeyance. The German princes could not decide on a new emperor, and there would be no further emperors until the 14th century. However, several individuals were elected to the lesser title of King of Germany. Rudolf von Habsburg acquired this title in 1273. He then exploited it to acquire extensive new territories for his family in Austria, making two of his sons Dukes of Austria and Styria in 1282.
I'm Steve Ballmer, former Microsoft CEO and a basketball fanatic.
Dukes of Austria and Styria in 1282. With this, a family of West German origin that owed their name to a Swiss castle became the preeminent lords of Austria and moved their power base to Vienna. This was little more than a town at the time, though under Habsburg patronage it grew. The University of Vienna, for instance, was founded in 1365 by Rudolf IV, Duke of Austria. The family continued to grow in power over the next 2 centuries, and in 1452, Frederick III was elected as the first member of the House of Habsburg with the full title of Holy Roman Emperor. With the exception of one minor gap of a few years in the 1740s, the Habsburgs monopolized the position of emperor until the Holy Roman Empire was brought.
Okay. So they said this was a monopoly, right? Somebody, hey, they said it was a monopoly. I did. He said they monopolized the game, right? The Habsburg family. Okay. So they basically got it out the mud, and 2 decades later, here they go. Right? Or 2 centuries later, they say 2 centuries. My bad, centuries. Okay, so 2 centuries later, they on top, right? Okay, so wait a minute.
of emperor until the Holy Roman Empire was...
I forgot what I was saying. Greetings. These are emperors. Did you hear what I said? They rulers and emperors. So that meant they pharaohs, right? Because in Rome, they had emperors, but in Egypt, they had pharaohs. But do you understand the equivalence? That if I was to take an Egyptian and I was to tell you the Egyptian story in Roman dialogue, you wouldn't know that this was a pharaoh, right? Because I would say this is the emperor. So you would, not thinking like he the ruler of the empire. Isn't that what the pharaoh is? The ruler of the dynasty. Okay, so pharaohs and emperors are one and the same. We comprehend that? Okay, so we got these emperors that are rulers. And emperors deal with Rome. Rome deal with Italy. Italy deal with the Italian regime and all that, right? Okay. So we talking about Roman Italians. We talking about Jews. We talking about Germans. We talking about Moors. We talking about Europe. We talking about Russians, right? So we damn sure talking about Tartarians, right? Okay.
Brought to an end 3.5 centuries later in 806. The family's power continued to grow rapidly in the late 15th century. As the first Habsburg Holy Roman Emperor, Frederick III elevated the family status within Austria from the title of dukes to archdukes. More importantly, he married his son Maximilian to Mary of Burgundy in 1477. The Duchy of Burgundy is a forgotten great power. In the late 14th and early 15th centuries, its rulers expanded out of their power base in the Burgundy region of eastern France to conquer the entirety of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries, comprising modern-day Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and parts of northeastern France around Artois. This was an extremely wealthy part of Europe, and historians today speak of a Burgundian Renaissance, which rivaled the Italian Renaissance south of the Alps in the 15th century. However, the Burgundian line of succession was tenuous, as Duke Charles the Bold did not have a legitimate male heir, and the Salic law, which forbade female succession, was in force in the Burgundian lands. Thus, when Charles was killed at the Battle of Nancy in 1477, the vast majority of the Burgundian lands passed to the House of Habsburg via Maximilian's marriage to Charles's daughter Mary. In this way, the Habsburgs came to rule over the 17 provinces of the Low Countries. Although by this time the burgeoning Swiss Confederacy had pushed them out of their Alpine lands, the Habsburgs had emerged by the late 15th century as one of Europe's great houses, Archdukes of Austria, Lords of the Low Countries, and Holy Roman Emperors. Trident vibes. Lords of the Low Countries, and Holy Roman Emperors. This was the context in which the Spanish monarchs, Queen Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon, whose marriage in 1469 would act to later unify Spain into one kingdom, decided to marry...
Hold up. Let me change our image up, okay? Let me do that. Let me change our image up. I got to. Okay. So, this a Roman Empire, right? We listening to what they saying, right? So, this is a Roman Empire, right? Not only is it a Roman Empire, it's a Moorish Empire. Not only is it a Moorish Empire, it's an Egyptian Empire. Not only is it an Egyptian Empire, these are Anunnakis, right? Because they rulers and gods on earth, because they pharaohs, they emperors, right? They rulers, they landlords, right? Gods. Okay, so they talking about the descendants from this Habsburg family, which is Isabella and Philip. And they live in castles, and they actually created what is known as the Spanish Empire, is what they just now saying, right? So where's the Spanish Empire at? Because we talking about Louisiana, right? Yeah. Because Louisiana had a treaty, because that's Paris, Texas over here, right? Had this treaty with Morocco, which is Indiana. And that's when they established Great Britain over here. You know what I'm talking about? And they recognized it as its own territory. Because remember I said your family grow and evolve, then your family become a clan, then it become a tribe, and then you go to the little Philadelphia over here and get some charters and get some deeds to the land, and then you could establish your land, right? That's a treaty, right? With the government, right? That's what they did, right? To establish the United States of America. Morocco did. Right. Okay. So
try these.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to mix.
Okay, here we go.
Your phone storage again, full already. Relax.
To marry their daughter Joanna to Maximilian's son Philip in 1496. As we have seen, this served to bring the Habsburgs to power in Spain as well. Isabella and Ferdinand had a son, John, but his death in 1497, a year after Joanna had married Philip, upended the succession in Spain. Joanna now became the heir apparent in a country which did allow female monarchical rule. However, Joanna was deemed to have descended into madness after her husband died in 1506. There was a vicious familial power struggle underway here. The terms of Ferdinand II's marriage to Isabella back in 1469 had stipulated that he could not succeed as King of Castile, even if his wife predeceased him. With Isabella dead since 1504, Ferdinand now appears to have had his allegedly mad daughter cloistered and took his grandson, the future King Charles V, son of Joanna and Philip, who was only born in 1500, and used him as a figurehead to rule both Castile and Aragon himself, down to his death in 1516. At that point, after a further power struggle with his mother, 16-year-old Charles was proclaimed as King of Spain. He would also rule the Low Countries, Spain's lands in Italy, such as the islands of Sicily and Sardinia, while in 1519 he was elected as Holy Roman Emperor. There was already a separation between the Spanish and Austrian Habsburgs underway at this point. While Charles briefly succeeded as Archduke of Austria in 1519, following the death of his grandfather Maximilian, he relinquished the Austrian lands to his brother, Ferdinand I, 2 years later, in awareness that a single Habsburg ruler could not effectively rule Austria, the Low Countries, Spain, and parts of Italy. Charles V's reign down to 1556 was, in many ways, the pinnacle of Habsburg power. He was the most powerful ruler in Europe at the time. He continued a series of wars which had begun between the Spanish and the French for dominance of Italy.
Now, ain't Charles V, Cortez V, the Inca king? That's the Inca king. Remember we learned about him a couple months ago, Charles V, Cortez V, which is the Inca ruler. So that's he was the most powerful. And he the one who gave King Ferdinand his power. So we talking about when Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, who Columbus was dealing with, Cortez V. Right? Okay.
In 1494, and held huge influence over the papacy. In 1527, his mutinous forces attacked and captured the city of Rome. This effectively made Pope Clement VII a prisoner of the Habsburgs. This was an important development, as it ensured that the Pope could not grant King Henry VIII of England his desire to divorce his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, who was Charles's aunt. Therefore, it was the dynastic politics of the Habsburgs and their rise to such immense influence over Europe in the early 16th century that drove Henry VIII to split with Rome and initiate the English Protestant Reformation in the 1530s. Meanwhile, through a crisis for the Christian cause of another kind, the Habsburgs acquired several more thrones and titles in 1526. The Turkish Ottoman Empire had been expanding rapidly in the Balkans since the late 14th century. They conquered Constantinople in 1453 and then continued to press northwards. On the 29th of August 1526, they clashed with the armies of King Louis II of Hungary at the Battle of Mohacs in Hungary. Louis was killed in the clash. He was the last direct head of the royal Jagiellon dynasty in Hungary. With his death, his lands passed to Ferdinand of Habsburg, Charles's brother, who, in addition to being Archduke of Austria, now became King of Hungary, Bohemia, and Croatia. Thus, by 1526, the Habsburgs ruled, at least nominally, over Austria, Hungary, Croatia, Bohemia, Spain, the Low Countries, and much of Italy, while also having monopolized the post-Holy Roman Emperor in Germany. It was an incredible ascent for a family who had started off as humble local lords in the Swiss Alps. It wasn't just in Europe that Charles, as head of the House of Habsburg, presided over vast dominions. Charles V was also, in a way, the first ruler of a truly global superpower. There had been immense empires before. That of the Mongols had stretched temporarily from Ukraine in Europe all the way across Asia to the Korean peninsula in the 13th century, while earlier powers like the Persian and Roman empires had dominated much of the world as they knew it. Spain eclipsed all of these, acquiring territories in virtually every part of the world. When Charles came to the throne, Spanish colonists had already established settlements in Cuba, Hispaniola, and other parts of the Caribbean.
Garden, we're all about more craveable classics and more
They said they established land in Hispaniola. Oh, in the Caribbean. Or what they said, didn't they? Spain. The Spanish was conquering the land. Okay. And the Spanish is the Inca, right? Okay. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. What was it called? Okay.
At Olive Garden, we're all about more craveable classics and more made-from-scratch sauces, which begs the question, what could possibly be next? How about delivery? Olive Garden now delivers, and for a limited time, delivery is free, only at olivegarden.com. Ken doesn't know everything, but he does know if you bundle your flights, cars, hotels.
Here we go.
Established settlements in Cuba, Hispaniola, and other parts of the Caribbean. In the first years of Charles's reign, Hernán Cortés and a few hundred Spanish conquistadors managed to conquer the powerful Aztec Empire in Mexico. In the 1530s, the Pizarro brothers initiated a war against the Inca Empire in South America. An expedition initially led by Ferdinand Magellan completed the first circumnavigation of the world for the Spanish between 1519 and 1522. In 1543, Ruy López de Villalobos discovered a chain of islands in Southeast Asia and claimed them for Spain, naming them after Charles's son and heir, Philip. Finally, Spain also had a few coastal enclaves in Africa, meaning that by the middle of the 16th century, it laid claim to much of the Caribbean, Central America, South America, parts of coastal Africa, and the Philippines in Asia. Immense wealth followed. In Mexico, Peru, and Bolivia, the Spanish found large silver and gold deposits, most notably a veritable mountain of silver at Potosi in Bolivia. Soon, treasure fleets were being sent back annually from the Americas to Spain, carrying the modern equivalent of billions of dollars in silver and gold. So vast was the amount of money which the Habsburgs acquired from their global empire that inflation spiked worldwide by somewhere between 300% and 600% between the conquest of the Aztec Empire in the early 1520s and the middle of the 17th century. Ultimately, power and wealth was not enough to make Charles a happy man. A devout Roman Catholic, he was deeply disturbed by the Protestant Reformation that began in 1517, 2 years before he became Holy Roman Emperor. He spent much of his life trying to stop the spread of Martin Luther's heresy, as he viewed it, around Europe. It only got worse, with more radical Protestant groups like the Calvinists and Anabaptists emerging in the 1530s. Charles would wage wars around the continent, trying to stop this from happening to little avail. In the process, he established the Habsburgs as the royal family of Europe that were most closely associated with the defense of Roman Catholicism. Eventually, worn out from the cause, he took the unusual step of giving up his royal and imperial titles in 1556, handing over power to his son, King Philip II. Philip would rule for 42 years, down to 1598. When he ascended to the throne of Spain, he had already been King of England and Ireland, pursuant from his marriage to his cousin, Queen Mary Tudor, in 1554. She died in 1558, but for a brief time, a Habsburg even ruled England.
He married his cousin. He married his cousin. Cause when I be saying we cousins, I be meaning that shit. Like, do y'all understand these people was, yes, this they was keeping it in the family. Do we understand this? We could go back to the Bible. Jacob, right? In the Bible. He had a baby because the 12 tribes came out, these 4 women, right? The 4 women was our sisters. They was our sisters. Remember, you got Leah, and Leah had a maid. That was her sister. And then you had Rachel, and Rachel had a maid. That was her sister. Go check the Bible. They were sisters. They were sisters. So when they were sisters, he had, and then didn't he marry his mama, brother, daughters? Them his cousins. I mean, I'm just saying, didn't he marry his cousins? He had kids with his cousins. And then when I tell y'all we cousins, y'all say we ain't cousins, but yet our ancestors was cousins. Explain that. That's why ancestry is important. That's why family reunions is important. Learning about where you come from is important. Your roots, your culture is important. They not teaching this down there at the public food system, bro. They down there teaching you to please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, yet you have no idea who Sally is. I'm just saying, they got us down here converting fractions into decimals and things like that's kind of impressive, but do you know, can you trace your family back to the royal monarchy? Can you trace your bloodline back to the castle? Can you trace your family back to the land? Like, can you do that? No, that ain't what you can do. Why? Because they programmed you to do all this other shit to keep you distracted from knowing what's really going on. Yeah. They program us to be narcissists though, cuz. First of all, it's in the bloodline. Second of all, they know it's in the bloodline. Then we go to this public food system. If that isn't narcissistic, you on the playground getting capped on, bullied on. I'm saying that causes you to become a narcissist. Why? Because now you got to learn how to manipulate situations to get out of them. You know what I'm saying? Now you learning how to be a narcissist out here. Depending on what school you went to, what environment you from, you become a product of your environment. So if you grew up in a household full of narcissists, guess what? That's why most of us that became aware, became conscious, and most of us that start remembering the laws, and most of us that start getting into astrology and remembering who we was, you know, that kind of stuff went on them journeys. We start remembering. We became awakened, right? We went through awakenings, and you know what I'm talking about? People said we was crazy and shit. Nah, we ain't crazy. We see, we know what's going on. We aware. It's levels to this awakening though. You know what I'm saying? But we went through them. Still going through them. Still got more to go through. It's called evolution. We'll never stop evolving, ever. Let these people get back on here. Okay, can I have somebody throw a rose up on the screen? Is this knowledging? Yes. Yes, it is, cousin. Yes, it is. And if I could have y'all tap the screen, what we going to 60K? We getting up to tapping the screen, getting up to 60K. And if you could tap the Daily Heart Box, tap the Daily Heart Box. If you could share the laugh, can you share the laugh? Gratitude, gratitude. And gratitude, gratitude. Okay, let me let these people finish talking about this empire that was cousins and family members that was keeping it in the family. That's a lot. Why that's got a lot to do with why we in the shape we in now. You know what I'm talking about? We need to, when we say we got generational curses, we ain't lying. Yeah, some of this shit, we need to talk about this. You know, some shit, you know. Need some genetic defects.
Wales and Ireland. Philip, though, would never be Holy Roman Emperor. When his father gave up his positions in 1556, the division of the Habsburg dominions was cemented. Philip succeeded as King of Spain, and to the lands in Italy and the Low Countries, as well as Spain's colonial empire. But Charles's brother, Ferdinand, claimed the title of Holy Roman Emperor. The Spanish branch of the family would never hold that title again. Hence, from the late 1550s, there were the Spanish Habsburgs who ruled Spain and its empire and were descended from Charles and Philip, and the Austrian Habsburgs who dominated Central Europe and were descended from Ferdinand. Philip II was very much his father's son. In fact, he went even further in his determination to crush the Protestant heresy that he believed was infecting Europe. His long reign was characterized by an endless succession of wars as a result. When he succeeded his father, the Italian wars were still underway. He brought these to a conclusion in 1559, with Spain ending the 65-year-long conflict as the dominant power in Italy. Philip also continued the wars against the Ottoman Empire in the Mediterranean Sea. For instance, it was the Spanish, in alliance with the Venetians and several smaller powers, who launched an armada of over 200 galleys that fought the Turks at the Battle of Lepanto in the Ionian Sea on the 7th of October 1571. It was one of the largest naval battles in history. By then, Philip was already fighting a revolt against the Dutch Protestants of the Low Countries, the start of what would become the 80 Years' War. Relations with England were deteriorating as Mary's successor, Queen Elizabeth, restored Protestantism as the state religion there after she became queen in 1558. A long, cold war between the English and the Spanish would erupt into the First Anglo-Spanish War, beginning in 1585, the most famous confrontation of which was the Spanish Armada of 1588.
Ranger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters,
was the Spanish Armada of 1588. In France, Philip channeled aid to the Catholic faction in the wars of religion, which tore the country apart between 1562 and 1598. By the late 1580s, Spanish troops were fighting directly on French soil. All of this effort to fight Muslims and Protestants required Spain to maintain tens of thousands of soldiers all the time, often surpassing 100,000 men, an enormous number for the early modern era. It cost a fortune, and despite the unimaginable wealth arriving from the silver mines of the New World, the Spanish government failed to pay its bills and essentially declared bankruptcy on 4 occasions during Philip's reign, in 1557, 1560, 1575, and 1596.
Wow.
In the end, all the money that Philip spent was for nothing. England, though a very small power by comparison with the might of the Habsburgs, fought the Spanish to a stalemate by 1604. The war with the Dutch continued intermittently until 1648. Yet, as early as the 1590s, there was no doubt that the Dutch Republic would survive and was actually entering a golden age of prosperity. The Habsburgs, however, did manage to maintain control over the southern provinces of the Low Countries around what we would now call Belgium. In France, the country remained broadly Catholic, although the king from 1589, Henry IV, was effectively a Protestant who agreed to convert to Catholicism to end the wars of religion, hardly the result which Philip had envisaged when he intervened there. Meanwhile, as the bankruptcies of his reign demonstrated, the flow of silver from the Americas had its limitations. Furthermore, in the reigns of his successors, Philip III and Philip IV, the amount of silver that was arriving each year in the treasure fleet started to decline dramatically. By the middle of the 17th century, it was a fraction of what it had been in the heyday of Philip II. As this occurred, Spain was revealed for what it was, a country with a backwards economy and a political system where money was spent frivolously by the monarch and courtiers. Revolts in the 1640s led to the loss of Portugal, which reasserted its independence. A cohort of writers began preparing treatises addressing the question of how to stop the decline of the country and its empire, but they had little impact. By the time England and Spain ended up at war between 1654 and 1660, England was the ascendant power, and Spain, under the Spanish branch of the Habsburgs, was in perilous decline.
Okay, so France, Hades was broke. Okay, let's translate here. Because France is the Haitian Empire, right? It's Marie Antoinette Empire, right? Okay. They was broke. Before she had the empire, they was broke. Philip over here just spending money for no apparent reason. They said they just named it. Like he over here just messing up the church's money. Just Philip just messing up. Just Philip. So we got Philip over here just messing up all the money. Just, you know what I'm saying? He probably gambling and all type of stuff. You know what I'm talking about? He probably at the dice game, at the casino. You know, he doing too much. He messing up the money. So we got Philip over here bankrupting the empire. That's the family. We a family, right? You got Philip up here spending up all the money, messing up the family money. Okay. Cool. Because the family wealth get passed down from generation to generation. Think about that. So if he messing up all the money, then he messing up the generational wealth that's supposed to get passed down to the heirs. Because he's supposed to make sure that the family is good for 7 generations. But he ain't do that because he up there at the stripper club and all that. Just he doing too much. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what he was doing with his money. I'm just trying to make a visual for you in layman's terms so you can understand. He was out there just tricking off the money. So therefore, that put France, aka Hades, in debt. They put the empire in debt, right? So now they need some money. They gotta borrow some money from, you know, when you messed up, you gotta borrow a couple dollars from somebody, right? So when you gotta borrow a couple of dollars from somebody, now that put you in debt. So the way they did their business back then, they did treaties and everything. So he said that he had to enter into some treaties with people. Okay, because we wondering what's going on with the Louisiana Purchase and how they lost the land. Well, it started with Philip in the 1500s and the 1600s because he was messing up the money. So by the time the 1700s and the 1800s rolled around, they ain't have a lot of money to work with. You know what I'm saying? And because this was generational debt that had been handed down to the next generation, the next generation did not do good with money neither. Why? Because, if your ancestor was out here jacking up the money, I'm pretty sure they didn't teach you financial literacy because, they had jacked up the money. Do any of y'all got financial literacy issues now? Drop a 1 in the chat. Yeah, because this seems to be like a generational curse in the family. I'm just talking about, for real. This is real. You know what I'm saying? This shit started a long time ago. So when I say we correcting and healing our generational curses, when I say we are becoming aware of what happened, we learned a long time ago. Like, this come from negligent spending. This come from bad choices and bad ideas. So now we gotta sit down and think about this stuff, right? Because we done messed around and lost the damn kingdom. We ain't got time to be losing kingdoms and then our descendants sitting around in poverty because we done messed up the money. We gotta do this for the future. Or they ain't gonna have none. Look at ours. Look at our future. Where are our castles at? Where our land at? Where is our knowledge about this stuff at? See what I'm saying? So whose job is it to get this shit together so we can give it to the next generation? Drop a 1 in the chat if you getting your shit together so you could get your shit together for the next generation. Because if you don't pass on the torch, ain't gonna be one. You understand? You don't get your spiritual shit together, it ain't gonna be no spiritual shit together. I'm telling you. You the light of this one.
Things were also difficult for the other branch of the dynasty in Vienna. The Austrian Habsburgs were nowhere near as powerful as the Spanish side of the family in the second half of the 16th century. They faced a number of difficulties. Although the family had a virtual monopoly on the office of Holy Roman Emperor during these centuries, successive heads of the family in Vienna were unable to roll back the spread of Protestantism in Germany, and it also had a hold over their lands in the Kingdom of Bohemia. Moreover, the Turks continued to press on their southern border, conquering lands in the Balkans over time. The issue of religious divisions within the lands of the Austrian Habsburgs and the wider Holy Roman Empire boiled over in 1618 into the most destructive war in the history of early modern Europe. The conflict was partly brought about by the rise of Ferdinand of Inner Austria, a member of the family who would become Holy Roman Emperor as Ferdinand II in 1619. He was already flexing his muscles as the ascendant power within the family by the mid-1610s. His efforts to enforce Catholicism in Bohemia led to a revolt against Habsburg rule there in 1618, which then ballooned into a wider war against the Habsburgs throughout Central Europe. In the early stages of this, the Habsburgs met with a fair degree of success and had broken the resistance of several Lutheran and Calvinist states, like the Palatine Elector of the Rhine and the Protestant lords of Bohemia. However, every time the Habsburgs seemed to be about to win the war, a foreign power would intervene on the side of the German Protestants to rebalance the situation.
Foreign power? Oh, because it said in the Bible that a foreign nation was going to conquer the Israelites. I'm just trying to, point stuff out to people. But, okay.
Denmark intervened first in 1625. Sweden became involved in 1629 and conquered much of Central Europe before being pushed back by the Habsburgs and their allies in the 1630s. Finally, France had to intervene on behalf of the German Protestants in 1635. The war dragged on until 1648 and ended in a stalemate wherein each state agreed to respect the religious stance of every other state. To respect the religious stance of every other state. The 30 Years' War could be said to have been a failure for the Austrian Habsburgs. Their goal was to enforce conformity to Catholicism within their own dominions and break the independence of some of the larger Protestant powers of Germany. They failed in this goal, and even within Bohemia and Hungary, large Protestant communities survived. Historians have argued that beyond the religious issue, what the Austrian Habsburgs were trying to do between 1618 and 1648 was to turn their control over the Holy Roman Empire, a loose and largely ceremonial conglomerate of scores of independent states, into a centralized monarchy controlled by them. Had they done so, the Habsburgs might have united Germany under their sole rule. Yet, they were thwarted time and time again, first by the Danes, then by the Swedes, and finally by the French. There is a major what if here. If these other European powers had not intervened, it is plausible that the Habsburgs could have become entirely dominant in Central Europe. The history of the continent might have been very different if this had occurred. It wasn't to be. Regrettably, the fate.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to I'm gonna pause it, and then tomorrow we'll just listen to some more of this. We learning about these Germans, aka the Jews, aka the Austrians. So we learning about how they established this Spanish Empire, and they established these Roman emperors, and they was the emperors, and we learning, right? We getting this knowledge, right? Okay, so I give gratitude to everybody that gifted, hearted, liked, shared, watched, you know what I'm saying, paid attention, all of that. So I will talk to y'all beautiful souls in the Grand Rising.
American rooted. So once again, being disingenuous, but I got like 4 new people on the panel. I have 4 new people on the panel, and now once we open the panel, because the way. Hello, are you there, Shirley? Shirley, I sent you a invite to unmute.
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. You know, I try to tune in with you every night. Yes. I love your content.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I am FBA. And
yes.
The prompt says, why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? Because when they come over here, or before they come over here, they are already given their instructions. We are to have nothing. This is why you see when we have panels, we can't have panels without them inserting themselves. They have been given instructions. This is why they like to deal with the immigrant group, because they're not going to disobey. They're going to do exactly what they're told. They don't color outside the lines. They stay within the lines because they don't want to be deported. So yeah, and the next part say, do Americans have allies? No, we don't. The only ally we have is God and each other. So no, we don't have allies. As a matter of fact, in Congress, this congresswoman named Salazar, she tried to sneak in a bill for amnesty for the immigrants. And supposedly, from what I was hearing, she got caught, and people came into her X account and started calling her out about it. And then she gonna tell them, well, you can't read. And then the person said, I read the whole 200 pages of it. And yes, you are trying, man, you should have, I mean, to hear him go through it and what she had in there for the immigrants was crazy. It was crazy. So no, we don't have any friends. We don't have any allies. And they get up here and they lie to us because they think we're stupid. We're not stupid. We see you. We hear you. We know that we're not supposed to have anything. This is why they got a little Haitian girl playing one of our black icons. You know, can't think of the
Sarah Rector.
Exactly. That's it. Why they couldn't find a little a black American? They could have found a black American.
I have a question. For you.
No, not yet. Not yet. We have too many new people on the panel that has to have the opportunity to talk. Finish, Shirley. You still have 30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. So it was something else I wanted to say. He cut me off, but you know, to say no, we don't have allies, and this is why they are always inserting themselves. They were given instructions, and all they're doing is following instructions. This is why we must delineate. And I land with that.
Okay. All right. All right. Chicago John in the building. What's up?
Hey, Dr. Jones. I'll answer your stuff today, Dr. Love Jones. You know, the ethic of taking credit, it's almost like being a firstborn sometimes. You know, when you're a firstborn and not the good kind, like the one where you actually kind of being a servant to the family. And then all of a sudden, everybody they don't look at you as a person who has feelings and doing things. And that's kind of how a lot of Black Americans are. Like we have done so much for this country and did so much that everybody else say like, well, I need all the accolades and stuff, and they did all the groundwork, so let's go ahead and slap our name on it. So we get disrespected because of the fact that we have held back so much for over years and years of things, even though we have been in the forefront of the fight, wars, all that kind of stuff. So at the end of the day, they think a lot of them think they can come in and just like, well, we're gonna take up the mantle because they can't. We're gonna show them how to do it, So let's push them off, and then we can have our boots licked really well. And then the other thing is too, just having brothers like this up here. I don't even want to call a brother. Have a distant cousin like this up here just to be disingenuous and to act like they're educated about things, but then like, well, I don't even know about the allies. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. We already understand we ain't got nobody. No, like you already know. You love to call things ghetto and stuff, and then go back into the government assistance and all that stuff. They always love to do that. That's definitely what white supremacy do. They always love to go about, this is ghetto. They love calling ghetto. I hate when white people around me call things ghetto because you know what they're saying. They try to say something to it. And then they always want to bring up welfare, even though there are more white people on welfare, especially than Black folks are, and they act like the welfare is this magical card or something like that to solve all the problems out there and everything. And they love trying to throw it in people's face like, well, that's what y'all want. That's what y'all get. But y'all get the loans. So,
they get welfare too, lo and behold. We see what's going on with the Somalis in Minnesota. 88% of them are on welfare. The JEWs and the small house Shirley Temple Curl guys in New Jersey, they have their little communities where 90% of them are getting welfare, and they're getting Section 8, and they're buying houses with Section 8 vouchers. They get married in their churches, so it's not legally recognized by the state. So their wives are getting every single assistance that you could ever dream of, and they don't work. They just go to pray and do whatever and frolic around in the street. No one says anything to these people. Latinos in California, all on government assistance. It's like everybody else could kind of like get their leg in, get their footing, or use the system and scam the goddamn government.
Hey, Love Jones. I want to respond.
Us, like people that literally have paid into it. We were actually paying into the welfare system before we could ever even qualify to get benefits for maybe like 2 or 3 decades in this country. I think that goes over a lot of people's head too. And it was primarily going to white women. Like, let's just call it out. It was going to white women. So it's just crazy. Let's get to the next person, and then we can open the panel a little bit so you guys can speak.
Just write it down.
Yeah. Okay. Tati B, can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Hi, how are you? Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Hi. Yes. I was born in the United States. I'm from Jersey, so I'm Haitian descent.
Okay. Let me give you your count. Okay, go ahead.
Let me see. The first one says, "Why does other ethnic group always try to take credit for Black American accomplishment?" I completely disagree. First off, America is made up of many ethnic groups, and my belief that America is America because of all ethnic groups, not just only Black Americans. For example, take a trip to your grocery store. Your food, your produce is most likely from another country. Your hair is from another person, right? Most of the time, the car that you're driving, those foreign cars, you love the Range Rovers, the BMWs, is from a foreign country, a foreign person. And everything is interdependent of a foreign person or an immigrant. All right. So
Okay,
America is, respectfully, I say this, right? Because I have Black American friends, wonderful people.
No, I'm trying
right?
to figure out how does that relate to the topic. Because the topic says, why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? And then you just went off on a tangent about
can you I guess
groups.
specify what do you mean by
So
accomplishments?
things that Black Americans have accomplished,
Such as what?
inventions, creations,
Okay,
style,
a Haitian guy found Chicago.
Exactly.
So
what does that have to do with an accomplishment? Founding or helping to found a city. No one is taking credit. Who's taking that away from Haitians? I've never seen any Black Americans say, my great-great-grandfather discovered Chicago. I've never seen anybody take that away from you guys.
What specific? I don't understand by accomplishments. Accomplishments is an individual thing, right? And many Black Americans were slaves. So if you were a worker, you kind of had the how should I say? You had the capacity to be an inventor because you knew what to create to make your job easier.
Do you know when slavery was abolished?
And remember, Haitians, Caribbeans were slaves too.
Okay, I don't understand what this has to do. Maybe it's a comprehension thing because I don't. All right, maybe you could answer the next part.
I'm comprehending.
I don't think so.
But again, I don't understand what you're saying that
so
Black what we're taking away.
No one's speaking specifically about Haitians. You all are centering yourselves. It says other ethnic groups. Okay, you're not the only other ethnic group in the United States.
So what has Black Americans accomplished that we're taking away from you? I don't understand that.
So, as a foundational Haitian American, how does one like to respond?
Foundational Haitian? No, you can't respond. It's not your goal.
Like what has Black America? Like I come here. I went to school. I don't see I took anything from a Black American.
Can I debunk that? Because if it wasn't for Black Americans, you wouldn't have the opportunities you have over here.
What do you mean? I went to school. I studied. I don't.
It doesn't matter if you went to school. When I'm saying, if it wasn't for my ancestors who had fought.
And how about
Europe? My ancestors fought too.
Yeah,
but not in America. Your ancestors didn't fight in America.
Okay, my ancestors fought
in Haiti, not in America.
So if Haiti was not the first Black Republic, I don't think you guys would have been.
Everybody can't talk over each other.
1 second. So Haiti was the first Black Republic. So I'm pretty sure, and I'm confident that they have an influence on Black Americans having their freedom as well.
No, they don't.
This is not a Milli Vanilli at a diaspora.
I'm pretty confident.
If you had influence,
one mic, guys. One mic.
I'm pretty confident. And at the end of the day, accomplishments is an individual thing as well.
This is exactly okay. I'm gonna mute you. Everybody mute. This is exactly what we're talking about. And this is what I say all the time. It literally kills people to give Black Americans grace, and it kills them to give Black Americans credit. I don't know why. I would never get up here and go to Haiti and say 1804 doesn't mean shit. You all had help from the conquistadors. You all had help from every fucking body. They helped you to barricade your ports. They gave you ammo. They gave you weaponry. They helped you. You didn't do that on your own. I would never even say that unless I have to rebut what you guys are doing. And then you talk about the Louisiana Purchase. You all were fighting under the guise as slaves, that y'all love to call us, for France. It was not just something that you just woke up and did and was able to bear arms. Like, these things are just like, it's diabolical to me to sit up here and say you don't know what accomplishments mean, you don't know what achievements mean. You're literally engulfed and absorbed in Black American culture once you come here. You want to call it assimilation, whatever it is that you want to call it. I would not move to Haiti, adopt your customs, walk, talk, act like you, and then shit on you and say, that doesn't mean anything. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Like, it's condescending. This is crazy. And I don't even have the capacity for this right now. So I'm just going to drop you because you don't have comprehension skills. You don't know what we're talking about. You act like you don't know what's going on. And it's the feigned ignorance. The weaponization of ignorance is dangerous. For people to blatantly tell you that they don't know what you're talking about when you laid it out completely, it is dangerous, because now you're basically trying to gaslight me and switch and flip reality like a Missy Elliott song. And people like that scares me. Like, I would not go to Haiti and start saying sac passe and eating black rice and eating the food and doing the culture and say, well, I don't know what that is. I don't know. Girl, when the only reason I could come to Haiti is because of the actual Haitians, the locals, the people that built Haiti. That is disrespectful. Oh my God. Okay, let's get to tell. No, please, it's not your go yet. I didn't open the panel. Tell Cersei it was me. Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Hi, good night, beloved. I am Black. Well, firstly, I love your platform. I follow you on YouTube and everything. I absolutely love you. Keep doing your thing. Keep repping for New York. I'm from Harlem. My mother's Black American and my father is Trinidadian. So I'm bi-ethnic. And I've been in the thick of this since I was a kid. Like, my father's family did not like my mother because she was American. Wow. Not because she was uneducated. They worked the same job, went to the same school and everything. They would have rather my father brought home a crippled white woman before he brought home a Black American woman. But to answer your question, because we're both from New York, and you know everything, you know, Black Americans are pretty much being erased in New York. Even as these people walk, talk, dress, use our voice inflections, the way they talk with their hands, everything they got from us, but they don't want to give us credit for it. So I just want us to accept that we are the standard. Even though people treat us like the ugly, redheaded stepchildren of the world, because it's not just the diaspora, they can't help but stay away from us. And I also find it so funny how a lot of Black immigrants talk about how, you know, they were bullied by us, they couldn't share their culture with us and all of this stuff. But then y'all say, yeah, we got everything from y'all. So is it one mic or is it Ushuali? What we doing? How can we get anything from you if y'all weren't able to share your culture with us because we were just so horrible? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And listen, I love my Haitians, but like, y'all are literally the Milli Vanilli of the diaspora. Like, y'all are one-hit wonders. Like, stop it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at the comments, but
that's very weird.
What's weird?
That's very weird.
It's not. Your people are popping it in the comments like crazy. So it is what it is.
No,
and furthermore, I work for the Department of Homeless Services. I've been there for like 15 years. Stop letting these people talk to y'all about us being on welfare and Medicaid and all of this stuff. As soon as they come over here, they're getting on all of that, especially in New York. And this has been going on way before the migrant crisis.
I know. My aunt also works for, you know, the services and stuff.
Like, at one point, my caseload was full of women from Gambia, all of them pregnant, and Jamaican women too. Y'all getting them EBT cards, y'all swiping them down and packing up them blue barrels and sending it to some dude that's riding a motorcycle all day back in Jamaica because he don't want to work. So stop letting them talk crazy to us. We don't have any allies. That's it, sis. That's all I got to say. Keep doing your thing. I love you. I'm going to keep supporting you.
Okay.
I am. Yes, I am
So,
partially Trinidadian. Yes, my father is
but I understand.
Trinidadian.
So this is the thing. So if another
Yes.
Trinidadian comes in and argue, let me tell you, they're gonna be trashing the
No, it's
Trinidadian.
not open yet. No. We have to let people speak, and then I will open the panel. So you have to have some decorum. Practice your self-control.
When's
You
the
have to
open panel?
practice.
Listen, we don't even want y'all in Trinidad because y'all was
All right,
over there. We
that's
was
it. He
finding
outta here.
women with
He
their
outta
breasts
here.
cut off and all kinds of stuff when we started letting them come in Trinidad after the hurricane.
He out of here. I don't know who these people
after the
think they
earthquake or
are.
whatever.
You know what's
So
so crazy?
yeah, they're not wanted anywhere.
But the thing is, I didn't expect for Haitians to come and try to censor themselves. This is the thing. I did not expect. I could literally be talking about Russians. I could be talking about Italians. I could be talking about Latinos, which I was talking about a Latino early on in the beginning of the live stream. But it's always specific groups of people that center themselves and thinks the world and the universe is revolved around them. It's a hit dog hollering, because who said anything about Haitians? Did anybody mention a Haitian up here at any point?
No.
See, this is what I be talking about. And then they come over here and have this disdain and this vitriolic response to us. It's like, where is all of this hate and this smoke coming from? When has anybody done anything to the Haitian community? I'm confused. Yes, you
Can I
did.
just
What did
respond
I
to a
say about
comment?
Haitians? Hold on, boo. What did I say about Haitians? You are a fat faison lie. You're a liar. Your credibility is shot. Because I did not say anything about no fucking Haitian until you started talking to me. I responded to you. Initially, when I did my intro, I was not talking about you. What? Y'all are delusional. You done flew over the cuckoo's nest. Go ahead, boo. And then we're going to get to Q. Your
Somebody
panel
said, why
discussed
don't
Haitians.
we
You are a
have
liar.
this
I'm sorry.
energy
I
for
gotta block you.
Asians? We always keep our foot. We always call out Asians. We've been calling out Asians. Listen, I love Carnival. I've been to almost every island in the Caribbean. The Asians are running the Caribbean. It's not just Jamaica. So you over here talking about why we don't have this energy for Asians. Y'all don't have it for them either. Like, it's a lot of projection. Yeah, the Asians and the Indians, that's another thing. All this, we came over here with just the skin on our coochie lips and we got here and, we doing it like we doing better than y'all own country. Okay, the Indians and the Chinese came, to the island 2.5 seconds ago too. They doing better than y'all and they're a small population. So stop letting them talk. I love my Trini people. I love my Trini blood and all that, but stop letting them talk crazy to y'all.
Somebody saying you hate yourself. Y'all getting blocked. I'm not about to do this with y'all.
I love myself.
Wait, who is this? The foundation and the build. Shoots and Star. Are you a op? I'm confused because you're following me. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes I read stuff and I don't know what I'm reading. You need to come on a panel and tell me what you're talking about before I block you. Okay, Q. Hello, boo. What's up? Q, are you there?
Hey, I'm here.
Hi. Okay, give me your
Hi,
ethnicity right
love.
quick, and then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. You ready?
I'm sorry. What you say, love?
Oh, I said just your ethnicity right quick, and then I'm gonna give you 3
Black
minutes to speak on the
American.
prompt.
I'm Black American.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishment? It's because they already have an agenda to do ethnic erasure within our ethnic group. We made being Black popular. I don't know not one ethnic group who made being Black popular like the Black Americans. And this is just me traveling all the way on the other end of the country, of the world, in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, and these people really fascinated with Black Americans. They're not speaking about any other ethnic group but Black Americans. But yeah, and do Black Americans have allies in 2026? No, we do not have allies. We only got it ourselves. We don't even have allies within the Black diaspora. My feathers really got ruffled up with the young lady that was up here talking about the guy who founded Chicago. A lot of people like to spear that type of rhetoric, and let's state facts that the Jean Baptiste, I think that's the guy name, he was not Haitian in a modern sense that it was today, right? He was born in Santo Domingo, which was the French colony at the time, which Haiti did not even gain their freedom at the time. So now, once Haiti gained their freedom, and because he was from that particular born in that region, now they want to claim him as being Haitian, and it's crazy. And let's not even forget that there were already indigenous people that were already there, so he did not found anything. So I am
he
sick
just
of
had a port.
tired of
He had
all
a
that.
successful port there. Sorry to interrupt, but that's
Exactly.
what it was. He had a successful trading port there. That's why they gave that man credit.
Absolutely.
Like, y'all, we know. That's why I just be listening to them talk like, oh, what about the Louisiana Purchase? Bitch, y'all was slaves fighting for the French. Like, could we please stop this? But go ahead, boo.
Right. And even with that, they try to make it seem like, oh, they fought for our freedom. You didn't fight for our freedom. Actually, it expanded the Louisiana Purchase when you guys defeated Haiti with help. What happened was here, us in America, we wasn't free. It actually expanded, and it wanted it because of the expansion, it created a use for more enslaved people. So we were still enslaved.
Slave revolts.
So
and that girl, go ahead. Over
So
200.
If they get on these panels and when they start, my thing is this, right? It's going to be certain things that you guys do not learn in school. And I just always want to take the chance to say, get on these panels and learn something. Be quiet. If you say, okay, you know what? I disagree with this. Okay, it's easy. Just like you get on social media, it is easy to go research this information. This information it's not underneath like a rock or anything. So she just ruffled my feathers. I want to say like shout outs to my people. I see a lot of people hating on us. And you know what? I realized I traveled throughout the Caribbean, throughout Africa. I've actually got another trip going to Africa, but I would say this, I am so proud to be Black American. Love, continue to keep doing what you are doing. Shout outs to the people who give Black Americans our flowers. And yeah, it is what it is. Y'all just have good discernment amongst people, amongst your friends. And like homegirl was like, oh, I got Black American friends. It's very ironic that you're thinking like that, but you got quote unquote Black American friends, using them as tokenisms. Like that's how I'm looking at it. So shout outs to us, and continue to keep doing what you're doing, because she really ruffled my feathers.
Oh, she was trying. I had to get her up out of here because I would have started cussing. And I'm trying to be cool. All right, let's get to Lean. What's up, boo? Lean, are you there? Lean?
Hey, I'm here.
Okay.
Hey. Hi, everyone. Hello, chat. I'm Black American.
Hello.
I want to answer the first question. Okay, why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? I believe it's about money. It's monetary. That's all I believe it is. Because I believe everyone has been doing it for so long, they think that they can just come in and jump on the bandwagon and be like, oh yeah, so we do it. Like that's what they've been told. When they come over, you can't get a loan. Back in, I forgot what year they said it was. If you want to come over here, it has to be on a worker's visa. You can't get a loan unless you're trying to open a business and be a worker. Like certain things that, so they feel as though it's like, we, like this is what we did. We built this. Like you didn't build anything. You wouldn't have had a place to come to if it wasn't for us. Mm-hmm. But they always forget that huge part of that situation. That's how we always have to deal with it. But anyway, and also we already know that no one will loan a person $1 if they can't make 3 off of them. So if I loan you $1, I need to make 3 back off of you. So that goes back to the transatlantic slave trade, when they will make you work. Remember when they say they will make you work so hard, it's like you doing 2-3 days of work, because they're trying to make $2, $3, $4 off of you for that, for free. But imagine now they trying to, like this is all. Yes, so I don't even want to talk about it. But next question. Do Black Americans have any allies? I'm sorry, but they sending you all these gifts. Love Jones, go get it,
yes,
girl.
Thank you, guys. But it says in 2026. If so, provide examples.
Okay, so of course not. What allies do we have? It's nothing. No one likes us. They all try to take from us. they post videos. It's a whole lady she posted a whole video talking about, we don't come here to upgrade America. We come here to take. We come here to take.
I
We come
saw
here to
that
take
video.
everything. Yes, she said we come here to take everything. Everything we want, everything we can get, we come here to take. Like they had their American dream totally different from what we had it when we grew up. So their American dream was come over here, take everything you can get, try to get out before they try to put you out. That's period. And now that they're, like in limbo of being put out, is like, oh, wait a minute, we gotta attach on to something. Wait a minute, y'all can change yourselves and say that y'all not something else. Yeah, we're not that no more. We're not African American, so you can't claim us anymore. Oh, wait a minute now, that's gonna make us even worse. That's how it sounds. It's like a whole like, oh, wait a minute. Like, wait a minute, we can't change ourselves because I'm Nigerian, I'm this, I'm Igbo, I'm this, I'm Liberian, I'm all of these things. So you can't change yourself because they changed us so much because y'all don't know our history. Y'all come over here illiterate and y'all think because y'all went to school, you're indoctrinated with the school system. You're not indoctrinated with our real lives. Like, you don't know what's going on in our real lives and our real neighborhoods and our real homes and what we really think is rituals and what we go through and certain days that we do things. Like, come on, you're not. We had Afro clean blocks. We used to wake up every Saturday mornings and all our parents would make us go outside. You had to sweep the front and clean. It was things that we did that you don't know anything about. Y'all had none of these things. So it's like, but I think my time. I don't even know if you gave me a time, Love Jones, but okay.
Yeah, I did. But you could go ahead and land. You could land your plane.
Yeah, I'm landing. That's all I needed to say. But I mean, the guy that was up here earlier, I wanted to. That's why I was trying to get up here so fast. But it sent me to and that's another thing. It seems like they're trying to block you some type of way. I don't know what's going on. Because when I accepted when you told me to join, it sent me to some YT guys live, and I'm like,
somebody else said that. I was like,
so that's
Love Jones,
like,
I can explain that.
I don't know, but yeah, I'm gonna land right there.
Okay, boo. Go ahead, Chicago John. Then after you, Jerika is gonna go.
Yeah, just real quick. If you hit the button, there is another feature on TikTok that lets you wait for somebody else to take you. So if you decline it, you stay right here in the Dr. Love Jones panel. But if you don't decline it, you don't know that you hit it, it will transfer you to somebody else live while you're waiting. So it's a thing that they have on TikTok.
I've seen that before. Like, oh, while you wait, do you want to go on? I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's exactly what's going on.
I knew nothing about that, so I was like, wait a minute, is they trying to censor my girl? Like, wait a minute, you knew what I was doing.
Nah, she's doing too good for them to do it for right now until she get to that next level. But
someone says, so where African American come from? First of all, Shoot and Star, you need to come on the panel because you're popping it way too hard with all these questions in the comment section. We literally, what other group of people has been reclassified as many times as Black Americans? Like, it's because they're hiding something. You're not going to keep calling somebody something different unless you're trying to hide something. Looking at some of the goddamn, I don't like to tell y'all about my lineage at all. I really try not to. But looking at some documents, you'll see an ancestor go from being one thing to one thing to one thing and die another. Like, that absolutely has happened. I've experienced that. So at the end of the day, clearly, if we were just generic Africans, that's what we would have been called from the get-go. Why switch our name around so many times? Does that make sense? When you all have been migrating here, y'all been here for what, 60? A lot of you all, 60-something years, 20, 30 years. Did they ever call you anything other than what you were? Did they reclassify you from Nigerian to fucking Creole to goddamn... I don't even know. They didn't do that because they know exactly who you are and where you're from. They're not trying to hide your identity the way they're trying to hide ours. But Jerika, hey boo.
How y'all doing tonight?
Hello. Let me go ahead and set your timer. All right, go ahead.
Why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? Oh, that's easy. They want to attach themselves to our culture, our social economics, our everything, our entire existence, because they don't have that same kind of social status or cultural status when it's just them and their own ethnic group. You see what I'm saying? So they don't have that same type of soft power like foundational Black Americans, the descendants of both free and enslaved here in America during chattel, descendants of both free we do. They don't have the wherewithal like we do, the resilience like we do. Of course, hell, I would want to be me too if I was them. So I'm sorry, but yeah, that's the only reason why. Because they know they couldn't do it without attaching themselves to us anyway. So it is what it is. I win.
Okay, we have another person. Shoots and Star Bounce. Come on the panel. You keep asking questions like, where do y'all get this from? Are you dumb, deaf, blind, or mute? Majority of us have literally seen birth certificates, death certificates. Shit, some of us even seen dolls rolls with our goddamn ancestors floating around somewhere. Like, you don't know what the hell you talking about. We have paperwork. We've been having a census here in this country since what, 1790? What was the first year of the first census?
I thought it was in the 1600s, but
Let me look. Let me Google. We have a paper trail, so ain't nobody and you all you are heavily reliant on word of mouth and oral tradition. But for some reason, when we have the same mixed with paperwork, our oral tradition doesn't mean shit because it does not satisfy or split paperwork your confirmation bias, because you're so hell-bent on believing a colonizer's story or portrayal of who we are and our origins here in this country that it literally makes your mind glitch. You starting to go into like a factory breakdown when we tell you what I don't even like to tell y'all, because who the fuck are you for me to tell it, all of my goddamn business. But you all literally start glitching out because it also doesn't satisfy your ego, that African diaspora superiority complex that a lot of you all have. It goes against everything that you were taught. So who told you this? My great-great-grandmother, paperwork, records, deeds, land patents. It's a lot of different things that where we get our information from. Okay.
Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, boo. And then
you just mentioned something that I was going back and forth with an African with. I have documentation all the way back to the 1600s with my family. Documentation. This woman argued me down, and all she have is oral history from hers. And she tried to tell me that I have to prove it to her, but she has oral history in her family.
See? That part. Yeah, I was right. The first census was in 1790. We literally could go back centuries, a couple centuries, and see our ancestors and their names on census records. You all cannot do that at the same rate that we can. And y'all hate to admit that. We actually can trace our lineage further than the average person outside of this country. It just, it's facts. It is what it is. Okay, who's next? It's another person. Derek. You do?
I
On
do.
YouTube? Yes. It's on, yep. It's on Teespring. My shop on there is called Hey Love Bugs.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out.
Absolutely.
Yes, but I've been following you for a very long time, and I thank you for doing this content for us because you're really showing us a different side of Black women. You know, they all be thinking we be twerking and ghetto and baby mamas and all this. So thank you so much, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. I'm still kind of ghetto. You know, I'm a little ghetto. You know,
girl. Yes, I remember. I remember when you was
I'm
fighting
a
in the
mix.
club and
I'm a
drunk.
mix.
Girl, I've been following you for a very long time. But I just wanted to come up here and give you your flowers.
Thank you so
And
much.
Miss D, if you need to access it to her link to her YouTube, is in her bio here on TikTok. And if you click there, it does have her Teespring connected to her YouTube and stuff. We're working on her getting her whole thing where she's at. So if y'all are not following her YouTube, just go to her profile and click on her link there. But she'll have a better link to have everything else that's coming.
Yes. And that is why, I've always been this. I just, you give yourself in doses. But I before I even started making content and was like really going hard, I was like, okay, I need a show. Like, I don't want people to just see us because we're not linear, we're not a monolith, but they always only depict us as one particular way, especially with the media. Everybody loves the media show y'all this way. And it's like, okay, but that's also what you choose to watch. Like, the media and online social media is also an algorithm. So what you watch is what's going to keep showing up. And for me, because I am multi-layered, we do makeup, we do a bunch of different things. So I figure if I could capture your attention in any way, like based off of a multitude of things that all makes up who I am, and I could get some type of message out there, then we in the building. All right, I don't think we have anybody new. Nope. If you want to join the panel, y'all know there's a little link at the bottom. You could tap it. It looks like two little people icons. You feel free to come up, but for now we can open up the panel. So please don't monologue, don't talk more than 2 minutes, and don't over talk each other. Go ahead.
I can't stand, like I said, the brother and the other person that came up earlier, the one girl who graduated from I don't know what special school, what that was that she was doing. I could say I was a special ed. It was all cool. So we both in the same class, so that's cool. They love to have act like very educated about stuff, but then be quick to put us down and stuff. And I love my sisters twerking and doing whatever they doing to represent themselves. So, but I can't stand people who really try to act intelligent about stuff, and then they want to be stupid. Like, oh, I don't know what ally is. I never heard of that. And I'm like, are y'all kidding me? Are you out your mind? So and then to say the whole ethic thing, that was crazy. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Q.
No, it's always an issue for me when they turn a blind eye. Like, okay, you talking about what you see in the media, but you guys are here in the United States. A lot of them, I remember, Love, I was on one of your panels, and a young lady, I called her out because she's the same young lady that she went to Spelman. And then you having this type of preconceived notion about Black Americans, yet you're around them. You're around successful ones at that. And I'm sure you're around their families that's successful. So I honestly, I don't buy that what you see in the media anymore. It challenges it really want to hold on to a perception of what they've been taught about us. And even regardless of whether they should assimilate it into a culture or not, first Black woman, our first lady, Michelle Obama, beautiful, intelligent. You understand what I'm saying? But what you want to hold on to is someone that's, ghetto, classless, what you've seen in the media. But you don't want to see what that version of what you see in the media and hold on to that. It's just, and then another thing I meant to mention when I first talked before is that they do try to, she was like, oh, what did we try to take over the civil rights? Y'all be quick to say, oh, we help. No, and then it was a lot of us. It was like, no, it was a fraction of you guys. It was like, what, 3, 4 of you guys? It was not a lot of you. So I don't know. It's like, it pisses me off. It really does. And I see like it's a problem when people are giving us the flowers. I was on a panel before and a young lady really got upset about someone from South Africa giving us our flowers. So it's an internalized hate that they have about us, and it's starting to. When they're on these panels, it's just it gets exposed, and I let my plane down.
Okay. Yeah, it's really disingenuous when they act like they are so ignorant, and like that's why I say you're like feigning ignorance and weaponizing the fact that, oh well, I'm Haitian, but like you all just said that you grew up American. You will claim America. It's a convenience thing. Well, I was born in America. So you mean to tell me you was born in America, you went to American schools, you spent no time around Black Americans, you was just what? You just grew up around all Caucasian people? And then you say, oh, well, no, we come here and in this assimilation. Assimilation is just a fancy word for cosplaying. Assimilation is just a fancy word for absorbing someone else's culture. And the thing is, this is what I said earlier on. We literally do cultural exchanges with people and they do cultural extraction. We don't gain anything from these people. And then the girl tried to say, oh, well, if you go into the supermarkets and you see in the stores the food and, girl, you're selling your products. Why do you act like you selling a Haitian food that's benefiting you? Are we dumb? Like, I swear to God, talking to some of these people is like making me lose brain cells sometimes, because it's like y'all really think we're stupid. And I think they think we're stupid because we're actually really nice and empathetic people. So they take that for granted. They take the niceness because the way they treat each other in their countries and in their homelands is barbaric. They beat each other's ass. I literally saw a video of a doctor was beating her up, like slapping her, whipping her, and she literally freshly gave birth to a baby. This is how they do each other in their countries. They sell each other literally. And I'm not saying that we're perfect, but the things that we do, the crime is covert. We know that it's a crime and that we could go to prison. We're not out in the street celebrating this, posting it on the internet, applauding the debauchery and the demonic things. We don't applaud that. We don't turn a blind eye in the same way that other people do. We're not G-siding each other. We are very nice compared to how they treat each other. And I think that is where the disconnect, they act like we're supposed to be out in the streets whipping the BTA, belt to ass, the way these people keep trying it. We're merely using our voices, and that is enough to have them crash out. But let's be honest, they be in the streets with machetes going to real WAR. They keep calling us a diaspora conflict. And it's like, bro, we're just telling y'all to leave us alone. Anyways, go ahead, y'all.
No, Love Jones, to copy back off of what you said. What I was trying to say, when you said they only, do it for the accomplishments or for the accolades or, trying to basically blend in with us. But they do it at the worst times. Like they always try to, it's like when they're getting pulled over by the police, then they want to throw in, I'm Black. It's because I'm Black. And all of like they do it at our most vulnerable moments, knowing that we went through a lot with that situation. So for y'all to just jump in just because you don't want to listen and we seen videos of them doing stuff bad to Black people. So it's like, let us try to define and then try to use that, but I'm not really Black. And so they get into the court system and it's totally different from a regular Black American. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, they try to use it as their convenience. That's what you said, for their convenience. So it's like, but you want to wear the Black clothes. You want to wear the hair. Just like the young guy that had the video that went viral the other day when he went into a restaurant. He was like, oh, yo, I'm not what is it? I don't know.
A kata.
Yes. Okay. I'm not that. Oh, no, because I have the dreads and because what I'm wearing. Yeah, because you're trying to look like us. What else would she think? She didn't see you with no sandals on, with no jeans on, and yet your feet crusty and ashy. She didn't see that. She would have knew exactly who you were then. But no, you had on these tennis shoes and you had on, you had on what you had on to try to mimic us. But then when you start talking, when I start talking, she knew who I was. Yeah, of course she did. Because you trying to mimic who you are in front of when it's convenient for you. But if you were in a tennis shoe store trying to pick up some Jordans, it would have been a totally different accent. You would have been a totally different way, totally different saga. You know, like your swag would have been, oh, I'm trying to be something that I'm not because I want these Jordans. I just wanted to piggyback off of what you said when you was like, it's a convenience for them. But I'm gonna land my plane.
Someone in the comments said, I'm trying to figure out how are they in our government and making laws and speaking on our behalf. We fell asleep at the wheel. Our, the generation before us, they fell asleep at the wheel. And also because of our relationship with white people in this country, we just wanted to get away from it all. We wasn't thinking like this is what I'm assuming. And after hearing like Gen X and, boomers, hearing them speak, they wasn't thinking, oh, we need to, raise our kids to get in politics, or we're just now coming into a space where we're like given the okay or the alley-oop to be police officers. That type of stuff was frowned upon in our community because of how we were treated. So we really just didn't want no parts. We wanted to be left alone, to be quite frank. And in hindsight, when we have the same hue of complexion, we thought that we had camaraderie. We thought we had allies. It was all a lie and a scheme and a scam that Todd set up. And now we can see decades past what's really real. And I'm not saying, every single last one of them are like this, but collectively, they're only going to really be out for themselves. And now we see like this whole immigrant agenda is like really prevalent. The whole lesser of two evil things, like we got to change that narrative around as well. And we absolutely have to, and we are starting to. The ball is rolling now. Like I told y'all, we literally have, it's like a video game. We've been fighting every fucking body. To get to the next level, you got to pass this new goddamn person that you got to pass. Then you make it to the next level. It's another fucking obstacle. It's another fucking op. Like, that shit is a lot to be continuously having to fight for your goddamn life. It's a lot. So I don't think we've ever really had a moment to rest and breathe and actually see what was clearly going on until now, because the focus has not been solely on Black Americans. It shifted to illegal immigrants, and it's given us a moment where everything is not about us being brutalized, and they're not using trauma corn of us on a loop being unalived by the police, or just constantly showing us on the news, or we're not absorbing everybody's shit anymore because now people are being pointed out by their ethnicity. So we seen a Haitian man busting a lady over the head. They called him a Haitian. Before, it would have just been a Black man. 5 years ago, that would have just been a Black man. Now we finally have a little bit of a moment, a little bit of a window to focus on things other than police brutality, other than systemic oppression. Well, no, not other than, because those things absolutely still, we absolutely multitask.
But it's not all of us, though, Jones. Not to interrupt you, but it's not just all of us. They can delineate it just like we're doing, and that's why they hate us so much.
What you mean?
Meaning so as though now when it's in the media, it's not just Black people. It's not just a Black male.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's because we've been able to finally have a moment to breathe, where everything is not just solely focused on us. Like, even though it still is, but in a different way. Other groups of people have not ever experienced what we've continuously experienced since the inception of this country, since we've come into contact with these goddamn demonic entities. So now that we have a little bit of leg room, we're like, oh shit, we didn't even notice. We was just so focused on what was going on over here. We didn't even see what the hell was going on over there. And they don't like that we're able to have peripheral vision. We're not just seeing only one aspect. And this is why they continuously come in. They even come on my panel. Oh, y'all focus on the wrong things. Y'all need to be focused on YT supremacy. Y'all need to, we do focus on that, but that doesn't mean that the issues that we have with what y'all have been doing to us is something that we just need to sweep under the rug. And that's what they're used to it being. Go ahead.
Exactly. And a lot of them have the YT supremacy stuff embedded into their own teachings too, because overseas, they have that European style of wanting to do things. It's still blatant. They still look at some of the kings and queens of England or whatever the royalties is, and they emulate that in some of their own I don't know, villages or cities or whatnot. Like, just that kind of like you still see it. You know, it's kind of hard to explain, but like you
Yeah.
still see that they got something that's still connected to that type of stuff. Where we over here, Black Americans who've been, you know, like I ain't doing that shit. Like we ain't doing it. You know, and we know the difference when the ones like us start acting a little bit like, all right, now you being weird. Just like that guy that came in earlier wanted to talk about, like, well, you know, I really don't understand that.
Mhm. Yeah, but you know what? I don't know what his name is, Chica. But it's also something with the way they try to treat LJ, no, Love Jones. I call her LJ. I learned that from someone else. I like that little nickname. But
that's cool.
also, a lot of these people wouldn't have the time of day if LJ was in their country. She's so beautiful, you know, like she will be the top notch. They wouldn't have the room. They wouldn't have the room to be able to speak with her. So when they get over here to America and they see her on a, you know, on a platform, oh, I can get up here and speak with her. I would never have a chance to speak with a beautiful woman like this in my life. You know, over there, of course they wouldn't. And then they try to be intellectual, and then they don't have the intellect. They're ignorant, you know, like illiterate. So they don't know our history. So and then it makes them mad because Dan was like, oh, she clocked me. You know, like the stuff that I'm trying to say is she clocked me, but you thought that you could do this because you're here in America and you saying that it was a free for all because we give y'all so much space that you can speak. Over there in your country, if you seen her walking down the street, you would be at your knees, and you know that.
Somebody gonna say LJ from New York City. She's dates us. I've absolutely dated an immigrant before, not in 2026. And you absolutely do fall to my feet when you see me in person.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. Absolutely. Oh my God. Like I don't have to lie. I do not have to lie. If people see me on live streams out and everybody and their mother come up to me and approach me. And lo and behold, the ones that come in here and troll and be talking crazy be in my fucking DMs telling me, I love you.
I know
Please
they do
let
love
me
y'all.
take you out. Let me fly you to my country. Please, I love you. And then they would get up here and talk crazy. I just be like, y'all are just men, period. But then the other girl. But I think we got two new people on the panel.
Okay.
Hello, your favorite consultants. How are you?
Hey, fam. Hey. Okay, so to piggyback off of Chica, I think that's his name, or I can't see his full name.
It's Chicago.
Chicago. I'm so sorry. That's my favorite city here in America.
Oh my God.
They idolize the white tea people, first of all. And so they are truly brainwashed. They, whatever they have been told about us, they know we are not them, and we know that we are not them, you know. So it's like they're trying to infiltrate, and it's in our nature, it's in our DNA. We are kind, pleasant, we are rowdy. I don't say that we ghetto because ghetto is a housing project. We're not buildings, but we are very hood. I'm 53.
Wait,
and I'm
your
so
favorite
hood.
consultant? I'm sorry, but somebody said that you're a white woman.
No, I'm black. Both parents, blickety black. Okay, my children's name Rashad Rockham Rasul. Okay, I'm black. I ain't never had no figgy put in. Both of my parents are black. Okay, my grandmother is dark as coal on my father's side. Okay, my mother is black. Both was because they're both deceased. I'm sorry, I'm not. However, I am from the Midwest. I'm from Cincinnati, so I don't speak as if I'm from Atlanta or with whatever you're looking for in white, mixed, biracial, whatever. No, I'm blickety black. Okay. However, back to what I was saying, and black don't crack. I'm 53 with 7 children and 5 grandchildren. Okay. So I'm black. I don't have to justify that. Nothing else. But back to them, they emulate white people. We can't trust them, period, because they are here to infiltrate. And why all of a sudden they want reparations? Why? And why is our government even having this conversation with them? It's because they know, as we call them, the YNs. I love the YNs. The YNs in those are our young nieces and nephews. They're fearless. They're not playing. They're not. And once we educate them and let them know that they're gods and what was stolen from us and how we were raped of everything.
Who say raped, boo?
Great
Next time
from
if you use that.
everything. I'm sorry, I'm a little older. I really, from everything. Once they know who they are, they gonna spin the block differently. They not gonna play with the Affies. They not gonna play with the Jamaican, whoever, like trying to infiltrate on us, and especially the white tees. But it was all by design. But for them to come over here with the arrogance where our ancestors built this whole universe, and especially here in America, we built this. This is why, okay, you have all the minerals and resources over in Africa. Why aren't you guys as developed as us? And we don't own shit. Nothing. I'm sorry. We don't own nothing. I got a homeboy that's over there digging out gold and diamonds, and giving them fish and rice. Like, let the YNs go over there. Y'all have marble sidewalks. Y'all still don't have developed land. Like, how dare you come here and try to speak ill on us as if we're ignorant, we're this, we're that, we're not educated. Y'all have to overcompensate for everything when we just do everything effortlessly. I can take one potato and feed 10 people, because that's how we are. It's in us. We're not looking at, oh no, she ain't gonna get nothing. They're selfish. They're selfish with one another. The self-hatred. Like, we can come in a room and read the room. Like, me and you can have a conversation without even talking. Any of us, if you from here, America, and you're Black, like indigenous to this land, like, just period. And no, I'm not a white tea. I don't even like being light
Yeah, they
skinned.
crazy.
I'm
I don't know
so
what they talking
sorry.
about in the comments.
That's such an insult. No.
But go ahead and land, boo, so we can get to the next person.
But that's it. I just wanted to say that. But they are, so we have another op in our, that we're fighting now.
Okay. No.
Yes, hey, I'm here. Hey,
Hello.
everybody. What's up to my comment section? That's where I usually be.
Okay, go ahead.
It says, why do other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black Americans? Because they have help. These people aren't doing this on their own. There's someone who's encouraging them, inspiring them, to do all these things. I don't believe that these people are just doing this on their own. I believe that there's some sinister plans, some propaganda against us, and that's what this is all about. Because in my day, my younger day, they didn't want to be us at all. So I think they have help. For the last question, it says, do Black Americans have allies? Yes, I believe we have hidden allies. The problem is with us not knowing our allies is that we've never needed anybody for help. And so I believe that if we were in some type of tragic situation, I'm not talking, I know we've been through a lot, but I mean, if they were to try to do a mass, something, I believe that there is some country that would help us. I believe our allies are just hidden for now because of their fear that they have of this country. But as we see with everything that's going on, no one's fearing us any longer. And so I'll end with that.
Okay. Yeah, with the conflict going over there in Iran, they literally saying they ain't got no smoke with Black Americans.
Exactly, and they have also put out videos that I've seen. I don't know if anyone else saw them, where they put a Tupac picture on one of their BOMBs. They also did one of those the Lego videos, and they put us in those videos. So I believe we have hidden allies. And I'll land with that.
Okay. They're trying to use it. Yeah, everybody wants to use us, but after any of everybody's using everybody. Like, if you're not useful, then what the hell are you here for? You can't add to something if you're not resourceful. Then you are just a piece of shit, and that's how I feel. Now, taking advantage of people is one other thing,
or thinking people are stupid and trying to play on their intelligence, that's something completely different. But one hand always wash the other. That's life. Shit. Only people that's useless are children, and that's who gets the unconditional love and support and affection are little babies. Because then they grow up and they become adults and they better be a goddamn productive person in society, okay? Even if it's just for entertainment or whatever, you asking somebody for advice, we're asking somebody for directions. That's a form of using people. But I don't think that they think that we go against our. That's the thing. I think a lot of people bank on us going against America, and the fact that they done made us. And I've said this in videos last year. I'm like, y'all really got us being patriotic around this bitch. Like, we never ever put on for America the way we are now because people are trying to ethnically erase us. It's like y'all woke up a DNA strand that was lying dormant inside of all of us. Some people are still asleep at the wheel. I mean, that's natural. There's like millions and millions of us here. But for the most part, now it's like, wait a minute. Why were we deceived into not taking pride in what our ancestors have been able to accomplish through everything with the literal hell that they had to live in? Look at us. We are the product of that. And we are doing amazing. We are doing amazing.
Black Jones,
Oh my God.
Do you think that the Black Caucus was a part of that? Like, do you think that had something to do with it? I'm not sure. With you
what?
saying like, why didn't we realize it back then? You know, like why wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I honestly,
right.
well, I don't really know exactly what the Black Caucus. What is the purpose of the Black Caucus?
I'm not sure either, and that's what. But I don't want to dig too deep into it. But I also know it comes from. I'm not too sure if it comes from the sororities, and then into Masonry, and then into the Black Caucus. So you know, like I'm not, but it's all of that. I believe
the
it's all
black
of that.
boule.
Yeah,
They're sellers out.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely. If that's who it is, hell yeah. Okay, we got a new person. Oh, go ahead. Wait, okay. We'll open it back up after. Not I will never be African is your goddamn username. Why is that your username? I cannot. Y'all are hilarious. I will never be African.
Hello. Can you hear me? I'm on the subway, so I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. The
I can
subway
hear
goes
you.
in and out.
You sound a little distant, but I can hear you.
I want to say, they got Mike Tyson with one of them fake DNA tests. Now he thinking he from the Congo.
Oh Lord.
Like, man, yeah, they got him.
Not Mike Tyson.
Yeah, these Pan-Africans, they got Gabrielle Union. They tricking our celebrities into thinking they African when they not.
It's a mess.
They're for entertainment purposes only. They cannot represent awake beings, period.
Right. I'm gonna sign out because I'm on the subway, but I just want to let y'all know these Pan-Africans trying to recruit celebrities now because that Pan-Africanism is on life support. But thank you though.
Okay. Yeah, and it's funny thing, my grandma used to cook for Mike Tyson in Brownsville. He used to come by her window. She would tell me this, like, oh, he used to be up here sitting at the table all the time. And he would have Sunday dinners with my great uncles and my granny. This is way before I was even born, clearly. But he used to always go up to the house and eat her food, child. But did anybody else want to add anything?
I blame that they had the chance to really keep the wool over our eyes when Black Panther came out, and they wasted that opportunity. And now, we are We was all Black Panthering up there. We was all Sicilian and
Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever. Saw that movie 80 billion times and stuff. So they like, and like that's what I don't understand too. Like we were giving them it. You know, it was almost like being in a relationship with somebody who you thought to love you and stuff. And they're like, we would have did the world for you.
We literally had. It was literally Asian people in the Black Panthers that was what is it? CIs that really turned on us. Like we literally welcomed everyone. Like that was crazy. I can't believe that they even did that. Like that's another thing that we were too lovely and too welcoming to people that had no good for us, and it was always throughout history, and that's the sad part for us. It's always going to be a part of our story, and that's what hurt us a lot. Like that's going to hurt, like that hurts me right now that we always do that. Like why do we always take it on the other side of the cheek or whatever they say, an eye for an eye? That eye for an eye mess wasn't obviously made for us, because when we try it, it's always something else. It's like it never works for us. Like, so I mean, it's crazy. Like that's but I get what you're saying in Chicago. Like that's crazy.
For real. We also need to start like literally making our own movies and like content and stuff. Well, we're making our own content now, but like depicting ourselves how we want to be portrayed, because for so long other people have been in control of our narrative. This is why I love social media so much, because it gives us an opportunity to literally have boots on the ground and be mindful. Like, even though I'm a hood bitch from Brooklyn, but I'm also sophisticated. I'm intelligent. I read. I love people. Kind of
how to get people to listen, Love Jones. You know how to. You have that voice that can get people to listen. Like even if you yelled out in a crowd full of people would turn around and be like, "Who's that?" Because you have that. You have that.
Yeah, so that's why I made it a point, like, no, I need everybody to see all of my layers, because they keep trying to make it seem like we're just one way, or I don't know what it is, but now because we're so jumbled up with everybody else, you don't really see Black Americans like that. Like you see us, but you don't know who is who. Like I saw somebody in the comment section saying, how do we even tell who is who? Like we could tell once we hear people talk and you watch them for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's like you would think that we don't exist. Like they act like we some rare species, especially in New York. It's like, oh, y'all out there? Like, yeah, there's actually more of us out there than there are immigrants. You just wouldn't know because we're not loud and boisterous. We just kind of, not fade to Black, but it's like
tired. Like we're tired. We went through this. This is generational trauma. Y'all act like y'all just got over here, and y'all are happy and jolly and trying to live off of us. When this is our struggle, y'all living off of. Y'all trying to mimic a struggle that you had nothing to do with. That we don't even want to have. That we barely want to be attached to. Sometimes, it's like we try to get out of that circle of y'all. This is what y'all are. And y'all try to jump into it is ridiculous. Like we're trying to evolve and y'all just steady trying to be. And that's where we all try to delineate it from, because we know what we are. We know what we built. This is the whole panel. That's why your prompt says this. And when she was up here trying to act like she didn't know any better, I'm like, see, you can't speak with people. You can't speak with people that had their biggest. I seen a video? He said their highest IQ in their country is probably 60. So we can't argue with them. Like they don't even know what's really going on to comprehend what we're trying to say to them.
You couldn't get it at all. Like
she couldn't get it.
I was like,
it was like I think she didn't understand accomplishments, Love Jones. I think that's what that was. She didn't know what that meant. Like she didn't know what accomplishments meant.
Right. And I'm didn't know what a lot meant.
Right.
She really didn't, and I like I said, that pissed me off listening to him and stuff, because people really want to act like they. I have no problem saying, well, I don't know, or I'll find out and stuff like that. But we want to act like you don't, like you know everything, and then we ask you a simple ass question like about this, and you're like, oh. But I will tell you about 1706. That one time we threw a rock at somebody and we won.
Right? Like, don't nobody want to keep hearing about 1804. They never talk about how they was indebted for $1 billion to France. They never talk about how they had help from Europeans to win that conflict. They never mention that. And that's just like, wow, like y'all where did y'all get y'all arms from? Where did you get your weaponry from? Like, where did you? Who helped you? They make it seem like they only use like voodoo. To be quite honest, for a long time, that's how I thought they defeated. I had no idea that they had weapons. I thought they was standing on a fucking hill in a goddamn circle, summoning some goddamn spirits. That's what I thought. And then I started reading. I said, wait a fucking minute.
Yeah.
Y'all had the motherfucking Polish. Y'all had some motherfuckers from Spain. What the hell is going on?
It wasn't just y'all.
And then
I swear I thought they was in a seance circle.
And then he brought himself up to, like you say, he kept accusing you of bringing it up. He's the one who brought his own, like he said, he centered himself. You didn't center, you didn't bring nothing about nothing. It could have been for anybody, but he said like, no, us, I don't know, whatever he from, he brought up his own stuff.
Chicago, they want a part of us. It's like they cannot live without being a part of Black America. Like even they try to talk about us. It's like they're obsessed with us. Like y'all never seen you never stepped foot in America a day in your life, but you're over there trying to mimic us in another country. Like we never did that. You don't see us over here doing that. You might see us doing it at a holiday time and they put on their kufis or whatever, and that was back in the day. You don't see that anymore. And what makes them so upset is because the first generation of their parents that came over here when our parents were a little older, in the 60s and stuff, they wore their attire and their dresses and all of that stuff. Their children are not. They're mimicking us. And that's what's making them so mad. So they get on these panels and they try to fuss at us about something that their children are doing in their house. You're hearing Sexy Red playing in your house and Mulatto in your house because your children are trying to be like us, not us trying to be like your children.
Right. Who's an African artist? I don't know.
Right. So that's what it is.
I don't even know their food. Like I ain't never heard any of my friends or family say I want some fufu.
Oh Lord.
Right.
All right. I'm gonna open the panel back up. Hold on. We got three new people up here. No, that's fine because we had an open panel. Okay, Big Chief, can I have you? Well, I know you ain't got no immigrant background. Go ahead.
You already
Give you 3 minutes. Go for it.
The biggest, the largest. To answer the prompt, why does other ethnic groups always try to? I think the reason they constantly latch on to our accomplishments is because they're international. They take on a life of their own. You could build entire cultures around individuals, even from these accomplishments, like Michael Jackson, just for an example. And you got the 5-year-old dude running around playing like he applied for the position and got it now that MJ's out of here. And it's weird how he running around trying to regulate the other impersonators. And I heard that he actually auditioned for the MJ biopic. And I was just like, that's crazy. But for the second question, as far as the allyship, we don't have no allies. But before that, you got to understand there's 3 distinct categories. You got friends, you got allies, and you got opportunists. A friend would be like John Brown. This is someone who would risk it all and with no benefit to him. And even him and his sons didn't make it and risk themselves on behalf of Black people. An ally would be, 2 parties who share a commonality and they coalesce around that commonality to achieve that common goal. And the opportunist is what Iran is what the people in God, and no disrespect to them, I'm not saying I disagree with their plight, but we don't have nothing to do with it. We don't have, they putting out the Legos, I saw that, the Tupacs, and you want to give us shout outs and give us flowers now that you're going through it with the beast. We've been in the belly of the beast. Where was you at? Where was you at? That's my question. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I get that you going through it, but why are you even trying to link arms with us? We don't got no control over what Trump and the Hill and everybody else got going on. So I just think it's very opportunistic, very parasitic for you to be trying to link arms with us and coalesce around us. Like we got the same shared struggle, but you only understand that when you're going through it, just like with the Migos and the ICE and all that. And they was the main ones running around talking about Black and Brown Coalition, Rainbow Coalition. And I don't know if y'all saw the National Action Network with Al Sharpton. They had that Caribbean or African woman up there speaking on behalf of all the Black Americans here, saying we're all just we're all removed by one immigrant. We all got immigrant family. And I was like, how are you But she's trying to present like she's an ally or a friend, but that's an opportunist. Let me convince these people they African. That's why they always run around trying to claim our accomplishments, tether on to our accomplishments, our history. Kamala was using the word our history. And I was befuddled. Like, so I mean, no, we don't have no
And she was born in Canada, raised in Canada.
Born and raised in Canada. Come on, family. I mean, whether she's Black or not is irrelevant to me. She's not of our lineage. She's not from the soil. And I'm not gonna speak for anybody else. I don't have no immigrants in my family. We didn't marry none. I ain't got no Africans, no Caribbeans, none of that. So I'm saying she said all these things to be adjacent to Black people. And they do this because they want us to help them in their struggle. But when it's time for us to get some help, because a poll was done on reparations, and I'm gonna land with this. A poll was done on reparations, and they asked the YT people, they asked the Migos, they asked the Asians, and the resounding answer was no. It was 3/4 no for the YTs and about 2/3 for everybody else. And of course, Black people, the vast majority of us said yes. So that should tell you about the allyship and the friendship right there.
Okay. Can we get this live stream to 75K likes? Everybody double tap the screen. Make sure you send your heart me's. And we have a gift goal at the top. Help us to reach that. I love that you guys are participating in the chat. Thank you for participating in the chat. All interactions are welcome. I appreciate you guys. Okay. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Uppity. Who is next? DET Miami. I know you've been up here before, but real quickly, you could just give us your ethnicity, and I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes on the prompt. 3 minutes on the timer.
Yeah, it was good. Love Jones, good everybody. I'm Black American. I was just taking a peek at the rules up there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try not to curse. It may slip out unintentionally, especially if I'm talking amongst my people, but it's unintentional. Why do other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? I've been noticing this phenomenon for a long time, and it's not, I guess, since delineation. And it was always specific to Africa, but then always trying to relate or recategorize or reclassify our stuff from its original to African, for example, from Ebonics to now it's AAVE, where we have way more cultural references from everywhere else besides Africa, but they would call it AAVE, so like give reverence or homage to Africa. They do the same thing with soul food and everything else. But I thought, yeah, since delineation, it's exponentially worse in amongst all these other groups. I got Haitians trying to take credit for jazz because it was some random saxophone player. Then you bring up there's people of all races and backgrounds who play saxophone. Do they get credit for jazz? Especially more of them in America than fucking Haitians. But
it's okay,
also Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans arguing with us about hip hop. But you notice they both claim it, but they're both only arguing with us because neither of them know that they did it. So they're both trying to control the narrative to credit their culture. They're all trying to use and exploit the Black American prominence and the Black American greatness for profit, for relevance, for attention, for legacy, and everything else. And when we delineated, that was like a declaration of war, because even if we look at it politically among the nations, like what's going on right now geopolitically, when you take away everything that someone has, that's a declaration of war. So us peacefully delineating, which is basically a grassroots consensus, us talking amongst each other.
Don't say WAR again.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
It's okay, but you know, back to back is what's tricky.
Yeah, we got we have all of these immigrant groups trying to connect themselves to American history to act like they're so important. They built the country. And these Black immigrants who we have, I guess, a particular delineation from because we don't want to share an ethnic category with them or have them represent us, they're trying to rewrite the narrative to include them. And if we don't allow it, they're trying to usurp our entire identity. And I look at this shit as like basically witchcraft. It's manipulation. Like, I look at this shit from
yes.
all type of perspective, not only lyrical and the spiritual, even biblical. A lot of this shit is predictive. Like all of these different nations are coming among us with these attacks because they're entitled to our culture and everything about us. So it's like a lot when we talking to these black immigrants specifically, which we don't have to, because there's a negligible number of them here. They just pose a particular threat, and for the numbers that they are in this country, they do cause an absorbent amount of issues, and that's not being racist or targeting. That's just the facts, and they don't like to operate in facts or reality, and we have to acknowledge that we are going back and forth with third world people who are just trying to harvest our energy or get relevance or clicks. And if we didn't engage them, they literally wouldn't have the platform and they'll be punching the air. They're trying to scapegoat us because they're cowardly and they're too afraid to confront their actual oppressors. And they know that that's not engaging. And that'll be an excuse that why would you even come here to do it, which some of them are, like walking across the bridge to co-opt our struggle. But they're not doing it in their homeland. They're just so proud of and flying all these flags over here. They thought it made them special, and now we're showing them that when they have to stand on not a diaspora or just some foreign flag that America, I guess, tried to put you on the pedestal, delineation put a stop to all that. Like, we unintentionally stopping bags, and they complaining about it. And they say all these ethnonyms that we have or assume, oh, it's just a small number, it's just a small number. So why are you so afraid of what these small number of people have to say? Why can't you just disregard it? Because they know it has political and capitalistic implications for them. And these people get caught up because their accomplishments can't compete with ours. Like all of these people, black or otherwise, they can't compete with us as far as accomplishments or being icons or legacy or progress for the entire globe. The diaspora has a specific message towards us because they feel like us as Black Americans, how did we accomplish so much? We don't deserve all the privileges or what we have accomplished. They feel like they prefer to believe it's been given to us, even though we have to explain it to them 1,000 times. They're still going to act obtuse like they don't get what we said. Especially these first and second generations. They act more ignorant than the people on the continent. And we know the best and brightest Africans are over here in the UK. They abandon their people every time they focus on minute issues, trying to pathologize us, obsessing over. They don't know us as well as they think they do, and they're figuring that out. We're not as similar as we were going on to believe to achieve progress. We probably are actually farther from y'all than a lot of these other people because y'all are from the third world. Well, when you express that as a Black American, you niggas are xenophobic, we work hard, nigga. Like, we don't want to hear that bullshit. We pacified the diaspora for too long. They don't like accountability, and they're delusional.
All right, DT, you gotta land. We're gonna let the next person talk, and then we'll open the. Okay. Motion picture. Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak on your panel. This is my first time on your panel. You're a beautiful FJ sister. Wait, can you hear me?
Thank you. It's kind of hard to hear you. I don't. Or do you have your head hanging out the window on the highway?
Yeah, almost. I'm kind of, moving and grooving and working. But if you can't hear me, then I'll probably have to wait. But if you can,
I can hear you. It's okay. What's that clicking noise? What you doing? You speaking African? What's happening?
No, I'm a Black American. I'm a foundational Black American sister.
All right, go ahead.
But as far as the prompt, why that so many, why these other people want to take credit for our accomplishments is because.
Oh Lord! Somebody said it's the Tether Mobile. Oh, hello. Okay, maybe call us back. Maybe I think you gotta call us back. Cause we can't hear nothing. I don't know what's going on. You clicking and clacking. I don't know where you at and what's happening. Cool. I'ma just call us back. Oh, okay. Okay. Cause what the hell was that, child? I have no idea what he had going on in his background. He probably be driving somewhere. A lot of truck drivers be calling into the show too. I noticed that.
Yeah, truck drivers are big on this site, especially during the daytime. So Truck drivers are the biggest 304s on this app.
Oh,
So yeah,
not the biggest 304s. Oh my
it's
goodness.
truck drivers. Then it's just some of the stay-at-home moms. I ain't gonna put it on all of them, but some of them, if it's,
A
I've
lot
seen
of
them
these
all.
foreign truck drivers mad right now after Trump signed that legislation that you got to speak English.
Yo, but the fact that they were even able to drive on a highway, that's mad dangerous because you can't even really read the signs. If your technology crashed or your phone died, and where the hell you gonna go? Where are you going? Like, and I doubt they got paper maps that they used to have back in the day. So it's crazy. I've seen a video of an immigrant woman that was driving a truck and she didn't even know how to turn the lights off. It was a bunch of things she didn't know how to do. She was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying." And they let her go. I said, "What the hell is going on here?" Yet they say we all get treated the same way by the police. I beg to motherfucking differ out this motherfucker. Let that have been me. And I'm talking about I don't know how to turn the light on. I don't know what the hell is going on. They would have took me down to the goddamn precinct. Straight to the precinct. And didn't Florida pass a law or some type of legislation to where you can't take your driver's test and with a translator? You have to take it in English now. Hello, is anybody there?
I never heard that.
That might be good.
You didn't hear
Because,
about that?
I mean, no other country accommodates us that speaks English if we travel, like you have to pull your phone out and put Google Translate or whatever. But I mean, it's the South. So, they do what they want to do. The itty bitty white tee men with the itty bitty egos. Their biggest ego is their guns.
Oh, say firearms or pow
Pew pews.
pew pews.
But one thing, I don't know if any of you guys, if I'm scrolling, on the lives and I come across one that is like mostly African or whatever, I don't sit in their rooms because I can't even understand what they're saying. And then I don't like as then they think that all the emphasis like as they're talking. So I keep scrolling. So I don't understand why they always want to be in your room. I don't understand it.
Entertainment for some, clout for some, and a lot of they love us.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying, like, for us
voodoo.
in any situation, like if I'm in wherever I'm at, like if it's a group of them, I'm the only person in the area, I'm always gonna find, or even if it's another black man or woman or whatever, we kind of just link up. We don't go sit with another group of people, but they will. Like they're so curious about us. And it's like, we okay without y'all. We okay without everybody, for real.
Okay, we got Samuel Howard. Hello, can we have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. Samuel? Who somebody needs to mute.
Yeah. I'm here.
Okay, can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Be okay.
Do you have an immigrant background?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, why does every ethnic group take credit for black? Let me see. American accomplishments. I think the reason is because they feel like it's convenient. It's real convenient for them. I noticed a lot of ethnic groups wear like Jordans and stuff. And I'm not saying that's the part of it. I'm just saying. I feel like it's a good thing too because, I mean, when somebody feels like they're a part of you, they'll go out and purchase stuff. So it could be a good thing too. I feel like. Do Black Americans have allies in 2026? No. I feel like everybody does not like us at all, but they like our culture. They don't like us. So I mean, that's pretty sad.
Are you okay? Did you take an edible or something? Like,
No, what's
did you take
wrong?
some cough medicine? Because you sound slow and dreary like a goddamn molasses. Hearing you talk is like watch your paint dry. We trying to keep up. You talking slow as hell. Is everything all right at home? What's going on? You tired?
No, I
What's
just woke
happening?
up. That's why.
Oh my God, it's so slow. God damn it. It's like a turtle.
All right, I'll speak faster. I just got up. But I said everything I needed to say.
Okay. All right now. Anna.
Yeah.
Hello. Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompts.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. My name is Leroy. My ethnicity is African. I was born
Which country?
East African, a country called Somalia.
Okay. Are you in America?
No, I'm in Canada. But I visited America. I have families there, Seattle, Washington.
Okay. Let me give you. All right, go ahead.
Okay. In regards to the first question, why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? That's one, right? My opinion on that is I've never really noticed anyone taking accomplishments or claiming credit for Black American accomplishments. But yet, I'm not really too versed in it. You know what I'm saying? But I haven't seen that, my personal opinion. Second questions. Do Black Americans have allies in 2026, right? And it says, if so, provide the examples. I could do that. I'm assuming you guys are all aware, like maybe, I don't know, was it maybe a month and a half ago, the country Ghana, which is in Africa, was at the UN, and they brought up a proposal where they wanted people to have, Black Americans to have reparation for obviously the whole Atlantic slave trade thing, right? So that being said, I feel like Africa is the Black Americans' biggest ally, right? Even though Africans never went through the same struggle that Black people went through, obviously, right? My personal opinion, I support all Black people. You know what I'm saying? In the end of the day, if I walk into a room, I'm gonna go somewhere that's a little more melanated than, go up to a mayonnaise person. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's my opinion.
Okay, so Ghana literally is an example of the first part. Why do other ethnic groups take credit for Black American accomplishments? That's exactly what the Ghanaian president did. He got on a podium and he said Africans were the ones that picked cotton when it was Black Americans. He literally said Africans were the one that built the railroadways, which were Black Americans. He literally said that Africans created an economic base for the United States and for other Western civilization, which is not true. So he literally did exactly what I said in the first part of the prompt.
Oh, okay. I see your point.
And then on top of that, he, in their proposal, they didn't have anything of where the monies would be allocated. That's another reason why America, I think is not real, and some other country, was it Russia, that said no?
No,
it's because
it was America, Israel, and Argentina.
Oh yeah, we say it's not real, but
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, so well, yeah, thanks for correcting me on the last one. But there was no clear, concise vision or even plan for anything that was going to benefit Black Americans. They wanted funds to go to Ghana because Ghana is literally in a dire situation when it comes. They're in a financial and economic crisis right now. 2026, USAID has been cut off in those countries over there, and they want land over here in America, but not for Black Americans. They never quite named us. They just kept saying Africans, and they said that we were resources that were stolen from Africa and shipped over here. They even dehumanized us to a degree. So I wouldn't say that was a good example, but you tried.
Okay, can I elaborate on that? Can I elaborate on that? What you just said,
Hey,
please?
hey, go back home. We don't need you.
Samuel, he not even here. He in Canada. Go ahead.
Can I elaborate, please? So, I'm assuming you're a Black American.
Yes.
Okay, as a Black American, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you identify as African, like descendants of Africa?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why would I be an American identifying as African?
Your ancestors they're not from Africa? 9 generations removed?
No. Do you identify as Nigerian?
No, I identify as a Somalian.
Exactly.
But that's in Africa. Somalia is in Africa.
Why is it so important for Black Americans to acknowledge Africa and everything that we do?
Because they want to be a part of
Exactly.
us.
We don't have to acknowledge Africa. Why do you acknowledge Europe? You didn't access our ancestors not from Europe because that's irrelevant to us being a Black American. That doesn't speak to our experience as a Black American.
Y'all not begging nobody
our
else to
ancestors
be
over
African.
here and the people enslaved in America were Black American. They weren't African.
Okay,
besides Africans who brought over here, which by 1680, most of the Americans who are Black were born in America by 1680. That's very early into colonization.
So if my ancestors stay in America for 400 or 500 years, does that officially make me Black American?
No, it'll make you whatever you and your ancestors become. You'll be something else American.
Yes.
So
if I'm
whatever
American,
y'all decide you are is what you are.
Wait, hold on. One mic.
About what you guys decide you are.
The only thing you guys created was HIV, man. Get the hell out of here.
Samuel, don't get up here saying that. Now you want to wake up and start saying that.
Difference.
Say the head. You can't be saying.
We won't try to define whatever you and your people decide to become. We're not going to argue with you about what y'all decide to name yourself.
No,
or what
but
it means to
I
you.
don't understand how Black Americans will identify as everything but Black.
We are Black. We're not African. That's what you don't get. We don't make Black synonymous with African. You guys do. We don't in America.
Right. Wait, but the ironic thing is that Somalis don't even consider themselves Black. And I've seen numerous videos. I'm not saying that this is you in particular. Exactly. I'm not saying you, but I've seen videos of Somalis not even claiming that they were Africans, which is ironic. So for the fact that you have your own identity, you have your own ethnic marker, you can recognize that you're different, you're vastly different from a West African. But when it comes to us, we have to identify with something. Even if you want to believe the indoctrinated version of history, those ties were severed 500 years ago, if you even want to believe the indoctrinated version of history. And then we are an amalgamation of a bunch of different things. So all of us do not even have the same genetic makeup. And I think this goes over y'all's head too. Y'all act like we are all exactly like all of our ancestors are exactly the same. My grandmother is not the same as DTA Miami's grandmother. My great grandmother is not the same as Chicago's great grandmother. My great great grandfather is not the same as anybody else up here. So you all don't even get that us on an individual basis have a different complex genetic makeup. We're not even all the same.
Exactly. And our family lineage history is not all the same. So y'all try to generalize our experience that doesn't speak for every Black American. Y'all have a very media influence, very shallow image of what a Black American is.
But we could all agree on
an exploited version. We can't all agree on anything. That's what y'all don't get. That's
no, but you let me.
We can all agree that head big.
You didn't all agree on anything. Clearly.
Go ahead and what are you trying to say? Land, and then we're going to get to the next person. Then we'll open up the panel. If you want to stay, you can engage in conversation.
Thank you so much. No, I just wanted to say, like, but we could all agree on at one point or another, right? Maybe 400 years ago, 300 years ago, 9 generations, 8 generations, regardless what it was, at one point or another, your ancestors were in Africa.
Irrelevant.
Though, right?
No. That's irrelevant. Why do you want us to acknowledge that? We were just talking about that. We don't have to acknowledge y'all.
Okay.
Why do you want it so
Can I give you my opinion from the outside looking in?
We know it is. You can provide it if you want to, I guess. You can act
we already know what you're going to say.
No, I'm not going to say anything disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to learn. You know what I'm saying? I want to I want to learn alternative history, so I don't mind. So that being said, what do you call it? When a white individual, for example, right, sees an African and a Black American, he can't identify which one's the African and which one's the Black American.
Yes, they can.
Stop saying
You
that.
don't think they can tell a Black American from a Somali or a Nigerian or a North African or a South African? They can.
And they've been doing that. They've been doing that since segregation.
Muhammad Ali was not able to eat where the Africans were.
Exactly. And there's always been a
They've been
clear
doing that.
delineation and practice between Black Americans and immigrants, even though we share the category. That's a problem. That's another reason for delineation. We're like
Muhammad
more
Ali-
well versed in relations with the white tee, especially at this level, than y'all are. We have a, I guess, broader perspective. So a lot of times we don't even expect y'all to get it because you don't have the experience that we have with them. Y'all are new to like this type of environment. We have generations of this and eras of this in America. We know this repeats itself. Y'all are surprised. Y'all say it's gonna happen to us next. It always happens to us first. We try to warn you. You don't believe it.
That part.
No, because like at the same time,
All right,
like
hold on, Anna. Hold on.
Sorry,
We gotta get
sorry.
to Humble, and then we'll
All right.
open the panel back up.
All right,
Okay.
no-
Hey, Humble and Angel. Let me go ahead. You ready?
I am.
Hello? Okay. Let me go ahead and give you. I know you don't have an immigrant background. Go ahead.
Okay. So, why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? Because they don't have any. They literally don't have any accomplishments at all. That's why Ghana came over here, and I cannot believe Ann said that because they're literally trying to, they're literally trying to steal our reparations. Those were reparations for Ghana, for them to try to divvy it out. And then they also have another board that's on there that's called the African American Commission or something like that. These people also are trying to steal our reparations. A whole bunch of Africans on the board saying that the money needs to go to them so they can divvy it out to us. What? No, that was a terrible example. We don't have any allies whatsoever. No, we don't. And that's just the bottom line. And people need to understand that, especially these Africans that keep want to Africanize us. I think it's the weirdest thing ever that you're so obsessed with one ethnic group that you want to Africanize them so that you can have accomplishment. That's the only reason why they want to claim us as Africans, and because we lived amongst white people. Like, they really want to be close to white people, meaning like the Africans. That's what I've noticed about them. They love white people.
They do, absolutely.
They wish that they can switch spots with you so they can be up under white people. Like, they really do. So, no, we don't have any allies. They absolutely want to destiny swap with you and want to be in the United States to be quote unquote an African American. That's why they love that term so much. So they can backdoor it. So that's all I have to say, and I will land.
I agree. And you know what really gets me is that the fact that they want us to get in a time of the fucking DeLorean and time travel back 500 years or 1,000 years ago. Why do we need to time travel? That is so fucking asinine. They don't even know where their people were 500 years ago. They couldn't even tell you where their goddamn people were 100 years ago. They can't even tell you where they were in the 1900s. A lot of their countries weren't even named, nor were they established until after the Berlin Conference. So to get up here and tell us, well, I know you got to have an African ancestor somewhere 1,000 years ago. I know somewhere 500 years ago. What in the hell is going on? Why do y'all want us to fucking time travel? It's getting to a motherfucking point. It's getting to a point. It's getting scary out here. What the hell is going on? Y'all want us to literally get in a goddamn Back to the Future hot tub time machine, and go back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Oh, not even 9 generations, 8 generations. Bitch, y'all bring y'all funky asses over to the United States of America and fight tooth and nail to say that you're American and you all have only been here for one Ross Clot generation. Oh, I'm American. I was born here for one generation. Yet you want us to go back 500 to 1,000 goddamn years to find a funky African. Not all of y'all Africans are funky. I love some Africans. But y'all want us to go back when I say funky, it's just a figure of speech. Please don't cry in my goddamn DMs. I don't have time. All of these years back, it doesn't make sense. Yet you all want to claim American. Y'all, that's the destiny swap. We keep saying it. Y'all want us to be African so y'all could be comfortably American. And we just need to shut the hell up and let y'all co-op colonize absorb our culture, extract from who we are, and tell us, oh, it's just American culture. Y'all heard that guy up here earlier. Oh, that it's just American culture. No, bitch. We created the cultural superpower that America is today. I don't care what anybody says. Donald Trump got his funky ass up on a fucking podium and started naming off all of the things that America contributed to the world. And every single goddamn thing he named was created by a Black American. The irony of it all. Nobody wants to give us credit. And we're tired of you all silencing us, forcing us to be African. You call a Somali a Nigerian, they will want to fight you down. Call a goddamn, nobody likes Nigerians. I don't know what the hell Nigerians banned in over goddamn 35 countries.
Nobody.
They got it going on. But call any of them a Nigerian and they will get angry and want to fight you tooth and nail. Yet they want us to just be a generic African. We got to name them by their goddamn country, by the city state, by the goddamn province, whatever the fuck it's called, the tribe, down to the T. But we just a fucking lost African with no home. Fuck that. We tired.
Then it's crazy, like the majority, if you look at the pattern in the cargo being dropped, I don't want to say the word like the SLAVE. Most of them went to South America, namely Brazil, which is why today the largest population of Black people outside of Africa is in South America. But you don't never hear them telling the Honduran, you ain't Honduran, you ain't Samoan, you ain't Panamanian, you ain't Haitian, you ain't Brazil. They only want to latch on to us because with respect, we are the culture. We are the pulse of the globe. Everything we touch, the rest of the globe latch onto, and that's why they don't identify it as being ours. Michael is not ours. You heard that man run around here talking about Catherine's Japanese, Joe was a Mexican. Like, I'm just like, man, what the hell? Like, y'all just making up stuff at this point to attach to us.
That point you just raised is very important. What they say when other Black Americans have raised that point a lot on these panels, which they ignore, is that all these other groups acknowledge they're of African access. They want our acknowledgement. Our acknowledgement is more important to them because we have more influence than everybody else and more to offer them. So they literally render all of these other people irrelevant. Just like when they did this little Ghana stunt, all these other countries in the diaspora pretty much agree with the stunt. They were just mad that our white nation that they hate didn't agree with it because they want our wealth and wealth off our back and influence off our back and us to uplift the image of Africa. Look at the chaos I Show Speed caused when he went over there. They tried to flip it against FBA because they were losing their minds over a teenage Black American streamer. And the amount of chaos that caused, and what Michael B. Jordan, they want us to uplift the image of that failed continent and those failed nations. And now we're refusing to do it, and we always have. A lot of these people in the mainstream would not have heard about Africa. We've acknowledged them more than everybody else. We've done more for the diaspora, which I don't even consider us a part of, and the globe than everybody else. But these people become so entitled that uplift that we provide for them has turned into resentment. And I'm willing to say hateful. That's what it's come to, especially at this political environment in America. I feel like a lot of these people are sleeper cells, and Black Americans need to petition the government to make these Southerners a national security threat.
Oh, Lord. All right, we got a couple new people on the panel. Okay, it's Rennie Brown. Hello, can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yes, I'm Black American, America.
Okay, let me start your time. All right, go ahead.
I don't know what the top one say.
It says, why does other ethnic groups
No, I know that part. Why does
that's just the rules. 3 minutes to speak, no cussing, no over talking, and state your ethnicity.
Okay, why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments?
Yes.
I'm confused with that part with them because I'm not confused with that because I feel like I'm confused with it, but my and take on that was like I really feel like they confused. I feel like them other culture people are confused. They want to say, "Oh yeah, Black Americans is confused." No, you don't want to claim. First of all, y'all didn't even claim Black. And when you come to America, you don't claim Black. to me, it's like, damn, what the fuck? Excuse me,
Who asked where are you from? What state are you from?
New York.
Oh, you don't sound like it. What borough?
I've been in Georgia for a while, but I'm from New York. I'm from Brooklyn, Coney Island.
Where your family from?
You got no immigrant background?
No. I said I'm from Brooklyn, Coney Island. You saying what borough I'm from?
Go ahead.
I always get that problem. Maybe I've been gone for a little while. I don't know. But my whole thing is, the reason why I feel like they are confused is because they want us to bow down to them. You privileged. You don't know. Listen, my people built this country. My people built America. My people is from America. I cannot. Back to Brooklyn, like, and my people is going right back to America. So I don't understand that
Where they
whole.
was at before Brooklyn though? Where is your lineage from, brother?
My lineage is from America, Brooklyn.
It's a hell nah for me. Nah.
Bro, listen. I'm from America. I'm from Brooklyn. I was born in Bushwick. I was raised in Coney Island. That's where we from. Now what? You want somebody?
No, brother.
Where you from?
I'm from South Carolina, brother.
How you going? But I'm from Coney Island. Well, I'm from Bushwick, but
I got family up north too, but they origins is from South Carolina. This is where Big Mama from. We went up there during the Great Migration, but we from the southern portions. Y'all don't be knowing that.
No. Don't get me wrong. I got family. I'm from the South. I'm right now. Listen. Right now I'm in Georgia, but
that's where you from, Georgia?
No, I'm from Brooklyn, but my family is from Carolina. My family is from South Carolina and North Carolina. But
who from your family from South Carolina?
I just told. Listen, bro. You gotta hear me.
This cat's from everywhere.
God. He from America, bro. He from all of North America,
everywhere you can name it,
and the South part.
He may have Geechee bloodline.
No,
like South
I'm from
Carolina.
South Carolina. That's not Geechee. He ain't Geechee. He don't know where he's from, where his people from. This man said America. No, wrong answer.
No. I was saying that because that was for the Africans. When
brother,
I said I was from
African, brother. Right now, you're more African and Caribbean than anything else. Right about now.
No, I'm American. That's why I was saying. So for the people that's from the other countries, I'm from America. But what I was saying to you, bro, threw me off. What I was saying to you, bro, is you so focused on my accent. You so focused on my accent. You didn't even hear me.
South America, fuck that.
Say what? I know y'all not attacking
America
me.
is South America. No, I'm asking you a question. You know what I'm saying?
Ask me the question. But it's too many people coming at me at one time, bro.
It's only 2 people that's ever said something, and me.
And that's
Nobody's
too many people. Damn,
you got a man up. You from Brooklyn and you feel like this is an attack? Oh hell
no, it's not an attack. It's not an attack.
You said y'all attacking me. That's inflammatory language. No, we don't talk like that.
Queen. It's black people attacking me from America, and that's
you're not being attacked though. To use that term is not okay, bro. You know that. Saying people attacking you just because they ask you where you was from.
Right now.
No one is even yelling at you. Nobody cussed you out. Like, what is going on? That's not an attack. You just probably, I don't know, maybe you feel a little pressure, but stand 10 toes. Shit, if you from Brooklyn, you know where you from. I wouldn't feel attacked if people was asking me where my lineage is from or where my grandparents came from. I wouldn't be like, y'all attacking me. Like, what?
Nah, because I just came. No. Wait, dude, fall back, dude.
Hold on, Rick. Let the man land. Go ahead and land, and we can get to the next person.
Nah, because I just came off a live where I was just attacking the YT people, and I maybe that's how they felt about me, because I was attacking them. I ain't playing with them.
This is an attack. You really think you're being attacked right now?
Nah, I feel like people not listening.
So how
How?
do
They
you feel
listening and they
about
asking you a
African
question.
booty scratcher?
Now,
Oh,
African booty scratcher, I was called African booty scratcher too. The hell that
Because
mean? That
that's
don't mean
so
nothing to me.
offensive to you guys. And it started like on the playground with me, like in the 70s, but we would just play. And now I have adult children that's like you guys' age, and they said all the time to one another, like, bruh, get out of here with that. They don't take it offensively. Their friends doesn't. But the Affies be very upset about that.
They do.
So I just wanted to know how you felt about that.
Oh, you
African
talking?
booty
Nah, I
scratching.
don't listen. I was called African booty scratcher too. I don't care about that.
So, okay.
all right, let's move on. Okay, D Mo, can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm from Liberia. I'm an African.
Are you in America?
Yeah, I'm in the US.
Okay, let me give you 3 minutes. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I stand to be corrected. Maybe I didn't really get you guys well, but just based on my understanding, I just don't understand why a group of people seem to have problem with another group of people admiring them. Because if people trying to imitate your culture, they're trying to dress like you, it simply means why they love you. Nobody who hates you will try to imitate you. And no matter what you guys do, or say we are all black. You can say you are Black American to differentiate yourself, but the truth of the matter is we are all black.
Answer the prompt.
What'd you say?
Yeah, the prompt says, why does other ethnic groups try to take credit from Black American accomplishments? Try to take the credit for Black American accomplishments.
Actually, I've never observed that, but if that is the case, anybody who try to take the credit for something you did, they are totally wrong. I would not want to work for something and then another person come and take credit for it. So that is wrong. But personally, I've not really observed that. I only know that Africans admire Black Americans because we are all of the same race. And you guys did great. You went through some challenges to be where you are today. And somehow some of us got an opportunity to come here. Working hard, we see you guys like our brothers and sisters. So there's no reason why for us to be fighting among ourselves, causing confusion. The white people over here, some of them migrated from Europe. They came here. I'm telling you, it is so easy when a white person from Europe come here. The white people over here make it easy. They accept them.
Oh, that's not true. It was not easy. No. If you know the history, when they came through Ellis Island, they met them with pitchforks and they had on white hoods. The Triple K was marching in the street and fighting heavily against white immigrants that came over here when they first started coming over here by the droves in the 1900s. It was not easy for them to acclimate into whiteness. And how they were able to is because they actually assimilated. You guys do not actually assimilate. You cosplay, and then you also talk shit and you talk down on us. Not you necessarily, but generally speaking, you didn't actually like assimilate and try to be one with us. You wanted to other yourself and say, we're better, we can than you. And you got into positions of power and you talk down on us and talk about what we don't deserve, took resources. It's a whole bunch of things that has been happening to us versus how the whites came into actually assimilated to whiteness. They blended into American culture and society. You guys wave your flags. You tell us we ain't shit. You're always comparing. It's a lot that goes on. Like, if everybody was just quietly in their own corners, we wouldn't even be having these conversations. But that's not the case. You try to speak for us in space. It's just outrageous what's been happening to us as far as people that technically share our same race that's been immigrating over here. White people don't do that to each other in the same way. Some do to a degree because there have been some white actors now, I can say, that have been complaining about the Brits taking over their acting roles. I have videos of that I have stored, so I could show you some of that. But for the most part, they don't step on the toes of the pilgrims and the colonizer that was already over here before mass immigration started happening with white people from other places.
Okay,
that probably
thank
went
you.
over your head. I'm sorry. I know that's a lot for you. But the second half goes, do Black Americans have allies in 2026? If so, can you provide examples? You could go ahead and answer that, then we'll move on to the next person.
I think, you know, I think you guys do. You know, I think Black do. You know, like where I'm from, the country I'm from, Liberia. I don't know if any of you guys heard of it. When slavery was abolished, the few Blacks that decided to go back to Africa, they went from Liberia. So
before slavery was abolished.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I mean, I thought it's where I'm from, but I didn't really learn that other history. I knew that when slavery was abolished, Blacks that decided to go back, some from the Caribbean, they went from Liberia. Even our first president was a Black American, Jinky Robert. You know, so we have a lot of, how to call it, similarity. We try to imitate you guys over here. We love you guys. And Blacks Americans are always welcome.
No, they weren't. It caused a civil war.
And those white people
Say
too.
conflict. Don't
Established
say
as a free
WAR.
black colony in Africa. It was actually the first black independent nation over there. And the people were resented because they basically civilized them and kind of industrialized them. And they did their urban planning similar to how they did it in America for the U.S. government. And it caused a civil war. So they were even delineating
Stop
over
saying
there.
WAR, Miami.
Sorry.
You keep saying it back to back. That's your favorite goddamn word.
But who's our allies again? Because
Please, can you reiterate
who's our
what you said?
allies? Because Africans is not our allies.
They probably the op at this point.
Ren, you and Demo are cousins. Y'all are allies with each other.
No,
we by
bro,
ourselves.
listen. Don't, please stop trying to put me like I'm an enemy, bro. I'm asking who is our allies as Americans?
Nobody.
Y'all are funny. All right, let me get to the next person on the pin. Hold on, Demo. Hold on. Wait.
And I'm tired of y'all trying to play. I'm sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
Let me get to the next person, and then I can open the panel, and you guys could converse with each other. Hello, Rick James. Rick James. Oh, you gotta mute. You gotta mute that. Rick James, I send you an invite to unmute your microphone. He probably stepped away from the phone.
I can draw for you, Dr. Logo.
Yo, you good?
What you said?
I said I was blazing up.
We can't hear you. It sounds like you under the sea with the Little Mermaid. I don't know what you're talking through a cup. What's going on? You in the ocean?
Hold on, let me take off Bluetooth.
Yo.
Stay muted if it's not your turn. Yes, that's way better. Okay, let me give you your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, now, hold on. Let me put my glasses on. Trying to answer the prompt. Damn.
You want me to read it to you?
Yeah, I can't see you. My glasses on.
Okay. You ain't got your readers right. What's all right? Why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments?
Because we have some great accomplishments.
That's it? You all right? That's it? You want me to go to the next one?
Yes.
Okay. Do Black Americans have allies in 2026? If so, provide examples. Rick James, you got a lot going on.
No, in 2026. Black allies are in America or other Black Americans and then other Americans.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
Where is your family from, brother?
What's going on?
Virginia and Georgia.
Y'all coming up here acting like
Nah, see,
y'all on
nah,
some
hell no, we're
sipping
not
on
gonna
some
do that, bro.
scissor.
Nah,
Y'all
because
to
he's gonna
sip
make it
on
seem
some
like it's
scissor.
me too.
Rennie, it is not your go. He's still on a timer. Go ahead. What is y'all okay? What is happening?
No,
Is it a
I
problem?
don't know. I mean, I was answering a
You're
question.
not all right. You're not all right.
No, you
Y'all
was reading to me
trying
because
to take
I
me
couldn't
through it.
see. I couldn't see the question right
I,
because my
I read it
glasses.
to you. You didn't hear
All right,
me.
so we was on number 2. So number 3.
That's it.
I don't remember you reading number 3.
There's no number 3. The one at the top is just the rules for the panel.
Okay. I got it confused. Okay, my glasses. I probably need to get it relooked at. Get a
You
better
gotta go and
prescription.
get some readers. You gotta change the prescription for your readers.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
fact,
you
yo.
don't know. And do you? Can you hear? Like your ears is not. It's like okay.
I can kind of.
You,
I can
okay,
hear
maybe
it
you
for
gotta,
the most part. I
you
think
gotta go and check your ears out.
I clean them, but I don't know. Maybe I need to
You
go
gotta
to
do
the
something
ear
going
doctor.
on. Your senses is off. I don't know what's happened. Do you have allergies or your ears clogged? Like what's happening?
Probably tinnitus or something.
Cause it's a lot going on. I'm gonna pray for you.
I think that's the ear thing, tinnitus. If I'm not being
I'm gonna
ignorant.
pray for you because I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
But in the name of Jesus, I'm gonna pray that you get your readers fixed.
No. I just used to hear a lot of loud noises from being a mechanic and going to like
So your eardrum just kind of blown out a little bit. While
and being on ranges in the service. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, in the
And
name
so
of Jesus.
yeah. So my them Jones used them earplugs all fall out. You just ain't nobody gonna pick up no earplugs. Why they? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I've been down there. Them earplugs stay in there. They fine.
I'm talking about the field ranges.
Yeah. It don't be that loud or nothing. Yeah.
Listen, y'all. Can I listen?
That's BS.
Do not compare me to him, please.
Oh my God.
That's
No,
BS.
this is a lot going on.
So what you had some so apparently it sounded like he had the earmuffs.
All right.
Not the nigga
Let's
on
get
the
to the
range
next
with the
person.
earmuffs.
Y'all
You get the
play too
earplugs,
much.
not the earmuffs, and them earplugs
Look,
fall
we
out.
already
It's a
said a
huge
prayer for
lawsuit
you.
online. It's already a huge lawsuit
Rick
online.
James, you act like you didn't know what the hell was going on when we asked you about the prompt. Now all of a sudden you talkative. We gonna go to the next person, then we open the panel back up, okay? Probably didn't hear that because he said his ears is fucked up. He got a lot going on. Roy, can we have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
I already know what I am by now. So all I'm gonna say is, why does other ethnic
What? Oh, you Somali. Okay, I remember. Okay.
Right.
3 minutes. Go ahead.
So why does other ethnic groups try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? I can speak as a Somali. Somalis are very proud of our nationality
Can
and
you
our
speak
ethnic
up?
groups.
You sound low.
Wait, why? What do you mean? Really?
I don't know why you sound low. I'm not your phone.
I'm shouting. Like I'm actually shouting at the top of my lungs right now.
Well, then you need a new phone. What you got, the iPhone too?
Well, you know me, I'm not balling or anything, so it's kind of old, and there's like some sand in the mic right
Well,
now.
you need to get
That's
you
the
some new
problem.
headphones or something because this is fucked up out here. You could order some off of Temu. But go ahead.
Right. All I'm gonna say as a Somali, we do not claim anything on this universe other than what we accomplish ourselves, which is, as you can see, it's in the state of Minnesota, what we have accomplished in such a short time. That's for us to claim and that's for us to deal with, but that has nothing to do with the Black American culture. And that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to land on right now.
A pork and bean fork head ass motherfucker.
Big light bulb head ass, boy. You crazy as hell. You gonna come to our house talking about you made it was for you in Minnesota. Y'all been scamming and stealing, Negro.
Please.
Yo, the way Minnesota scammed the goddamn government, I can't believe you got up here. Y'all is something else.
I think that's why they look down on us, because we don't fucking scam and fraud the system the way they do. They say, oh, these Black Americans stupid as hell. We gonna come over here and scam our motherfucking funky ass off. And we don't do that. And that's why y'all look at us crazy, because we actually have a little bit of a moral compass. Ain't that some shit? And then you know what's crazy, Roy? Why the hell does Somalians have the nerve? Speaking of stealing accomplishments, this wasn't necessarily stealing an accomplishment, but it was more so colonizing and co-opting the goddamn march in Selma, Alabama, child. They was up there singing "We Shall Overcome" with their accents, and they had the Latinos out there. That shit took me out of town. And then they said it was them and then, and it's us and now. So the Somalis out there, they basically said, fuck y'all, we about to take y'all civil rights and we about to take it for ourselves. So what you think about that, Roy? Oh, now you hush mouth.
Hold on. Would you not say? Would you not agree?
Okay,
that
I'm biting my tongue, but go ahead.
Would you not agree that the civil rights movement involved immigrants just as much as it involved Black Americans?
No. What? No.
Just as much? No, absolutely not.
And why do y'all come on here and be proud of scamming? I don't understand that. Why do y'all be proud of scamming?
No one's scamming. No one's scamming. No one here is scamming.
I'm done.
Just so you know.
Yes, you is, bro. Y'all got a whole state worth of scammers. You just lying about it. Don't erase them. It was in the news, sir.
Listen, y'all. Can I get right? Can I get right with my people?
Indicted though, sir. I mean,
man, listen.
Are you gonna deny that?
Man, F that, man, y'all. Can I get right with my people?
Y'all saw a few news on Fox News, and he ran with it, and you blame our Somali community for just that.
Oh my God! Nobody blamed
you know what? At this point, it is. If it's so terrible, why do you keep needing to be up? Go home. Don't go to Edmund Pettus Bridge. Don't do none of that. Go to Captain Phillips Bay. Go there.
You know, Ilhan Omar is doing more for Black Americans than like majority of
what? Tell us. Give us examples,
please.
You don't think
they were legit talking about stealing seats from Black Americans, sir? What are you talking about?
Sticking up for Black rights.
No, she's
for Black
not.
Americans, or was she using the Black plight to protect herself under the guise of, oh, this is just racism and you all are discriminating against me because I'm all of a sudden transmuted into a Black American woman since I've been over here in this country?
Is Ilhan Omar not a Black American woman to you guys?
Y'all don't call yourselves Black Somali.
No, she's not.
Hell nah. She's as black as Rennie. Let me stop. I'm just playing Rennie.
Nah, I'm black. You ain't gonna tell me I'm not black.
Don't get him started. Jesus Christ.
Wait. See, damn. That's what I'm saying. Like, why y'all don't think I'm black? So I'm not black? Do I gotta put the camera on?
Oh, they playing. Don't do it, Rennie. Yeah, we got you.
No, because like you already said I'm not black. Now you're saying no.
You one of ours, but you just was smoking, bro. You threw us off. That's it. Roy them.
You were like, what did you say? You said Coney Island, Brooklyn, North Carolina, South Carolina. I mean, come on, America, like, huh? Come on, bro.
Was giving us Somalian answers like Roy and them boys. Minnesota, America. What?
Nah, look, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Listen to me, y'all. Cause I know I lost my New York accent, I guess. But I am from New York. This is where I was born and raised. But I'm in Georgia. So I've been in Georgia more like 17 years now. So, and I'm 40. So, of course, I adopted the Georgia.
Somebody said you was Dominican.
Dominican? What? No, I'm black. There's no Dominican here.
Oh.
You know how y'all say, me not black. No way in the fuck I'm Dominican. I'm black. Dominicans are not black. They're not.
Hey, we don't care at this point. We need troops to go overseas.
No, but I'll be a soldier for my blacks.
Okay, well, you too damn old to get drafted, so you just speaking in vain right now.
No, I'm saying I'm gonna be a soldier for my black people. It's no such thing as you can't. Oh no, you too old. No, I'm a soldier for my black people.
Love
And
done got
and
really
Dominicans are
started.
not black.
And does that include Somalis as
Bro,
well?
shut the
Because
yo, dude. Look, I ain't gonna say
we
shut.
are Black Americans as well. Just so you
No,
guys
Yeah,
you're
know.
you're
not.
not a black
Yeah, we
American,
are.
sir. Sir, you're not a black American. You said you were Samaritan. You just going on over there with them. You're not black. Y'all never claimed black. You're not from America. Stop it,
They
please.
don't
Just
even claim African. I don't understand that. Stop playing with
Exactly.
us.
to be African. Say you African. You ain't gotta be. Just say you African, bro. Y'all Africans don't even say they black. Now they say they black, but y'all wasn't saying y'all was black before. So just at least
You know,
start there. Start.
Rennie, it's because in Africa everybody's black.
Nah,
You don't
you know
have to
because
be.
in Africa nothing, bro. You don't
Yeah.
talk to me.
Exactly.
So when we come to America, we have to adapt, right? That's why we
No,
have
no. You should be black.
black.
You should be black in Africa.
Cook,
Period.
So
Rennie,
if you
cook.
adapting, Roy, if you adapting, why y'all scamming? We not doing that.
And if you adapting, that means you're not what you were. You adapting. I am black. I don't have to adapt.
And in Africa, y'all do not even see yourself as African. Y'all see yourself like Arabs. Like y'all do not see yourself as Africans or black. So
Oh,
don't
that's even
start that over
worse.
here.
They like Kamala. They whatever is convenient in that moment. They gonna switch it up like a chameleon.
And guess what,
Yeah,
sir?
but when we come to America, we're black. We're African
No,
Americans.
you're not. No,
Not with
you're
that
not.
You
head,
are not an
man.
African
No,
American. Get your funky ass out of here.
with
No
You're
that
not
African
Black
prenatal
American.
head,
American. You're
that
not
premature
African
ass head.
American. You're not a Negro. You're a Somali from Africa. Quit playing.
And guess what? I don't get you. So just go.
What?
You're
But
not
you
black.
know, I like how Roy said, "Oh, when we came over here, we became black because we gotta adapt." I appreciate when you all make those statements because y'all lie to me so much, and it irritates me when y'all lie and say that we're not Black American and we weren't the only people that was actually considered Black people. You all tell the truth when you say, "Well, when we come over here, we're Black." Thank you for telling the truth and being honest.
Right.
You are not black. You're not a Black American, and you all know it. But y'all are trying to literally just lie and pretend like you was always black your whole damn life. It's a damn lie, and y'all know it. Because in your countries, there's no need for race. You all are predominantly the same.
Demo, you ain't ish either.
Facts.
I'm not what?
That's why I'm trying to tell y'all. That's what I'm
Ain't
telling
worth
y'all.
a
Like,
damn either, Demo. You and Roy, y'all are cousins.
Oh my God.
yeah, you know
Love
what
Jones, Love Jones. You
you
know,
know what I
You
love about
you
Americans
guys,
though.
when it
You know
comes to
what I
the
love about
question,
Americans though.
what's up?
it's a legitimate question, but some of the responses are just so hateful. Like I don't know why you guys,
How?
some of you
How y'all
seem
say we hateful? Y'all are
yeah,
not
some of
black.
you just seem to hear, I'm
Love
Period.
not black,
Jones.
I'm white. Okay, I'm white. If I'm
You
not
know,
black,
You
then
are.
you're
You mind
prompt
what?
us. You're prompt
right?
Ain't,
us. Do Americans, Black Americans, have
What?
allies
No, you
in
say I'm not
2026?
black. You say I'm not. If I'm not black, then I'm white, right?
No,
You're
you're
African.
African.
Why you
You're
say I'm
You're
African?
African.
African
No, I'm
American.
African.
You're
African
not
is
African
big.
American, Roy.
no,
You're
you
not
You
black.
Dominican.
musty
You
American, bruh.
Dominican.
You're musty.
Oh Lord,
I
don't
must
he? But
come on, bro.
he might not be musty. I feel
Love.
bad when y'all be doing that.
Can I
Nah, I
ask?
don't feel bad because y'all didn't feel bad for me when y'all was dogging me. I'm
Love.
Rennie,
American.
shut
You
up.
just
You
sound so
keep censoring
ignorant, bro.
yourself.
You just sound
It's
so
getting on
ignorant.
my goddamn nerves. I don't know who you think you are. We already done got past that. You said you was American. We left it alone. You like that we saying that. It makes you feel good. It's what the
No,
fuck
no,
is
no,
going
no, no,
on
no,
here?
no, 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 no,
You
no.
keep saying, let me say something. Let me say, look, listen. We listen to you. We got it. Okay. You from Coney Island.
All right, no more.
It
I ain't
doesn't
gotta say
Love.
matter
no more
what
about that.
May
I
I
told
may
you,
I
bro.
address
It ain't
the
gonna
second
change.
prompt as well?
It ain't gonna change, bro. You can talk for now the judgment day.
I just want
We're
to say
all
one
black.
thing about the second prompt. Do Black Americans have allies in 2026? During the BLM movement, Somalis were the biggest
Oh my
allies to
God.
Black Americans.
Why do
That's
all
facts.
y'all
That's
bring up
facts.
is the goddamn black? Oh shit, I can't even talk. It's so aggravating. All y'all do is bring up George Floyd, that one funky incident which is not funky. Rest in peace, George Floyd. But I'm saying funky a lot tonight for some odd reason. That one time that y'all brought y'all funky asses out, everybody was under lockdown. It was a pandemic going on. It was very trendy. You jumped on a trend. Outside of that, y'all have not done anything to advocate for Black Americans.
Never.
All y'all claim to fame is the goddamn the riots in the Black Lives Matter. Like, come on, bro.
Y'all only supported the tether on and confused the whole situation and start talking about immigrants and how y'all are the same as us and y'all are going through the same stuff. So the direction of the trajectory, the energy, the funds, none of that even saw foundational Black American hands. Let's talk about that. Roy, Demo.
We'll wait.
You know, everybody have their own issue. Your challenges are different from mine. You might think that you are going through a lot, but what some of us went through or were going through might have been worse than yours. You understand that?
No.
So we're different though, right? So for your logic, we're different, right?
Even within your family, you are
No,
different.
Demo,
In your
answer the
community,
question.
you
Then
are,
we are different, correct? You went through what
but
you went through and we went through what we went through, correct?
that's what I'm telling you. Even
Okay,
within the
so we're
family, people
different. We're
have
not the
different
same,
challenges.
right?
We are
We're
all
not the
human.
same.
We're all part of the human race.
We're not talking about human race.
Okay.
Okay.
So there will always be some segregation. Even within the family, there is segregation. Among you guys, you consider yourself to be all Black, you don't even know each other. There is segregation. So anywhere you put a group of people,
No, these
somehow
people was
you will
not
align
claiming Black
with
before though.
certain people.
What the fuck is going on? Bro, did you
Where are
not
you
say
from?
that y'all
I'm
was
sorry, where are
not
you from?
claiming Black at one
I'm from
point though?
Liberia.
Wait, you're not. Are you Nigerian American or are you just Nigerian?
No, I'm a
No,
Liberian.
Liberia.
I
He's
said
from
Liberian.
Liberia.
Liberia.
Oh God.
Oh.
Look how he judged you. He said, "Oh God." You see how y'all treat each other over there on the continent?
Right, because
Roy,
they
what
not
that
Black.
mean? Oh
Cook,
This
man.
is
God,
why you
what he
guys have to
said?
understand Africa is so large, huh? The continent
Exactly.
is
But y'all
a
come over
lot.
here and make it seem like we all supposed to
I
be
have never
unified.
even met a
Exactly.
Somalian my
The
whole life
Kumbaya.
until I came to the US.
But Demo, do you
I have met
understand what
Black
I'm saying? If you've
Americans while I
never
was
met a
in Liberia.
Somalian and they're
Yeah,
in your continent, how are we the same?
that's what I'm
Cook.
telling you.
You're not even the same on your continent.
Cook humble.
The continent is large. The
Right.
continent
But
is large.
if you are different from the Somalian guy that just spoke, you're not the same as me. And
I'm
I'm
not
not
even
the
trying
same
to
as
say
you.
we are different. I'm not going to say we are different. Oh, come on, that's
We
not it.
are different.
Anybody that treat you
What
nice
the fuck
as
is
a
going
human being,
on?
you treat them nice.
We're not talking about human beings, dude. We're talking about race and ethnicity.
If that's the case, then you could be human beings back in Africa, Demo.
Right.
Roy, you could be human
Oh,
beings
that
back
would
in
be.
Somalia. Y'all can go home and
So
be just
it
as
is. It is.
human.
Look,
It's not my
wait,
fault
hold
that
on.
you can't get to
Mute,
travel. Okay.
mute.
It is not
Look,
my fault that
Roy,
you can't get
hold
to
on,
travel.
Demo.
I'm not.
Roy is in a comment saying that Liberians cause high crime, in my opinion. Y'all talk shit about each other on a goddamn continent, yet y'all cross the whole goddamn ocean and come over here and tell Black Americans what we need to do and tell us we Africanized. This is just got to be a goddamn a storyline and a scheme that Todd set up. We all the fucking same when you get over here, but on your country, y'all talk crazy about each other and look down on each other. Roy just said Liberians cause the most crime in his opinion. Now, Demo, go ahead and answer that. What you got to say to Roy? Let me send you a thing to unmute your mic. Unmute your mic and respond to him.
If that's what he said, or I would say that he's speaking out of ignorance. I don't believe he said that intentionally.
What?
Because,
You don't
yeah,
believe he said that
Sign your
intentionally?
statement.
yeah, I
Unmute
don't
and
believe he said
co-sign,
that
Roy. What you
intentionally
said?
because Liberians are not even known like that.
He literally typed it in the
I
chat.
think he's mistaking
This
us
is
for Nigerian.
outrageous.
That's what I'm saying. If that's why he said he's speaking out of ignorance. If that is the case, some of you might have heard something like that.
Man,
I'm
that's
not.
why y'all gotta go home, Demo. Y'all gotta go home.
No,
You can't fight for
Yeah, right.
yourself.
hold on, Big Chief.
There's my
Roy,
home right now, bro. Whether you
hold
like it
on.
or not,
Roy,
you can get.
mute. Roy, you better take. Oh, he ran off the panel. You see this shit? He ran off the panel. He talked that shit and then ran. He absolutely put a 1 in the chat if y'all seen Roy type that in the goddamn chat.
No, we
Because you
saw
ain't about
that.
to get up here and say we lying. Put a 1 if you seen Roy type that in the chat. Because that's some shit. You see how they do? They lie, they throw rocks and run the fuck away. Thank you. Because I didn't make that up. He absolutely said that in the chat. Look, he said, sorry, I don't want beef with Liberians because they crazy. Look, he's scared here. He is a scaredy cat. He ran his ass off the goddamn panel. Ain't that a bitch?
Scary nigga.
That's crazy. He really ran away.
They not us, just period. And that's why I'm saying I can't sit in one of their rooms because I really can't.
But we know they run us though. They've been
Yeah.
running from their countries.
And they be trying to get close to do that treachery to us too. So Demo over there trying to be all buddy buddy and stuff and claim we all the same. And then as soon as Roy saw opportunity to delineate and other himself, and he's the problem. We all Black Americans. Demo the problem with his country. So nah, we don't need to link with none of that. We're cool. Y'all go home, pack you up.
He
And
just
then
said
Roy
we
said,
don't claim Liberians.
Yep.
yeah. And Roy said, if I'm not Black, then I'm white. But you wouldn't be Nigerian, you wouldn't be Ghanaian, you wouldn't be, even Egyptian, like
He'll be
he
the
Black.
cave monster.
All right, y'all. We got a new person on the panel. Motion picture.
Yeah, what's up? How you doing?
Hello. I know you was up here before, but real quick, whether or not you got an immigrant background.
No, I don't got an immigrant background. I'm a foundational Black American.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? Well, they try to take credit because we got a lot of wins. We are the winners in a lot of accomplishments. We did a lot of things first, and we taught a lot of these other people, whether there's African or other Black ethnicities. We didn't taught the world how to live, how to move, how to fight for certain things. So they see us, and they want to tether on to that because unfortunately a lot of people in their lineage they don't know how to basically work with each other. They so busy fighting with each other. Not to say we don't have no issues in our FBA community, because we do, but they have so much problems in their own ethnicity. They can't get nothing done in their own ethnic groups because they so tribal, they so backstabbing. They don't want to, they can't come together to come at one accord to get things done. But we've been able to do that with all our differences, because like y'all said earlier, all of us don't have the same. We come from the same ethnic group. We got the same lineage, but we don't have the same story, and all of us don't have the same things that's mixed into our backgrounds. But we still foundational Black American because that's what makes us a foundational Black Americans, because we so unique as a people. So a lot of them don't have those attributes, so they hate on us. They see us, and it goes all through, just not entertainment, because we created rock and roll, blues, we created country, we created punk rock, we created hip-hop, we created all those things, but it's just not entertainment. We also was the first doctors out here over in this country, the first lawyers and things, doing those type of things, and we fought to get into every industry that we talk about. We fought to get in all those industries. They didn't hand it. See, what they think is that they handed it to us. They didn't hand us anything. Everything, every door we stepped through, we had to kick that bitch open. Sorry about the curse. I'm sorry about the profanity. But we had to kick that door open, every single one of them. So when they come over here, they envy that. And they hate when we talk like this, because we prideful, and we know the only reason you over here is because of these opportunities that we gave you.
that we fought for, that you coming over here to benefit. And that's why you feel some type of way. That's why you don't even look us in the eyes when we walk past you, because you know the truth. Y'all say what y'all want to say on these platforms, but you know the truth in your heart. And when you see us, that's why you turn your head when you see a black man like me. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's go to the second part. Do Black Americans have allies in 2026? No, we don't have no allies. We don't have no allies with the diasporan people, unfortunately, that's black like us, and we don't have no allies that's other ethnicities. They are playing our face and act like they down for the cause, but when it comes to us getting tangibles and actually moving forward, like somebody else said, when they brought up that reparations panel, and most of those people signed no. And like y'all said, when Ghana came over here trying to do what they doing, they didn't set up with our real grassroots that's doing work. They didn't set up with people that can really get things done. They came over here on their own plight, trying to get their own thing going and speaking for us. One, you don't speak for us. I'm sorry, and I got love for
X.
other ethnicities, but you don't speak for us. And it's up to us to create these committees. It's up to us to keep these things going. I'll bring up other subjects when the panel floor open back up, because I got a lot to say. So I'll land with that.
Can I add on to that? Like,
Go ahead.
thank you. I feel like, yo, it's time, y'all. This is the time of awakening, y'all. I'm so proud of my American black people, bro. Like I'm like, yo, I'm proud. I'm glad I'm alive, and I'm glad that I'm able to live and speak and hear my people talk right now, because I've been on this shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. The YT people is done with me. Like, y'all been done with me. And these Africans and these so-called black people that's supposed to be black when you wasn't claiming black before, now y'all want to claim black. I'm done with y'all too.
Roy, Randy, you just started claiming black too. Now let me
What?
stop. I ain't trying to get you started. That was a joke.
Now I'm gonna let you live on that, because you this your panel. But like, on a real, like, I'm with that, bro. I'm with the whole movement, bro. Like, I love my black people, bro. For real.
If this wasn't my panel, what you was gonna do?
Nothing. What can I do? You where you at? I can't do nothing.
Exactly. Talk about I'm gonna let you live.
No, not I did, my fault if I said that. I'm a little woozy. That's the reason why
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, look, here go Roy. Roy done brought his scary ass back on the panel. Now let's see if he going up to what he said, because he got the fuck out of Dodge real fast. It was given seeking asylum the way he ran his ass up out of here.
He gets Zara up. Zara, a struggling rapper from Nigeria. He said he wanted to get up.
He's giving refugee flip flop. Wait, hold up. I gotta rotate some of y'all.
You drive me quick, because y'all already think like I'm already not black.
Rennie, sure you. Oh my god, I'm trying to be nice. All right, later, y'all. You getting up out of here too, Rennie, because you getting my fucking nerves. Damn, he getting on my nerves. Jesus Christ.
Something about the Somalian brother that was up here speaking. I need Black Americans to realize how much these people scam and lie. Acting like we're all the same, but we're not. Like somebody said, he calls it. They consider themselves basically Arab for the most part. They don't really claim black. They come over here and claim black. But a lot of those people like Ella and Omar and all these other Somalians, at the end of the day, they came over here because they was warring. They was warring with other people in their country, and basically, America gave them refugee status. That's the reason why. That's the reason they can't go back. They're considered enemies in Somalia. They can't go back to Somalia. So that's our government helped them and allowed them to claim refugee status and come to our country. So that's the reason why they got sent to Minnesota in those type of numbers. because a lot of their parents and their grandparents was other governments in their country, and basically they had to flee once the money that America was giving them was taken away, and they didn't have that backing anymore. That's the reason they're here. And also, with that being said, they still have tribalism while they're here in Minnesota. Just like in Minneapolis, I believe, the mayor that became the mayor Fry, the only reason he's in office and he beat the Somalian guy is because two Somalian tribes that's in Minnesota was
Don't say
beat.
W. Don't say it. Don't
No,
say WAR. I don't want
no,
to
I
get
wasn't
a.
gonna say that. They was
Go ahead.
beefing with each other, and basically, the other group they voted for the Caucasian guy over their own the Somalian guy that wasn't their tribe. That's the reason Fry in, but he's not gonna speak on that. He's not gonna come up here and speak on that. I study these people. I sit there and study these Nigerians. I sit in their rooms, I study them, and I got some of them. I was having this conversation 15 years ago with these people when I was a Pan-African. And they told me I was crazy. They said there's no such thing as Pan-Africanism. You lost your mind. We can never be Pan-African on the continent. It's too many dialects, it's too many tribes. We don't get along. I'm gonna land with this and I'm gonna drop off stage. It was a guy named Sid. He sat me down because I was in the medical field. That's where I came in contact with most of these Africans. You know what I'm saying? So I sat there and I used to talk this Pan-African stuff. He sat me down. He said, look at this, brother. Sit down. This is how tribal we are. He said he was Nigerian. He said it could be 6 people in a car accident. All of them passed away in that car accident. 4 of them was from my tribe. I'm going to go home and tell my parents that 4 people passed away and totally disregard the other 2 people.
Wow.
He said, that's how tribal we are. But they won't sit up here and tell you that. I know the truth. But that's why I'm FBA. Like I tell people, I'm still Pan-Africanist to a extent, but that's kind of going away because it's just not, that's not they fight. They don't believe in it. The majority of them. You got some that do, but the majority of them don't believe in it. So we've been looking at pie in the sky and we've been thinking that'll work. But it's too many. That's why they're going against the Sahel states right now with Abraham Traore. Most of those other 54 presidents in Africa and governments, they don't like them because they actually trying to come together and build something. They don't like that. So don't let them twist it. I thank you for allowing me to speak, Love Jones. I'm gonna drop off your panel. I salute you.
Okay. Mariah, hello. Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes. After Mariah, it's gonna be Haywa and then Amberella. Let me. I sent you an invite to unmute yourself. Mariah. Hello. Let me try to send you another invite. Send you an invite to unmute yourself. You gotta unmute your mic. It's a little mic icon. You gotta press it to turn your mic on. Hello, you gotta press it to turn your mic on. Oh man, I feel like people don't be knowing how to do that. Hello. All right, we'll get back to her. Haywa, I hope I said your name correctly. Hey, hello. Okay. Hi, can I have your ethnicity?
Sorry.
Hello.
How are you, host? How are you, panel? How are you, family? Black. My family came from the South. My family that would go up that's up north now. They came back to my house during the summer.
Okay. Let me go ahead and start the timer for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why do other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? Because they are told a story that on their end they're told a story that we're less than. So how that trend was going, it's like, well, if like, why can't girls do it if a boy can do it? You know what I mean? Or like that, or if Black Americans can do it and they tell me that they're lazy, well, if my overseer says this is cool, then obviously I can do it. And so when they see us do it, it's like, oh well, I'm just going to go ahead and then maybe it'll remind them, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. And so that's all they have. And then we don't have any allies. And I just want to put this out here as I'm listening to everybody. I feel like how they got us is we were slipping. And what I mean by that is I'm a millennial. And by the time that millennials went through all that mess in like the suburbs and going through the things like that, just used as a generation, we as a collective got tired because we had reached a certain point that we were starting to accept that stuff that we shouldn't have accepted. And so us waking up is being like, yo, it's time for y'all to get back on your game because these other folks, not only do they not have your back, but they're going to try to take over what you have worked for. And so I feel like us as a collective, we just got to step up our game. So thank you so much.
Okay. Mariah, I'm trying again for you, girl. Unmute your mic. You done fell asleep. What the hell is going on? I don't know. I don't know. What is going? Okay, I don't know. Amberella, then Mo, then Jasmine. Hello, Amberella.
Evening. How you doing tonight?
How you doing? Okay. All right, I started your timer. Go ahead, boo.
Alrighty, so why do other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? I think it's because I've said it before, I think we're magical. We're very abundant people, resilient, creative. No matter what they put us through, we always find a way to be ingenious and creative and make things and also find joy. So people just want to piggyback off that because they don't, a lot of other groups don't have that internally. They have to like siphon our energy one way or another. So that the only way they can do that is by trying to just ingratiate themselves in Black community, Black culture, and take credit for things that they had nothing to do with. So that's what I think about that. And do Black Americans have allies in 2026? I think there are like the fake allies, like the talking heads on different like internet platforms or media. But as far as real, actual allies, no. I think there's no one that has our back and looks out for us any way, shape, form, and fashion.
Okay. That's kind of sad to even say out loud the way we've been showing up for every goddamn body.
It is, but that's it's shown in the the proof is in the pudding. Anytime there's something that happens with Black Americans, who is there? They always like right now.
Oh, you breaking up, boo. Wait a minute, we can't hear you. Hello? Oh no.
Can you hear me?
Now, go ahead.
You hear me? Oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? But the proof is kind of in the pudding, though, because like, look at how they crying and whining for us to come out in the streets when anything happens, for like these No Kings events and all this other BS is going on, and immigrants are crying for us to save them from ICE. But it's like y'all kept saying y'all was legally blind when stuff was happening to us, and y'all didn't see nothing. So, like, how are we supposed to come out and save you? Like, we can't.
Okay.
Remember in there.
All right. Now, Mo.
Yeah. How you doing, love?
Hi, another librarian.
Oh.
All right, go ahead. You got 3 minutes. Go.
I don't see the professor, so I'm good. All right.
Oh boy.
I just had to say that. But okay. Why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? So I don't think we should use the word take credit, right? There's two difference. There's different, right? I think that they are looking for some recognition, right, for contributing to Black progress in America, right? If I can put it that way, because Black progress, it involve Caribbean, African, and different diaspora, right? And I think people just want to bite off that progress because they have helped contribute to Black
Who?
progress.
Tell
in
me
America,
who helped
right?
and what did they do?
So, I mean, for example, we can go to civil rights movement, we can go to politics nowadays. Not just civil rights movement, fast forward, right? Politics.
Nowadays, they don't help. They undermine us for the most part. You keep acting like you don't hear us.
So it's the black diaspora, right? And they are contributing in different ways, right?
How?
To Black America through politics, through music, culture, right? Fashion, right? So there's different ways I personally see other, melanated folks contributing to Black progress, and they just need this. I know they just want to be recognized, right? They don't want to steal the spotlight. They
Recognized
just
for
want to be
contributing.
recognized.
Okay, so why don't they like celebrate themselves without it having to include the things that we've already accomplished? Like, why does it have to be we are all inclusive, but when you all accomplish things, it's just solely for you? We don't get to share and relish in you all's accomplishments. Why is it that we always have to be inclusive when we can literally say any one of you all that's successful in the United States of America is because of Black Americans? Any immigrant class, name one, pick one. We could literally say y'all owe us credit for your success because we're the reasons why you're able to come here and have civil liberties. Now we don't do that. So maybe we should start doing that and tell y'all owe us recognition.
But you see, love, that right there, right? That statement that Black America feel we owe them because they make the way, right?
Nobody said you owe us. We're just saying that you're trying to take credit for things just because you may have contributed a little teeny bit. That's like we're in a studio recording a song and you say, change that and to a but. Now you want to hold producer's credit on a goddamn song. That's not how that works. If that's the case, we should be able to do it to y'all. You wouldn't like it. You yourself, Mo, came up here and said, oh, y'all think y'all the center of the universe. Y'all want credit for everything. Well, we should have credit for you even being able to migrate over here. How about that? We should literally, your wall should sign a wall saying, thank you, Black Americans. Y'all should give us a gift card and y'all should get a card and everybody should sign it collectively. Y'all should be giving us gifts and you need to just let us take credit for your life.
You see, no one's denying the fact, right? I made it a lot of times. No one's denying the fact that Black American paved the way, right? For me personally, and for other immigrants, yes, they deserve the credit. But the thing is, whether I am successful in this country or not depends on me, right? So I am putting in the work. Thus,
But you're able to put in the work because we of us.
But if I fail, who does that? Who does that?
If you fail, then that's on you.
That's on me. And if I succeed, that's on me. Correct.
If you succeed, it's because we of us. We gave you an opportunity. We created a lane for you to succeed. So your success is my success. I'm responsible for your success, Mo. So you need to share. You need to cut me a check. I want you send me some money right now.
If you was still at the crib, Mo, then your success is yours, but you ain't at the crib, brother. So whatever you do, yes, we need a portion.
Check, love. Unfortunately, I ain't that rich. I'm not that rich. But
all right, go ahead and answer the second part because I know I was talking to you through your time. So go ahead.
It's all right. I like to converse with you, love. All right. Do Black Americans have allies in 2026? If so, provide examples. That's a good question, right? And I think they do have allies in different areas, right? Whether it be through different movement, or whether it be political figures, right, that are voicing, for Black Americans, right, or whether it be global, right, cause melanated people, right, across the globe, share some of the same struggles, right, and so there's global support for that. And there are political figures in power from different background ethnicity that are looking out for melanated folks in this country.
not as much as Black Americans, want it or want, So I think there are. We just gotta look for it, be open minded, I can say. And yeah, and I'll land with that.
Okay, Jasmine. Hey, girl.
Hey,
How you doing?
love.
How you doing, Jazz?
So here we go. When the time starts, I have
Oh, God.
two main points.
All
So
right. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
why does every other ethnic group always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments, right? So I'm going to go back to the FBA part because I'm big FBA. So we're going to go back to the founding of our country, the newest name, the United States of America. The US part is just our legal system and whatnot, our governing system. America is our country's name, the only country on the North American continent that has that name. So that's that. If you look at that founding part, right? Even if we go with your story of like we were all just like we came here 400,000 from Africa, West Africa. There's 5 industries that we dominate in, and not just you tethers. The white tethers can't even like claim these talking points. Agriculture, trade, infrastructure, manufacturing, and finance is what made the USA rich, right? And not only was it the enslaved, right? If we go to agriculture during the plantation economy, we had Benjamin Montgomery, right? He was a plantation manager and inventor, and he just happened to be Black. Oh my gosh. Mississippi plantation owner, right? We had Henry Blair, who was a patent holder in 1834 and 1836. And I did take down these notes because I love to freaking slay you tethers. In trading shipping, we had Paul Cuff, right? He owned ships. He actually bought his freedom, right? Went and got some ships, came back and came into Congress, right? He financed voyages. We had Robert Smalls, who seized a Confederate ship, later became a U.S. congressman, right? That's trade. Construction and infrastructure. We had Benjamin Banneker, right? He helped survey and plan Washington, D.C. We had John Henry, right? He helped with the railroad expansion, right? I know you guys love to think that it was all these Asian tethers that came over here, but no, it was us that did that. Textiles and early manufacturing. Elijah McCoy with the lubrication systems. Thomas Jennings, another patent holder in 1821. And he also was a manufacturer that helped with the cleaning technology for us, right? And when it comes to land and banking and finance, we had William Alexander Letterstorff Jr., major landowner, right? In California, the wild, wild west, where I'm from, right? Who was an early trader. We have Richard Allen. What have you tethers done for us, even in that time frame, right? And let's go to the modern times. We have Dr. Gladys West, who created the foundational mathematics for GPS. Why can't you go outside without us? You can't stop at a stoplight on a Black man. That same Black man is the reason if you were in warfare, you'd be able to breathe. I could go on and on. You guys never have that. Anyways, I land.
Okay. Who else? C? Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. C?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I'm Igbo to be exact, which is in southeastern Nigeria. Nigerian American. I'll read the prompt. So why does other ethnic groups try to take credit for Black American accomplishments? A lot of Africans feel that because Black Americans have African ancestry, they can attach themselves onto y'all's accomplishments. The same way like Caribbeans use Caribbean participation in the civil rights to try to latch themselves onto y'all's accomplishments as well. I mean, it's simple. They like the music, the movies, just the social equity that y'all have. And also, that's really all I have to say for the first one because I don't want to be long-winded. And do Black Americans have allies in 2026? No, but I will say y'all have possible allies, maybe South Africans. But other than that, yeah, that's all I have to say, really. Well, to provide context to why, well, because y'all share a similar experience, like with apartheid, Jim Crow, and y'all can kind of build on that type of thing. So
why
yeah.
don't we have alliances with the Africans that were able to come over here because of us and build successful lives for themselves, and they literally live amongst us.
Oh,
And like you
that's
said, they
easy.
enjoy and
That's
they
easy.
absorb all of our culture. Why aren't they our allies? Well, why aren't you guys our allies? I'm just curious.
Africans, the ones that come here, they have their obligations are different. Some of these people, especially if they come from some of the poorest parts of the country, they're on survival mode. So their main focus is getting money for their people, getting stuff to either cousins and acquire skills to take back home. So they're not going to be interested in like if a race war was to break out. Unfortunately, a lot of them probably wouldn't participate in fighting the white people, because they're just, their obligations are a bit different in that way. So
That would have been
so
fine if y'all went home though. Y'all don't go home, brother.
I mean, yeah. Well, actually, a lot do, but a lot don't. You are right. A lot don't, though.
Nah, I ain't never spoke to no African on none of these panels that was like, yeah, I was over there. I acquired skills, education, work, capital, sent some of that money back home, built back home, and took my country ass back home. Y'all, you over here right now. How old you is, brother? How long you been over here? How long you gonna stay?
Oh, I was born here, but
You ain't going nowhere. So I really wish I would stop pushing that narrative. Y'all not coming over here to go back home to build Africa. Y'all not doing none of that. Africa has not took a step in the right direction ever, brother. All that hotel Rwanda and going on over there. If y'all was gonna build Africa, we would have seen the results by now.
I mean, actually, Rwanda has actually done a lot better since that. There's no
I
the
mean, because the
tribalism.
bar was in hell.
Big
I mean,
Chief,
just
Big
not
Chief.
unaliving each other is doing better.
The tribalism there is nowhere near what it was in 1994. It's actually one of the most cleanest countries in
Go
Africa.
live over there and prove it. Go prove me wrong. Go, you take your whole family. Y'all go over there and live over there and show us.
Big Chief, Africa is not going to be developed overnight, right?
I agree, but it ain't gonna be
It's going to
developed
take.
at all if you
It's
keep
going to take.
fleeing, brother.
It's going to take decades. Give us at least 60, 70 years.
Hell nah,
Mo,
you can
you
have
ain't
60,
going
70
back
years
over
in
there.
Africa.
It takes time, right?
It takes time to be
Mo,
over
you
there,
are not
brother.
going over there.
Y'all done had more than half a millennia to build up
Oh
the
God.
continent, and y'all ain't did nothing yet. Could y'all stop that? If you're gonna build it up now. You should have been build it.
And C basically just told us why they fight us tooth and nail to claim African or to dig up an ancestor that we might have that's 500. The bones has been dust to dust and ash to ash. 500 years ago, if we could find an African one up in our lineage somewhere, is because they want to be able to take credit for our accomplishments, because they figure if we could continue to just call ourselves African American and denounce the fact that we're actually American and been here since the inception of the goddamn country and contributed so much to the fabric of the cultural influence and impact of this country. And we would just continue to believe that we're continental Africans and that one distant ancestor that we might not even have, we could just dig them up and be African, then they could be American. It's like a trade-off. I feel like we overuse the word destiny swap, but literally it's like a trade-off. Like, oh, you guys say that you're African, and now if you could say that if you're African, then that means I'm you. So that means I'm American. Yep. Anyways, let's get to the next person on the panel. Mr. Goldstein, can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt, and then after that, it's gonna be Saeed.
Peace. I'm FBA.
Okay, let me go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
On the prompt here, it says, "Why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for Black American accomplishments?" Because Black Americans spend over $1 trillion annually. And if you're coming from the third world where your government owes debt to your former colonizers and there's a brain drain and all you got to do is jump on a plane or a boat and learn and take a green card test and learn a couple of slang words, watch some BET, and put in an application, fill out a resume with ChatGPT, and you're in there. And not only are you in there, but then you become a breadwinner and traditionally a king, to where you sending home as much money as some local governments on an annual basis, and all you got to do is be a poser. Sit up in a big corporate office where you fill a role because maybe a big corporation or a company or a public sector job wants to prove that they're not bigots, they're not racist. The DEI thing makes some sense maybe. And so they'll put one or two. And all you got to do is play the role. And then at the same time, you can go home to another continent, and then people may or may not understand how you got the money or what you're doing for the money, whether you're driving an Uber or Lyft or you are perpetrating and scamming, or maybe you were just born here and your parents did whatever it took with $3 in their pocket to get here. But at the end of the day, it's all economic, because your parents, their uncles and aunts, they're putting all their money in the military and putting on a beret and paying off some Chinese and some Russians for some technology and letting them come in and bringing their people in and setting up their markets and closing your cousins out of it. Your African cousins, your Arab cousins, who have a whole league of their own that you only play with during World Cup season. It's sporting. The economics and the political and the religion and the social aspect is all sport.
Anyway, you're a Somali tether and you're not playing us with that freaking Somali voice, because you guys always do the same thing. Well, you know the way that, like, I have this big light bulb head and I'm going to sit here and just give a bunch of tether babble. The way that the white tea man came over here with this tether voice that we all clearly freaking hear. You are a goofy, and you are recently calling yourself black, because you guys are whole Arabs. Let's be so
Wait, he said
freaking
he
for
was
real.
FBA.
He is so goofy. It was the goofiest thing. I was waiting patiently for your time to come down, because you're not fooling us. You have a big forehead, and if you don't have it, show us. Cam up.
Sister Jasmine, I'll count it up for you.
Now he got a big forehead. I cannot.
Ooh, I can't wait. He probably got a big ass head.
Y'all is crazy. Oh my God.
Cam up, brother. He said just gonna cam up, brother.
Don't tell
See
me that forehead is bigger than mine.
Oh, that head big. No.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you for proving my point. Thank you for proving my point.
No.
Thank you, Wanza. This is a whole ass Somali.
That shit twice as big as
I am
mine.
Captain
Or
now.
Caribbean. I don't know what this is, but this is not us.
No.
Thank you. Jump scare. Jump scare. Jump scare.
Y'all be nice.
I feel better. I feel better now.
Sister Jasmine.
Be nice,
We can
y'all.
parlor
Be
if
nice.
you like. We can parlor,
no
sister, if you like, on my lineage, but I assure you I am no horner.
I can write my full name on that forehead. God damn.
Mo, your cousins get sturdy, Lord.
Look, sis, I'll tell you this much. I have more white bitch in me than you, all right? But we'll leave that for another topic, okay? I probably been in more than your man before he got with you, all right? So don't insult me.
Maybe you're just a Pan-African unk. I don't know. But it did give Somali a little bit or whatever.
Oh
I
my
don't know.
God.
If you must know, yes, I am a former Pan African.
Yeah, for sure. We
Okay,
know that.
and believe it or not, I do speak some Amharic. Okay, as
Okay.
far as far as happy Easter to all the Orthodox in the room. I know y'all celebrated yesterday.
What are you talking about?
No, Easter was like a whole week ago, sir.
See, all
I
right,
think
my
Orthodox
Pentecostal
Easter was
sister. All right,
yesterday.
my
Oh, the
Pentecostal
ortho.
sister.
So Orthodox, right? That gives again, not FBA. Am I the only one that's not hearing this and seeing the
Am
forest?
I the
Like,
only
I
one
don't
who
know.
doesn't go to church in Oakland?
I don't know.
What?
I don't go to church in Oakland,
Right. I don't
so
know
But I
what's
just
going
told,
on.
but I just made a point. So let's pivot.
Bro,
Do
just talking
do
random, bro.
FBA have allies? FBA don't have friends. I think we're making that point clear. As
Who
far
are the
as
allies,
allies,
Somali?
as far as allies, I would like to say this from someone who is multi-ethnic and identifies as black.
Okay. There we go.
All right. All right. I would say that
Multi-ethnic.
yes, and that when I say multi-ethnic, depending on where you grow up and how you identify yourself. I know my daddy's black was black. My
no, was
daddy's
I
daddy was
What are
wrong
the
or
black.
was
other
I right?
ethnicities, bro? What are the
Sir,
other
what's your other
ethnicities?
ethnicity? Because that wasn't all us.
Okay, so my grandmother was white.
Okay.
And your mother's Somalian.
No, dear. Are you projecting? This is not piracy, okay? This is not piracy 101, my friend. Maybe you can take 102 and then we can go
You said you
forward.
had multiple ethnicities,
And I just
white and
told
black.
you. And I just told you the two of them.
So your dad was black and your mom was what?
My mother's biracial, just like the sister who felt my vibe.
I
Oh.
did know you're right, but what did she mix with though? So now that we're here and you showed us your head, and I appreciate
So my
that.
grandmother was from Drexel, Missouri. Okay, you know, near St. Louis, only the white side of it, where all the Scott Americans are.
Somaliland.
No, I said Scott. That's why you might hear a little bit of habanero, some bonnet pepper in my voice.
Now you're
We don't
part
hear none of that
Scottish.
shit.
I hear a Somali. I don't know. That's just what
Okay,
I
so what
hear.
does a Somali sound like, dear?
Like
Like
you.
you, brother.
What does your Somali sound like? Arab? A
Yes.
pirate?
Yeah.
A commitment to excellence? Because I just said Oakland.
Nah,
Commitment to
that
Hold on,
hairline
excellence.
wasn't
hold
Let's go
excellent.
on.
You
beast
are not
mode,
gonna blame
okay?
that hairline on excellent.
Let me
Let
speak
me
right
pivot
quick.
and ask you again.
Hold
I
on,
was,
hold
brother,
on,
you're interrupting me. I was making a
hold on.
point
Wait,
about
hold up, Romulus.
allies.
Wait, mute. All right, Mr. Goldstein. Let me let Jag 2 go and then Romulus could go. Jag 2, can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Oh, perfect. Basically indigenous to the land or FBA.
Wait, we can't hear you. It sound muffled.
Oh, hold on. Let me take the headphones out.
Listen, where his people from too, because that line that ain't of our lineage.
You can give me
I
that
don't even know what
noise.
he was saying.
Brother, it's a lost debtor. I just need to get him back on track.
He sound East
Mo
Africa.
claiming you. Mo said y'all are
Wait,
cousins,
hold
and I
on,
believe
everybody.
him.
Mute.
Some of y'all
Hello?
ethnogenesis just a generation ago. We
Mute.
were
Mute. Stop.
Can y'all hear me
Can
now?
we have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yes. So indigenous to the land. I'm still doing research to figure out if it's FBA or indigenous, but indigenous to the land.
Okay, go ahead.
And so I wanted to speak on the the prompt. Why does other ethnic groups always try to take credit for the Black American accomplishments? For two reasons. One, we that sauce. So anything we do is kind of like we just be doing it because we us, but they see outside looking in, they got to be a part of it. But it's kind of our fault because we have allowed and invited a lot of motherfuckers to the people to the cookout. Excuse my French. We've allowed a lot of people to come to the cookout. Hey, we do hip hop. We let the Latinos and Cubans in. Now they think they own that. We do soul food, or we do a little bit of whatever we're creating with our food and spices. Now Africa saying it's a part of them. All I'm trying to say is anything that we create, we were too nice and allowing everybody else in. So now they think they're a part of it. And they take credit for it because we was those type of people. Like, you ever met a person that's real nice and you think they won't step up and be that person until it's that time? That was us. We show love, but don't get it twisted. Like, you know what I'm saying? We not that doormat. You can't walk over us like that. So I think they got it twisted on who we was. That's why they think they could take credit for it. But in the second part, like, do we have allies? So I'm a young body, wise mind, kind of old soul. And I really do a lot of research. I still pay attention to worldly views and things. We do have allies. We just don't know we have them. Why we don't know we have them? Because they wait for us to take over our land back, and then they're there to help us. Iran, surprisingly, hear me out. Iran let those
No, we
black.
mentioned that earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't here. I was at work. My bad,
No,
guys.
go ahead.
Yeah, they let those black soldiers go, and they said that we've been through a lot. So they've been watching us from the outside fishbowl for centuries, decades and centuries. They are willing to help us, but they're not willing to help us if we're attached to these other people, the YTs and these immigrants and all them other people. So, and they got dancing, boom booms. They got some things that we don't know. What I also know is they have power of the world because they have that canal that controls all the oil. And Russia, China, Australia, I think Germany too, and Britain, a lot of people go through them for that oil. If we became their ally, once we become a nation, we have to become a nation first though. We become a nation, that's our ally. They will protect us. They are military until we get our military. They have our backing and we have the finances. We are a freaking sixth world country just by us spending our spending power alone. So we got the finances, they got the military. And I think Russia and China will work with us as well, not directly, but we can work with them indirectly because work with us as well, not directly, but we can work with them indirectly because I don't want to work with China or Russia directly anyway. But so I do see that work globally, we do, but when it comes to immigrants and different people, like, no, we don't. They explain it.
What's a sixth world country? Hatwani
Oh,
has.
yo, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I be talking quickly. I'm mostly just meaning like, our spending power. We are like a country. We're like, I think our $1 trillion spending power makes us like a country, the sixth country when it comes to finances. We're like high up in the global aspect of finances as just people.
Like as far as where we would rank if we were a country.
Yes, if we was a country,
Okay,
we'd be
that's
sixth in financial when it comes to spending power.
okay. All right, we can open the panel for a little bit and then we're gonna do final thoughts.
Jag, where you said your people from, right? I missed that part. I was just trying to verify and check
Oh, it's all
paperwork.
good. It's all good. My mother's from the South. My mother's from South Carolina, Summerton, Pineville area. I'm doing research on her McBrides. That's kind of like my family. Sinclair's, Caldwell's. My dad is from Midwest Chicago area, so I'm doing research on him to find out how far we go back and where we came from. But my mother people really came from Massachusetts and Philadelphia. And we
All
do
right,
deep
we good,
research.
family. The McBride's check out in SC. I'm in SC right now. His paperwork good right now.
Yes, I'm gonna say less.
Well, since y'all ain't saying that, hey, listen. But what you was saying was a bunch of BS. We don't got no allies. Iran, them boys, Russia. We don't. Even if we took this motherfucker like back over or whatever the case may be, which is like a daunting task at best, we still wouldn't have no allies. And I mean, that's just what it is.
Can I say something to you, bro? That mindset right there is a defeated mindset. We do.
Nah, I'm not defeated. I recognize we don't have no allies.
No,
We
hear me
been
out.
winning. We're fine without them.
No, but
We
hear
don't
me out.
need help.
We're in the best position to take back our land. We are. I know you might not see it, but we are. But I mean, that's just a deeper story. But long story short, I promise you, we do have allies. They want to work with us. They don't want to work with the YTs. And the
That don't
YTs
make
are
that an
proving
ally.
to
That's the
us.
opportunist. We don't have no allies. An ally would be riding. Gaddafi was an ally. Gaddafi was ready to cut us a
Who
check.
in the world have an ally then? Let's be real. Everybody,
Listen, I ain't worried about everybody else in the world. I'm
it's
worried about
about
us.
protection in business. All you need is somebody that's going to be there when you need them. I don't need you here all the time. I got this over here. But when I say, hey, you say you got my military, you got my back, you got my back on that.
Okay, so
Because
who's doing
I'm
that
giving
right
you
now then?
this. Say it again.
I said, who doing that right now then?
We haven't claimed ourselves as a people, as a whole nation first. You can't do business with a multitude of people. You have to become one.
This is
as a nation.
plebiscite babble, brother. Like, we can't be a
It's
nation
not.
within a nation, brother.
Listen, we're not even a nation. I mean, I know you're saying brother, but I'm a woman. But
Oh,
I
my
feel you,
bad,
bro.
my
No,
bad.
I feel you, bro, because I'm stud though. So, but I feel you, bro. No, we have
Okay,
to be
well,
a
all right
nation
then,
first.
brother.
We have to be a nation first. Once you claim that by the world courts. Once you claim a nation, we can claim our patents back. Even though we're different tribes, FBA, indigenous, or whatever, Tacha, whatever you claim it, you will still be able to get what you owe back. It's like our nation is the umbrella. Our tribes are the individual things that keep it together. That makes sense.
It's just not a plebiscite, and like, we good, we fine. We just got to stay the course. Everybody else can kick rocks and keep doing what they doing. We already we right. We in a prime position. We don't have no friends. We don't have no allies, so we don't have no expectations of nobody, and we don't get nothing from nobody. So we know we got to get this out the mud, and that's what we seeing in real time with our politicians right now. Our politics right now. The Democrats are losing left and right. Kamala done called off the hounds because it didn't work last election. They be trying to just berate us and tell us to vote for nothing, and then she done changed her tune. We're doing, and they said what we was doing, sitting on the couch, that ain't working, and that ain't gonna get it done. It's getting it done. It's getting it done. A lot of people don't know the previous election. Every party offered us some sort of reparations except the two main parties. But you see Kamala about to tap dance and change that tune real fast for this 2028 bid. They don't have a choice. We're doing fine. We're good. We don't need nobody. We need each other. That's it.
And I hear you, and I ain't saying we do. Where you're missing my point is you're talking about excelling inside of the system. I'm talking about. I ain't talking about no Democrat, Republic, none of that. I'm talking about in general. Go back to the back to the basics. We need to learn how to take care of our land. Start feeding ourselves. Going back to the basics. When we go to the basics, you still can do international business. That is import, export, from oil to food, because we have the agriculture. We have the finances and agriculture. There's no other country that has as fresh water as we do, as the soil that we can grow, as many plants as we do, and then we can exchange for the things we can't grow. Those are other countries that we do need to deal with, and that's how we can do that. Is one, take over our land, go back to the basics. Don't worry about politics. You worry about Republican. I'm not worrying
Right.
about
So
neither.
how do you propose we take over land we don't have?
Because
How are we going about this? How are we
we have
going from zero to negotiating with foreign powers and the government just allow that? That's the reason we couldn't get that $1 billion from Gaddafi, by the way. The U.S. blocked that.
I know, but you're worrying about the government. You had to first claim who you are.
Because we're under this government.
Right now, we should be doing research and finding out who we are. If you're FBA or if you're indigenous, you need to find out who your people are. So when you do claim, you have names and you have proof to show who you are. They know who you are, but they're not gonna give it to you free, bro. You have to tell them. Yeah, I know what this is. Blah 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 blah. I've seen somebody do it. And it's something about certifying your birth certificate and your Social Security, which means getting yourself out of the straw man. You have to go back to the basics.
Oh my God! Here y'all go with that plebiscite shit,
I'm
bro.
not
Listen,
even
with
trying to go
respect,
I'm just
the
simply
way
saying.
that you talking about all that straw man shit, that if it was
I'm
gonna
just
work, it would have
saying,
been working.
that's why they denied it, because you were going there as a straw man inside of the system. Get out of the system. Don't.
I hear you.
If we all can come together and just stop going to work, that'd be the first step. If we could just, people scared to do that.
Man, we need them to cut
They
this
don't
check,
scared to
give
do that.
us our
Y'all willing
parcel
to
of
pay
land.
bills. You know what I'm saying? People are
They
willing
just need to
I got a
cut
car
this
bill. I got a
check,
car
give
note.
us this
Stop going to work.
parcel of land, and we'll be all right. We gonna be all right.
If 2 million of us, or even 500,000 of us, stop going to work, do you know how much I don't hit faces, I hit pockets. And how you hit pockets is you talk about hurting money, and they listen when you start touching money. And so what I'm talking about is you're worrying about. I'm not going to. But I can't do it by myself. I want to do it, but I can't just go to work not by myself. I just not go to work. They're gonna fire me. That's different. But if a collective do it as a whole, nationwide, they will stop. It would stop the whole freaking country, at least for a day.
Where's
And that's
Tariq
billions
when
that
you
they
need him,
lose.
bro? Like, oh my God, bro. And what you know, if we got to form a plebiscite, You see, and then we form a
I
committee.
just felt like
And,
that,
and,
bro.
and,
I'm a true person that believes in what I talk. That's all it is, bro. I ain't trying to change no minds. I'm just telling you, I've done so much research. I've been on this since I was 14, bro. I just always seen the word gift.
and you making a
Always,
lot of progress, and I'm proud of you.
always.
And I
I
think you
can't do
should
it by
stay the
myself though.
course.
You can't do it
I
by
think
yourself,
everybody should
bro.
stay the course. Everybody do what they
Yeah.
think gonna work. So we're gonna keep pushing for reparations. We're gonna keep talking, keeping these spaces. Shout out to Love Jones. Shout out to Sister Brooke in New York, doing the work on the ground in real time, not in everybody's space plebiscite babbling. She's getting the work done in real time.
Do you know what I do in real time? No, big. So don't even try that, bro.
I'm just saying, she getting it
I'm
done.
just
You
saying
over
too.
here
I love
trying to
you, bro.
rally people with a
Don't try like
plebiscite and talk
that, bro.
about straw mans,
What is
and you
going
got
on? I
people in
walked
New
away
York
for
right now
5
getting it
minutes.
done.
No, I feel you, and I'm with you. I'm just saying there's multiple ways we can get it done. That's all. There's multiple ways, and outside the system is one of the ways.
Okay, so who's the preeminent person getting it done the way that you talking about, where we need to start talking to foreign entities and teaming up and then all this
No,
other.
see, you jumping ahead. I said first go back to the basics. That dude that made the water from Flint, Michigan, whenever they didn't have water, that guy that created that machine that generate water out the air. That's one person. All those black gardeners that we have across the nation that's already making food. That's whenever the grocery stores closed that we can still eat. That's another one. We all need people the electricians that know how to generate electricity. People are learning how to grow.
To do
Learn
what exactly? What are you talking about?
to cultivate the land as back to the basics, man. Make our own food, create our own water, come together
Hey,
as
y'all can follow.
start
Y'all can
building,
follow sis,
building.
Uncle T, or whatever. Y'all can follow that. I'm gonna do what's working. I'm gonna stay the course. We already got momentum in this direction. Maybe what you're saying has some weight to. I'm not even gonna say. I mean, maybe it does. Maybe we do need to explore
No,
our
big,
options.
but
I
you
don't
get me
think that's a viable
twisted
path.
because
I
I'm
think
not
that's
saying
stepping backwards.
go straight that direction. I'm just saying you have to look at it and as a step back from the picture. Don't worry about who the politician is. You're still worrying about politicians and what the government says.
What is going on?
I'm sorry, we were just conversing.
Oh,
Yeah, y'all was just sitting there, so we had to hijack the live right quick.
all right. Well, I'm about to get out of here. Final thoughts. Go ahead, Big Chief.
All right, let me shout out Love Jones once again for giving us a space. God bless you, sister. I think I can speak for everybody when I say we appreciate the opportunity to get up here and sharpen our steel against the other people's steel. And I just wanted to shout out my master teacher Tariq, and y'all keep y'all foot on these tethers necks.
Okay, Amberella. Final thoughts.
Thanks for having me up. That's all I really got to say. Nice chatting with everybody, hearing everybody else's opinions.
Jag too. Final thoughts.
Likewise. I be listening to you a lot, Love Jones, when I be at work, so I'll just stay connected. Thank you.
C. Final thoughts.
I just want to say thank y'all for giving me a chance to speak.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for joining the panel. Thank you for everybody that's in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Thank you guys for all the gifts. If you're not already following me, make sure to follow me and follow anybody else on the panel if you've enjoyed their interaction and what they added to tonight's conversation. Life is a movie. You're starring in it. The world is a stage. You are at the center. Thank you, Live Love. Thank you, Qua. Keep going. Thank you, Newbie. Thank you, Amberella. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Lady T. Spread love is the Brooklyn way. Bye, guys. Thank you, Straight. What's your name? Straight Talk. Yes, you definitely was. You hear me chewing? I know. I'm trying to talk and I'm chewing at the same time, child. All right. I love you guys. Bye.